Mic check 1 2. 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 Welcome back. Welcome back. Random show settings. Random show settings. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Episode number 381. Episode number 381 of the Random Show, coming at you live and direct from an undisclosed location somewhere within the depths of London. How you doing? How you feeling? How you doing? How your blood clot feeling? Talk to me. 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 What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? First and foremost, my sincere apologies for going a bit AWOL last couple of days. I missed 3 days, didn't I? I missed 3 days. I think it's 3 days. We're just going to carry on, though. We're just going to jump back on the horse, but I missed 3 days, so apologies for that. But we're going to continue on to the end of the month anyway, you get me? We missed 3 days, but we're just going to continue anyway. You feel me? So big up everybody. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for hanging out with me once again. Apologies again for missing those 3 days. Hope you haven't been too bored. Hope you've been able to fill some of that content gap with other things. But we are back anyway. We're back and ready. Oh, what the fuck's going on with this headphone? Ouch. We are back and ready to roll. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. So today's show, number one, we're going to talk about Tfatk. We're going to do the Tfatk Q&A, which I should have done 3 days ago, but we're doing it now. And we're also going to do the new beige frequency video that from Bert Kreischer that I haven't watched just yet. So I'm going to be reacting to it live for the first time. Beige frequency did a little review thing of Bert Kreischer's new special. And we're also going to do this really long YouTube video. I think it's like an hour long of Yuri and Riley from No Jumper. So it's going to be a pretty brutal one for those of you who don't like Yuri and Riley content. But we're going to do Tfatk, we're going to do Bert Kreischer Beige Frequency, and we're going to do Yuri Riley love story documentary that this channel that I found just did the other day, which just dropped, which should be entertaining to watch out. So that's what we're going to do. And of course, the standard Tfatk Reddit check-in and all that good shit. So you know how he is. We're back. We're ready to rock. Hopefully you are gonna be happy to check all this out. So yeah, man. Let's do this thing. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up Jordan Ray. Booth McGee, I see you. Joe MIA. Big up Mr. Bob. Wingus McDingus. Wagwan, my guy. Big up Jaded. What's going on? Big up Little Drip. What's going on? Joe MIA. What's good? Why not? I see you. Skins. I see you. Casey Shuffle. I see you. LB, I see you. Boronda 420, I see you. 40 PS, I see you. Gamebred Football, I see you. Let's go. Big up Dan Clements. Let's go. Let's fucking
powerful bunch.
Oh yeah, big up.
Can we laugh at Vitali getting cooked?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So there's a really good Abra and Preach video about it, innit? Yeah, there's a really good Abra and Preach video, but we'll just Google Vitali. Yeah, let me add that to our list actually. We'll just Google Vitali and see what's or YouTube Vitali. But there's a bunch of really good ones. The Vitali thing is the Vitali situation, bro. He picked the wrong country, didn't he? He picked the wrong country in Southeast Asia. He picked the wrong country, bro. The wrong country. Allegedly, I think according to the Abba and Preach video, it's illegal to even film people in the street without their permission. Like even in the street, there is no such thing as private, public, whatever nonsense that we have in Europe or in parts of fucking Western Europe or the Western world. If you film people without their permission in fucking Philippines, you cannot get arrested. So it's the worst place possible. Allegedly, they're saying he's facing 20 years plus. 20 years. And he didn't. And the funny thing about it, Vitali didn't do nothing worse than what Johnny Somali did. Obviously, they're both horrible, but I don't think anything that Vitali actually did on camera was anything close to being as bad as what Johnny Somali did. But he just did it in the wrong country. That's why it making me think, oh man, if only Johnny Somali went to the Philippines. If Johnny Somali would have went to the Philippines, that would have been brilliant. That would have been brilliant karmic retribution. Your whole world would have fucking cheered if Johnny Somali went to the Philippines and tried that shit. He would have been facing time, but whatever. Let's go. Let's rock on. But yeah, we'll do some Vitali as well. Big up Wingus. We'll do some Vitali. We'll definitely do some Vitali. I appreciate you, guy. Cool. Let's crack on. Let's not waste any more time. So first things first, I need to talk about that I've missed out on speaking with you guys about, and something that I'm, somewhat passionate about because I work out from time to time myself, is this Brendan push-up thing. This Brendan push-up saga might be some of the best content we've had from Brendan this year so far, because it's been a bit dead, right, in the Bappaverse, because he doesn't do stand-up anymore. The podcast isn't as popping as it once was. He's not as popular as he once was within that social group. So he's not really having good guests on or people that anyone cares about. Like, even the whole, you remember when they were going on that cancel arc? When anyone that got cancelled, they were having on their show. Even that's kind of dried up. So the show's a bit of a slog to get through, apart from the Q&A shows and whatever else. So Brendan's fucking social media has been the best thing. And this whole exercise push-up thing has been crazy. Number one, because he didn't really used to film his exercises before. People don't really talk about that a lot, but he never really filmed these exercises until he got linked up with fucking BGL. When BGL kind of got involved with Thick Boy Tfatk, and he started to handle Brendan's social media, is the only time he started to film his workouts. But he never used to film his workouts. There might have been, actually I take that back, there might have been a period just when he quit the UFC, when he was working out a bunch. I think that was when, in my no homo opinion, I think that was the best shape Bappa was in. The best shape he was in was when he just quit the UFC and he was actually doing keto for real and working out legitimately. Like, he was doing ropes, he was doing squats, fucking whatever, loads of fucking interesting functional workouts and shit in the gym. And I think he was also on his On It phase. I think that's when maybe he might have been hanging out with the guy from On It. I forgot, there was a period in time when he kind of looked his best, I think, physically. Now, obviously, he's dropped a bunch of weight. He's much skinnier because he's on Ozempic, but I don't think he looks as aesthetically good as he once was that time. And I remember that's when he used to film some workouts. He'd have some workouts of him doing, like, split squats and push presses and, pull-ups with a fucking heavy chain around his neck and shit, all that good shit. But he never used to really film his workouts. So it's funny that he's now being teased into filming his workouts so he can prove the doubters wrong, but he still ends up proving us right. And it's all his own fault, because he's the one that started this whole thing of saying, oh, I can do 250 pounds bench press for 40 reps. Now, the reason why that's absurd is because, guys who compete in the NFL, or guys who take part in the NFL Combine, some of the most freakishly gifted athletes in the world, I think the max a lot of these guys can do is sometimes 30, right? And these guys are on all kinds of gear. They're in their physical prime. They train all the time, blah, 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 blah. And some of them can maybe get up to 30. But then Brandon said he can do 40 easy, right? He then shows us a clip, which is the first one here, of him doing these workouts, of this put bench press. And it's not what he said it was, right? He starts off, he told us he could do 40 reps of 225. But then in the caption, he says he did 225 for 26, then 315 for 5, then 225 for 24. That equals 50 or whatever it meant to equal, but it's still not what he said he could do. So even though those are impressive numbers, it's still not what he said he can do. Then if you look at the reps that he's doing, and I've analyzed this already, the reps aren't good. The reps are half reps, if that. He's not fully extending, because this not to say this is, it's easier, but it's still hard, but it's not what you said you could do. You said you could do 40, you're not doing 40, you're breaking up into 3 sets. Then you said you can do it properly, but you're not doing it properly. Only until he gets to the middle, weirdly enough, actually. I guess it's to get rest. Because he wants to get rest, he then kind of starts to actually fully extend. But he did basically half of these without full extension, which I don't think was correct. So he got called out on this, right? He got called out on his social media. Everyone kind of calling him out for the reps not being good. So he went back and did it again, which is, again, something that you don't really expect from Brendan. He doesn't really, I don't respond to social media, I don't read comments. So he went back and did it again. But this time, he ran into a bit of an accident. This might be one of the most funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Look at this, look at this. So this is the update set, right? Let's put the sound on. So the caption says, Wednesday, fuck it, end of workout 225. Almost broke my neck at 35 half rep. This workout was powered by a scoop of dry creatine powder, chugging rain body fuel, and a positive attitude. Diesel dad, send me your videos. There's some strong ass dads walking these streets. So this is his attempt to try and prove the doubt was wrong. Like, I can do 40 reps of 225, and he's obviously trying to flex by saying that he did this at the end of his workout. So he does a workout, a regular one, I'm assuming, and as a treat, right, he decides to pump out 40 bench. Well, I don't know. I don't see the utility of doing that. You know, maybe cardio, maybe warm down, maybe some movement, whatever, to open up your legs, whatever, hip flexors. I don't know, whatever you're gonna do. But he wants to do bench presses. Just look at the reps. Look at the reps, and also look what happens. In my opinion, those are half reps, right? He's still incredibly strong. He's still freakishly strong. Probably stronger than a lot of regular schmegular working class people, right? Like civilians, as they like to call us, right? He's probably stronger than a bunch of us people out there. But it's still not what he said he could do. And it's still not properly done. Those are half reps, in my opinion. I'm going to down that hill. As somebody that works out a tiny bit myself, right? I dabble in some of the working outs myself. Those are not full reps. Those are half reps. But hey, what do I know? So with this one, he did it differently. The other one, he did it half reps, and then he decided to do full reps to kind of get the rest at the top, right? Because you can kind of hold it up there, lock it out and rest, and then kind of go back again, which I've done myself. When you're struggling, you just put it at the top. You know, you lift the barbell up to the top, you get your rest in, and then you continue kind of pushing. But in this particular one, it's interesting because before he did it and he would keep locking out, but now he's gone back to doing half reps. So he got that one rep in, fully extended, got his rest in, and then went back to doing half reps, which is something he didn't do in the first time he did it. He's already struggling. He's struggling super hard here, right? He's struggling super hard. Look at that. Now his body's wiggling all over the place. He's bouncing the weight up off the top of his barbell. He's really struggling. He's trying to push him out. The girl's there, so he doesn't want to quit. Look at that. This is it. He chokes himself. You see why people don't like him? Do you see why people don't like him? Do you see the look that he gave that guy? He nearly dies. He nearly dies, right? Look at how the girl's looking at him. People are concerned. His face is all completely red. Yes, from the weights and probably from the panic. He nearly fucking dies from the barbell being fucking stuck on his fucking neck and choking him out. The guy goes to help him and he almost gives him like it's almost like a dismissive, dirty look. Maybe because he's embarrassed, but the guy's trying to help you, bro. You were doing vanity lifts. Those are all ego lifts, right? Like, if you're surely if you're trying to pump out that type of weight, those type of reps, you need a spotter. But obviously you want to prove that you're big and bad and strong, so you don't have a spotter, so you do it by yourself, and then you nearly kill yourself. And the person that tries to help you, you then look at them like, you give them a kind of a dirty look, like, go away, like as if they're embarrassing you, as if like, oh, this guy's doing a bit too much, I'm okay. It's like, bro, you nearly fucked yourself up. And he kind of shoos him away and gives him this weird look. He sees the camera go, yeah. Honestly, this is why people don't like this guy. This is why people don't like him. It's little things like that. It doesn't really matter, but it's little things like that that make people think like, why is he like this? Why is he such a cunt? You know, it doesn't make any sense. But as I said previously, he's not doing it properly, in my personal opinion. These are half reps. And I love that he acts a little bit like a dick to the guy when he comes over to help him. It's classic Papa. It's classic Papa. Classic. You fuck up, you do the wrong thing, but let me act like a douchebag to the guy that's actually trying to help me because I did these half reps and I nearly choked myself out because I actually can't do what I said I could do. Brilliant.
Powerful bunch.
Hey, yo, big up.
Bro, I always rack my bench diagonally. Y'all don't understand cause y'all some soy boys. This is what real gym brothers do, Bubba. Don't ever help me or my son rack bench again.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody what's that disease? I think I saw somebody say having a spotter is woke. I think somebody on the homeless cats Reddit, big up the Tfatk here Reddit. I think somebody said on that thread of that video, that having a spotter is woke. I swear to God, I was dying, bro. Having a spotter is woke. You definitely could imagine Brendan saying that. Having a spotter is woke agenda. That's the thing though, right? This is still really impressive. That's the really annoying, frustrating thing about Papa. This is still really, really impressive for a regular person. To bench press 225 pounds is not easy. It's not easy at all. To do it for reps is fucking crazy. 1 rep max, okay, cool. We could probably all bang out a decent 1 rep max in most things. But to do it for reps is super impressive. But the fact that he has to still lie, right? The fact that he has to still embellish, the fact that he's trying to prove to the doubters that he's not lying, but then he actually proves to us that he is, because we still haven't seen him do 50. We still haven't seen him do 40 plus reps of 225 fully extended. We haven't seen it still. We've seen half reps, quarter reps, whatever reps, but we've not seen him do 40 plus as he actually said he could do. We've not seen it. I just love how he nearly dies. That's what gets me. He nearly fucking dies. This is so good. Just from pure ego. Arm is bounced up and down now. No arch at the back. The girl, I think that girl passing by is what fucked him. I think he would have stopped before. And I've been in the gym before, so I know like it's a similar thing. I've done the same thing myself. I think that girl passing by in the short shorts, I think is what fucked him. I think when he saw her, he went to continue. I think if she didn't walk past, or if she wasn't in his proximity, he might have stopped at maybe 30 or something. But because she walked past, he tried to push out a couple more, and he nearly paid a very fatal price for it. You see him acting like a guy, giving the guy like a dirty look. It's fucking incredible, man. Nearly killing yourself with a barbell and giving the guy a dirty look. It's so fucking funny to me. I swear to God. Oh, big up, Papa. Let's read the comments. What the comments say? Big up, Josh. Oh, big up the... Look at that. Shout out to the random dude who thought I needed a spot. No spot challenge. Hashtag good person. Like, what? Shout out to the random dude who thought I need... The dude that tried to save your life because you tried to, like, ego lift. Me personally, this is just my not so controversial opinion. I don't think you should be going to the gym looking for a spotter to do your weights. You should do weights that you can do without a spotter. If you need to have a spotter, maybe you're trying to hit a PR or something for 1 rep max, but you shouldn't always have to go to the gym and have a spotter. I think that's dumb. You're just going to injure yourself personally. And anyone that I've seen that's needed a spotter in the gym, they also don't have good technique. In my opinion, from what I've seen, they've also had terrible technique, terrible form. So maybe focus on those more. But hey, what do I know? Oh, there's a Golden Hour podcast Instagram. I didn't even know that. Oh, that probably was the what do you call it? That probably was the King and the Sting Instagram, right? Because there's no way they got those amount of followers by themselves. The bench technique is awful. Somebody says, thank you. 33 likes. Another person says, yeah, but did old boy in the background close with the lady? I liked his chant. Okay, whatever. Get it, boy. Definitely AI, bro. You're not even strong. How many can you do the right way, dog? Exactly. Is he intentionally doing partials, or does his ego not allow for full range of motion? Let's go, sure. These are half reps. I can't do that once. You should compete. Put your unwanted advice and critiques here. Post pull-ups. Good shit. Post pull-up videos. And that's about it, I guess. Another person, Savage. Possibly the greatest form of all time. Taking the piss. Just light flex on a Thursday. This is what Brendan Schaub meant when he said that he could snap. Okay, that's funny. This is what he meant when he said he could snap Nate Diaz's neck. Did you reply? No. I saw this dude bring his weights. I saw this dude bring his weights to the gym. Yeah, because some people are hypothesizing that maybe Papa is. I don't think that's true though, because I think that's a different rack. Because people were saying that on the bench press, the weight plates are different from the weight plates on the rack here. But this might be a different section, a different exercise machine or whatever. So I think that's probably why they have different plates. Yeah, I don't think he brings his own weights. I don't think so. I don't think he's faking the funk that way. Definitely strong, but no need to lie about putting 30 to 40 reps. Exactly. There was about 7 full reps. Wow, I didn't even count. This person said there was about 7 full reps. Just knock out 15 full reps and it's impressive without the exaggeration. Exactly. Thank you, dope stock dope kicks. So sorry, dead stock dope kicks. Dead stock dope kicks. Thank you. This is exactly what I'm saying. This is impressive if it's just 10, 5. It doesn't fucking matter. Full reps. You don't have to lie and you say you did 30, 40. You can't do that. Another one says almost dropped it on yourself because you're not locking it out to put it on the top rack. Oh, that's a good point. True. That's a good point. I never actually thought about that. The fact that he's not locking it out is what actually caused him to nearly, kill himself. Okay. 35 is nasty work. I never clamp up when I don't have a spot. Half reps don't count. Someone said strong. Anything more? Half reps don't count. Impressive, but I bet you don't get past 20 if you do 4 reps. Did he reply to that? No, did he reply? Nope, he didn't reply. He has a video where he does it. No, you're wrong. You look like an expert. Send me a video of you doing it once and I'll recount my statement. Bubba's trying his Brock Lesnar 5.2. This is wild. How low you are. Poor guy's knees are higher than the rack is hilarious. Wow, and you extended your arms. Big shot with no spot, probably dice. No hate whatsoever, but I'm curious, what's your desired outcome for doing this rep range speed? Is it mostly to test yourself, or are you trying to build muscle or silent strength? It's pure ego, brother. He's not doing it for anything. Pure ego, pure fucking clout chasing or whatever it may be. That's all it is. There's no methodology behind this. I don't think so. But I could be wrong. In the words and the voice of Ronnie Coleman, ain't nothing but a peanut. Cool. So there is Bappa. Still, we've not seen the 30, 225 with 4 reps that he said he could do. So I guess we have to wait until that happens. Next post to check out here. Let's see this. What's this about? There's something to do with his truck. The TRX is going to be filthy. So there's another giveaway happening. It doesn't stop with this guy. Always some sort of truck allegedly scam giveaway thing. I'm not sure what's going on there. That's what I've heard allegedly on the internet. These giveaways, I don't know how they work. I don't know how they make any type of profit. Not even profit. How they make any money, because the merch isn't that great and there's no way, and the merch is quite expensive too for what it is, and plus there's no way he's making that money back on the TRXs that he builds and whatever he does. But maybe it's just a free way to do marketing, it's just a way to do so no, it's not a free way. Maybe it's just an alternative way to do marketing, and just fuck it, just put something out there and hope people take part. Maybe it's also a way to kind of capture people's emails and shit, to kind of have them on board. Maybe you can opt in and follow them via Instagram, all that sort of stuff, so you can maybe sell their data to somebody else later on down the line, or shift or sell them something else. I don't know, but these TRX or these truck giveaways haven't stopped. It seems like he's been doing one all the time, and we're going to get a new one happening soon with another TRX truck. Essentially the same sort of thing that he did on the other trucks, but just a different model essentially. So I guess let's wait and see when that happens. There's this post which is funny because I saw this, I think, on Reddit. I think he ruins his brother-in-law's car personally. I don't think it looks really good. So let's actually press here to get the sound on. But the caption says, told my brother-in-law, Stephen, I'd hook his Bronco.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, Bill Wingers, appreciate you.
Oz, put on your golden hour jacket.
Oh, I don't know. I would, but it's not here. I'll do it tomorrow. I completely forgot. Big up Emdus. I'll wear it tomorrow. I don't have it on me right now. I'll wear it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do it. Tomorrow we'll do it. Big up Wingers. I'll put it on tomorrow. I'll put it actually for the whole week. I'll wear it for the whole week tomorrow. Big up Emdus. I'll take out tomorrow, but my wardrobe isn't in this room. But big up Wingers. But the caption says, told my brother-in-law Stephen I'd hook up his Bronco, but before I left to Austin. Well, better late than never. Started at 8 a.m. Just finished. Shout out to Real Trucks. So I don't know about you guys, but I think he did a pretty bad job on this. But let me know what you guys think in the stream chat.
What's up, guys? It's a special Friday here.
Also, I hate that intro, by the way. That's the fucking Food Truck Diaries intro, right? that punch into the palm, I despise it. I guess that's his way. That's maybe it's a tick or something or whatever, or just a way to start his you know, conversations or convo, bit of content. But I hate it. I hate the punch into the palm thing. Just start. Just speak. You know, you don't need to do that whole thing. I guess it's a fighter thing, maybe. I don't know.
Here because I told my brother-in-law Steven I would hook his Bronco up before I leave for Austin. I'm headed there very soon. So today is the day. I reached out to my friends at Real Truck. Said, yo, here's my idea. What do you think?
Oh, big up MK. Is that true? So Unique said that, right? Okay, cool. So I'm not the only person that thinks, okay. Unique said, according to Unique, it's just to capture. Okay, cool. Because there's no way he makes his money back on that shit. There's no way he makes his money back. We know Brendan's a very big spender when it comes to truck mods and whatever. He doesn't go for like, it's not like he's buying secondhand parts or trying to retrofit shit. He buys stuff new. Like he's buying parts that are like coming out of the fucking shrink wrap, you know? So everything's brand new. And he's probably getting taxed by these garages too. If normal garages, you know, bump people, then I'm assuming mod shops probably do the same, if not worse. I'd assume. Again, I don't own a car, but I would assume mod shops are probably the same as any other garage, and they take the piss, you know, and they overcharge you, especially if they know you're a celebrity or you got money and shit. So he must spend an arm and a leg, probably more than what the actual base model of the car is worth. There's no way he's making that back on merch. And if it was back in the day during Tfatk's heyday, when, you know, what do you call it? When, what was that thing called? When they had all that fucking cool merch that they used to always sell, right? Abbott Kenny Fight Club shit, right? That's the time when they probably had their best merch. Then maybe I could believe you. I could believe him then. But now, no way. So as MK said, and as Unique said, and as I mentioned earlier, I think this is just a way to like capture emails and shit for other things going forward.
They sent me a bunch of parts.
You know what? Actually, you know what? Maybe this is a way to also get more money for ads. Does that make sense? Maybe there's a way to finagle, like if you do these truck giveaways, maybe there's a way if you capture everybody's emails, you can maybe leverage those emails or use those emails as a proof of your audience and how many people you have that listen to you, like in a fakey, scammy way. And then that can maybe help you get more ads and sponsors. Maybe. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, but there's maybe something in that as well.
He thinks I'm changing his oil, so I have exactly about 6 hours to knock this out and change.
By the way, if Brendan Schaub's brother-in-law thinks it takes 6 hours to change oil, that whole family is like, IQ is like double digits, low double digits. If he thinks it takes, I'm sure he knew what was going on, he just probably pretended. But if he thinks it takes 6 hours to change oil, Jesus Christ.
Change this 2022 Bronco to a badass Bronco. Let's get to work. Shout out to Real Truck. What's up, guys? It's a special Friday.
Okay, stripping down the front. I guess that's the new updated front now, with I guess the Baja lights and shit. Not bad. The back with the extra spare tire, taking it off. By the way, I hate these, by the way. I'm not gonna lie, I despise these doors. I'm not too sure if this brother-in-law drives this truck on a daily, but I think the doors don't work. I also don't like the tires or the wheels, the alloys, whatever on this. I don't think they work at all, especially with that color combination. Maybe he's gonna change it and get it wrapped, but I don't like this in the slightest. I think it looks absolutely fucking awful. Like he's actually ruined that car. I'm not gonna lie. Even that Baja thing, right, with the lights there, I don't think that even works. It probably works when you look at it from the front, but from the angle, oof, that looks kind of bad, isn't it? It looks good here because it looks like it's plush or flush in some respects, but it kind of sticks out a lot, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. That's not good at all. And those tires and those wheels do not suit that truck, in my humble opinion. I could be wrong. And obviously the doors, like, come on, bro. Come on. This doesn't suit that at all. Really bad makeover, I'm not gonna lie. Very, very bad makeover. Maybe he didn't have a lot of money to spend on it. Maybe that's part of the reason, but...
Alright fam, your boy's done. Start at 8 a.m. Never said I was fast. I did my best. This thing's pretty badass. Shout out to Real Truck.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Big up Jack Donny Jr. That's a good point, yes. Is that it, right? The winch bracket. This is it, right? This is the winch bracket where you kind of attach the fucking whatever cable and shit on here, right? So yeah, the lights are behind it. Is that normal? Should the lights be behind it or should they be above it? It seems a bit weird how they kind of sit behind it there, innit? Very, very strange. Very, very good point. Big up Jack Donny Jr.
Havoc hooked this up, the Baja bumper, put in 4 rigid LP7 lights, the white to match the white up top. This is all custom fab. This is supposed to be a winch here.
By the way, do you need all those lights for a truck that you're gonna be driving daily to go to fucking Erewhon and shit? Like, you're gonna be blinding drivers in the street, innit? Is that really necessary?
Powerful bunch.
Yeah, Abe Martinez.
Did my best. Dude didn't lift a finger. Poser.
Yeah, exactly. He did my best. No, he fit the doors on. You don't see, he fitted the doors on. He did fit the doors. He took an Allen key and, put the doors on. That's what he did.
So there's a lot of space, so I filled in with the lights. Powerful bunch.
Yeah,
Hey, brother-in-law. Real quick, we took your new Bronco and made it way uglier. But also we took off your doors so you can never drive in the rain again. Shout out Tfatk. Thank him.
Shout out Tfatk. I know it comes with those type of doors anyway, doesn't it? Right? Am I mistaken? Isn't there a version of the Bronco you can get that comes with those, like, I don't know, beach doors, whatever the fucking that style of door is called? But it just doesn't look good. Maybe his car came out that before, but it just doesn't look good. I don't know. It just doesn't look good.
Those are 37 Toyos with the innovates. I did that a hot second ago, and I did a 2-inch body lift. Tube doors.
I did.
Also from Havoc. Those were easy as hell to put on. Rear gets pretty funky too. You got the Havoc rear Baja bumper, the Havoc rear delete spare tire.
That Baja bumper is always horrible.
He's in for a rude awakening though, because I didn't do the wiring. That's above my pay grade. I don't know how to wire, but I set it all up so.
Oh, run out of the Just for Men, huh? Just for Men budget running out.
Someone's gonna do that, but he has the rear delete tire, spare tire there. All the cameras are set up. He just has to do the wire.
Yeah, it's not good, man. It's fucking ugly. It really is fucking bad. I don't know what it looked like before, but it doesn't look good. It really does. He didn't tag his brother-in-law either, by the way. Big up the person here. That looks like a white Bronco. Holla. What he wanted was doors. It's fucking hilarious. Looks good. Did the spare delete as well. Looks awesome. I wanted to see his reaction when he picks it up. He didn't film that for probably a reason. Wow, you made the car look even more corny. What did you actually do besides bring it to the shop? Like, it's cool and all that you hooked up your boy, but why do you have to insinuate that you did all the work? I'm not trying to hate, just offer some insight about how this is coming off. Did he reply to this? Because this is very accurate. Did he reply? He didn't reply, did he? Yeah, a lot of his nut huggers jumped in there, but he didn't reply. Someone replied, yeah, you're definitely trying to hate. All of this is totally doable by a novice, and he's obviously just trying to be more hands-on. Now hop back on your bike and go for a ride. Maybe it will instill some decency in you. So Brendan does actually have some fans that defend him. Fair play. I'm not sure why you do that, but I guess his fans are there defending him. But yeah, he made the car look worse in my opinion. Isn't the lack of locking doors a problem in California? Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, the everything budget is running out. Yeah, big up Josie. Well, go on, Josie. Big up Corey Mace. Good evening, nerds. Yeah, exactly. Big up Corey. Big up Booth McGee. This is what a 10-year-old would do if he had a necessary budget. I want to see what the car looked like before. I want to know what it looked like prior to Brendan putting his hands on it. But based on this, remodeling, upgrade, whatever he did on it, I don't personally like it. I think it looks pretty shit, personally, in my opinion. I think it doesn't look good. Obviously, he has a style now. I think he really likes those gold alloys. He really likes those big fat tires. He's got a thing that he likes. He obviously likes those Baja lights and shit. But I don't think that style works on every truck, I get what he likes personally, his taste, but I don't think these wheels work on every truck. I don't think those tires work on every truck. I don't think the lights work on every truck. You got to do things a bit differently, based on the different things that people do. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, big up Salas. Leave him alone, lazy. He's been working for 6 hours. Such a hard worker. Exactly. So big up Upper there. Big up Upper. Anyway, moving on. We also have to talk about our lady Slojo. Big up Slojo. She decided to post an update on her Instagram informing her legion of fans, the hundreds of millions of fans out there that are hanging on her every word that she's moved to Austin, Texas, even though Brendan's been talking about it for the last 6 months or so. But Joanna decided to tell the world that they're finally leaving LA and moving to Texas. And the caption is funny. So this is the caption before it got edited, by the way. So now I think it's been edited and the grammatical and, you know, spelling mistakes are gone. But this is how she wrote it the first. She said as follows: "The cat is out of the bag. We are moving to Texas. It's taken me a long time to process, to feel, to cry, to miss my friends and family, to get excited about a new adventure, to start over in a new place where neither one of us knows anyone. I am born and raised California girl. LA will always be a home for me. Leaving my friends and family behind is not going to be easy, but I know that they'll come visit and we'll have to adjust." What a weird sentence structure there. LA has become a really sad place to be for me. The politics, the fires, the lack of safety for my kids and I. A combination of all things. So this is how I know I'm making the right move. You're not really making the right move. Brendan is, and you're just following him, you know? But hey, worst case, LA will always be here if we decide to come back. Interesting line. As I embark on this new journey, just know I will miss LA very much. It's all I've ever known. I pray that Texas will welcome us with open arms and a new place to call home. Huh? The valley has become our home. I'll kiss it very much. I'll kiss it very much. I think she meant miss, but hey. The home my kids grow up in. Everything will be missed, but I'm excited for our new home and our new community we will build. Cheers. Cheers to new beginnings. I wish us luck. Fucking hell. Brutal spelling and grammar, innit? Brutal. Could you imagine writing like this and trying to help your kids out with their homework? God almighty. Absolutely brutal caption. I get the gist of what she's trying to say. You know, we all generally get the gist of it, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. But God almighty, girl, like, have a quick read through, you know? Or even put it up or write it on notes first and then maybe copy and paste it from notes to Instagram or something. But maybe a quick read through, maybe reading it aloud might have helped. But the cat is out of the bag is hilarious because we all knew. And there's mad sentences here that are really interesting. But the one about, oh, if it doesn't work out, we can always come back is interesting. Because maybe that was the thing that actually made her want to actually go. Maybe Brendan offering that as like a little olive branch of like, hey, if you don't like it after a year, we'll move back, you know? That could be entirely possible because you never know, man. For all the hype and for all the enthusiasm that Brendan seems to have about moving to Austin, it could end up working. It could end up being really shitty for him. It could end up making him lonely and shit because he's not a part of the comedy scene. He's not doing stand-up, the Bobby Lee drama. Even though comedians are pussies and they probably won't say none of that shit they're saying to him behind his back to his face. And they'll probably start to pretend that they're his friends. Because it wouldn't surprise me if, like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Tfatk Austin edition suddenly had like Bert, Tom Segura, Andrew Santino, all these people that have been actively avoiding Brendan and Brian. It wouldn't surprise me if all those guys suddenly started appearing on their pod, you know? Maybe some of the Kill Tony guys, whatever. Because these guys are, you know, they don't really have a spine and shit. So it wouldn't surprise me if they started to like suck up to him because he's there now and he's around Rogan. But the opposite could also happen. He could get there and he could be really lonely because he's not doing stand-up. He's not got anyone to hang around with. At least with LA, he's got his little car thing going on, hobby. So I guess maybe he might have to get into something. He might start to, you know, he might have to go and buy a horse and visit that a few times a week to kind of make himself get out and shit. But it might end up being a bit of a wild situation. There's another caption here. Oh no, there's actually a video posted that kind of details it. So let's actually see what you wrote here. Oh, this is an update post. Let's see what's the update post. I think she corrected some of the grammar, didn't she? Yeah, she did. She corrected a lot of the grammar. I'm not gonna read it again because it doesn't fucking matter. But let's actually play the clip here. What she posted on Instagram. I guess this is maybe the view of the house, maybe, or the hotel she was in. I don't know. Maybe it looks like a hotel, to be fair. I think this is an old video from a hotel. I don't think this is the house. It looks way too high. Yeah, it's probably the view from the hotel. Yes, that's a hotel for sure. That's her driving that one time. And that's the house that's now been sold. So yeah, I guess she's happy. Congratulations to her. Let's see how it works out. I'm actually surprised that she was down to move. I'm not gonna lie. I had a theory on here once. I thought that she was gonna be the person that was gonna fucking, you know, pull back on moving or stop the fucking Austin hype. Maybe she played a part in him not going there first when Rogan first moved there. Maybe she was quick on like, no, I'm not going to Austin, and maybe now her position has softened because of what's been going on in LA. But I just think in general, I think it's about to do with money. I think their money goes further in Austin. I think if they want their kids to go to a private school, you're probably better off going to Austin because you're probably going to be able to get a private school for a fraction of the price you're paying in LA. If you want to live in a mansion, you could probably get a bigger mansion out in LA because this house was 3.9 mil. I think it sold finally for. You can find the same house, same room, same square footage for $1 million, if not 2 max. So, and Brendan even mentioned on the pod that he's going to own it outright, no mortgage. So that probably is the reason why they're going, you know what I mean? And maybe in a year's time, they could definitely afford to get a second property. So suddenly now you've got a really decent property portfolio. So, and if the houses are this cheap, imagine how much the studios are, you know, and the warehouse spaces and shit. So it makes sense monetarily. It's probably just a money saving thing as opposed to, oh, my career is down, let me go move there and go hook up with Rogan, which is actually quite it's probably, you know, a noble thing, but it's better than all the other guys that have been following Rogan over there to do stand up, you know. But I could be wrong. Big up Josie AZ. Have you seen the latest comedy enforcement? No, what's the latest comedy enforcement video? What are you speaking about? Maybe we'll do that after I finish all the Tfatk Q&A and the fucking Yuri stuff. What is the latest? Is it the one where he's talking about Brendan and shit? I don't know. I think I saw one where he's talking about Bert. I'm not too sure. Big up Mr. Bob. Papa's always been a horse guy. Giddy up. MK. He'll probably have some sort of spillover podcast guest. I've always had the balls even horses. Yeah, let's see how it rolls up. Big up. Okay, let's move on. Let's do have we seen all this stuff? No more post from her. The baby gets cropped out. Make sure the tits get there though. Huh? Baby gets cropped out, but we definitely see the tits. Okay, there's the baby now. There's the kids. But the first picture always has to be the tits. Oh, look at the ring placement. Look at the ring placement. Look at the ring placement. Slightly twisted. Slightly twisted towards the camera. Slightly twisted towards the camera, innit? That could easily be twisted, you know, away from the camera, but it's slightly twisted so you can see it. Just so you could fucking see it. Oh, I fucking love this lady, man. She's so fucking hilarious. Let's quickly check her stories. Anything here of note we should need to check out? Nope. Happy Sunday. Mummy shit. Texas vibes. Cool. Anyways, let's get to the Tfatk Q&A. Let's not bury the lead too much. Where's the Tfatk Q&A? Where is it? Tfatk Q&A. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Boom.
Yes, we did, 'cause we back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
This is really the
Let's go.
fighter and the kid.
Come on, baby. Couple tank top boys.
Dude, we're just some
You know
tanks.
what I'm saying? I've been working
We're
out.
just a couple guys in tanks, man.
Well, you know.
Oh, by the way, according to people on the Reddit, the reason why they're wearing tank top is because they banked episodes, but they were too lazy to bring a chain of t-shirts. You know, usually if you're banking episodes, you bring a chain of t-shirts. It's a standard content creating protocol, right? Or podcast protocol. If you're gonna bang out a few videos, you bring a change of outfit so it doesn't look like it's the same fucking clip. But they couldn't bother, I guess, or didn't remember to bring an extra set, a t-shirt, but they got a vest underneath, so they just took off their shirt and they're wearing their vest to make it look like, you know, it's a different episode, but they're filming the same day. Absolutely hilarious. Bare minimum, low effort boys.
What it is I'm taking my workouts to another level.
Yeah,
doing
you
a little
look
tough
tired.
sparring. I'm doing some CrossFit kind of stuff, routines.
Do they not have bench?
Yo, big up Mr. Bob. Oh yeah, GFL. Yeah, speak about that later too. Big up Victor E. Why would anyone be jealous of her? She's forced to sleep next to Papa. Imagine that, or better. No, I don't think that's fair. I think there are some women out there, not all lot, or maybe not people that you guys know, but there's definitely a bunch of women out there that'll be happy to shack up with Brendan. You know, he provides you with that. If you care about that sort of lifestyle, he provides you that kind of lifestyle, and essentially you get left alone. And I think she likes it. I think we kind of talk about it, we complain or we fucking pontificate or, you know, whatever about their relationship. But I think they both like how the arrangement. He gets left alone to do his thing. She gets left alone to do her thing. she kind of walks around and travels around the country with her kids like she's a single mother when she isn't, because Brendan's never usually there. But I think she definitely doesn't want him to be there. I get the feeling, you know, she doesn't seem like she nags him about it. He gets to do his comedy thing, or at the time, or now it's the car thing. And yeah, she gets the money. He gets to have a trophy wife in some respects. I think some people will be happy with that relationship or with that arrangement. It's not for me personally. I'm sure it might not be for you, but some people will be happy about it.
So, okay. So I haven't, okay. So
you're one of
my
those gyms that don't use
my
bands.
chest is a slow burn. It's a slow burn. It's a slower burn. We're working on the other stuff first.
Really?
And then we'll
See,
get
I
to
would
the
say
chest.
chest
Yeah,
first.
most guys would. Now, here's the thing. There's a genetic component to this that I'm not really. I've got a Shogun Hula chest. You
Your
know what
mom
I'm
has
saying?
flat chest too?
My mom was actually very amply endowed.
Really?
Yeah. My mom.
Your mom has some sweater
had
puppies?
Giant Italian breasts.
No way.
That's correct.
Your mom has those big
What is this conversation, man? What is this conversation?
salamis?
Yes, and my
I
dad
didn't
was a
know that.
barrel-chested fella, but somehow
Your dad has some
old
tits?
Bry was born with. You know, Dov Davidoff said you were the guy when the Spartans were rowing the boat. They needed somebody in the front of the boat who knew people.
Big up Young God Vibes. Papa ain't so bad. I've done worse for less. Exactly. Big up Young God Vibes. Thank you. Big up Young God Vibes. Exactly. I've done worse for less. It's hilarious. Love the honesty.
And could negotiate spice trade
And hold the
King Bayu, don't blame me, please. Don't blame me, fella. Please, allow me. It wasn't my fault. I just pressed play, and now we're talking about Brian Callen's mum's tits. I don't know.
hold the
goods.
candle.
Yeah, let me. I can speak the language.
Yeah.
Somebody who was just there to,
Yeah.
who liked people and knew the difference between cardamom and Aleppo
Yeah,
pepper.
yeah.
You know, somebody who was sensitive to the environment.
News
and-
cheeses.
Yeah,
Stroke off
you
the
need
boys,
somebody
yeah.
who can be not physically robust, but somebody who's sensitive to the temperature in the air.
Talk their way through the town.
There you go.
Yeah, I get
there
it.
you go. Somebody who's there good. And I might just have been the guy who kept everybody laughing and happy.
Yeah, the
You know?
jokester.
The jokester.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be built with.
Chest just in it, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not
not-
coming. Hey, it's not coming at what are you, 56?
58, and this
If
is
it's not
all.
coming- if-
and this is all the best I can.
God damn, he's 58. 58. Like, he looks good for 58 physically, but recording a podcast in your 58, he's probably going to be doing this until what? Until the day he dies, isn't it? 58. I don't make the transition. Like, it's not a bad transition. It's still not great, but making a transition to just be a guy that does stand up isn't too bad, bro. You might do the odd appearance on the pod here and there, but surely at 58 years old, you shouldn't be on a 3 times a week or 2 times a week pod. You should be just transitioning into having a bit more of a slower paced life, taking your foot off the pedal a little bit, you know, not still creating content and trying to like jump on viral trends and shit on social media. Like that shows you the brutality of Hollywood, innit? The unrelenting fucking pressure that exists out there, that you still feel like you have to be like in front of a camera like all the fucking time. If it's not on your own social media platforms, it's on the fucking pod you have. 58. I didn't know he was that old. So in 2 years' time, he's 60. He'll be what, 59 next year? Brutal.
I can do.
All natural. But if a chest isn't coming at 58, it's not like, well, next year.
We're not getting our stuff
No.
in chest. No.
It's not your thing.
No. So, but it is.
That's
It is
okay.
a couple of. It is Tanked Up Wednesday, and we are
The chin just up the volume on the board or something. Yeah, I think he must have.
here. And it's Tanked Up Thursday, but we're recording this Tanked Up Wednesday. And for me, at the end of the day, I'm going to shave the old head and get a
think
little
you're-
bow.
I think she said went Thursday to make it, you know, to quote unquote trick the fans, but Brian's so dumb he still said Wednesday. So yeah, nice.
Ever
Talks.
going to do that?
We'll get some hair transplant stuff. By the time I'm 60, I think I can look 50, and that's
You don't
the,
look like Jeff
that's the goal.
Bezos, dude.
I'm yes. Hopefully, I can look like the problem with the
have
old
better eyes,
father time.
Undefeated.
No matter what you do, you're still gonna look a little bit. You're just gonna look old. You're just
Do you know anyone that's beating Father Time?
so Laird,
J-Lo?
Laird Hamilton. When I saw him in his 20s or early 30s, I'd never seen anything like it, and he's older
He's
now.
still in phenomenal
He looks
shape.
great, but he's
Yeah.
still an older guy.
He looks
no matter what you
fucking
do.
good, though.
Yes, for his age. For his age,
I got
But-
2 people for you that I think are
He
beating
looks
Father Time.
great.
he looks great.
So is his wife. They're both dimes.
Yeah, she's a freak.
They're
She's-
both freaks, though.
Yeah, they're incredible.
Yeah, look at them.
She's taller than he is. How about
They're
that?
both freaks.
Yeah, but he's older. See what I mean? He's still, he's got
But Brian, you don't look like that, bro. You don't look like that.
that giant neck.
Who?
Still got a lot of
so
hair.
now- I mean, J-Lo's beating it.
No, James Marsden. Have any of you ever worked with him? Can you pull him up? This guy has looked the same
yeah.
for 25 years.
I think my wife was on a plane with that guy,
No way.
and she sat right across from him. Yes,
Look at him.
And yeah, and he's
funny.
He's probably my age, right? How old is he? A little younger. 51.
51.
51.
So, yes,
Yeah, he's got
Probably older though, because Hollywood actors love to fake their age. So, but I wonder if a lot of it has to do with Brian's just hair. What do you guys think in the stream chat? Maybe his refusal to get plugs or get any hair transplant or even shave it to a buzz cut fucks him up, because maybe the hair just makes him look super old. And he's always had this hair, but he's always had this balding trim since he's just unlucky, genetics and shit. I think he's been balding like this since his late 20s, But I think if he would have got a hair transplant, I think he would look younger. I think the hair is what makes him look old. Not even the grays, I don't think so. I think it's that hair. It's just too, Oh, bit Kim Bayo. It's the extra skin on his face. Yeah, extra skin. Extra skin on his face. It's fucking brutal. But I think if he just, because physically, body wise, like if he just covered his face, not to say that Brian is one of those people that you should put a bag over his head, but I think if he covered his face and just had his body, I think a lot of guys wouldn't mind looking like Brian at 58 years of age, body wise, from the fucking neck down. But unfortunately, I think it's that head, that face, and that hair, and yeah, maybe the extra skin is what's maybe making him look super old.
got a full head of hair.
Or also, just stop there. I also wonder if he's just unlucky. He just might just have an old face. Some people just have an older face. Maybe his dad also has an older face. Some people just have that kind of genetics. So maybe it wouldn't really matter what work he got done. He would always have an older looking face.
Man, and a good actor. Handsome
He's
son of a bitch.
great. Yeah, he's funny.
And my wife said he was very handsome in person.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
He's a dish.
Yeah, he's
Get
a
it.
dish. And he's
Yeah, I bet he was giving your wife hungry eyes as well, bro. He looks like a sniper. This guy. He looks like a fucking sniper. This James Marsden.
talented. And he's talented.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
talented. He's got a good old career going too.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
You see,
Now look at that hair. I mean, a lot of it's in the hair. I got to be honest with you. If you don't have a lot
Yeah,
of
if
hair
your
in your
hair's
Okay, I take it back. Big up King Bayo. King Bayo is right. Just James Marsden probably got some Botox done and stuff or whatever. But look at his face compared to Brian's. Like even with the hair, just look at his face. Like he doesn't look as old. Brian just looks old. He even got the old man nose. Look how big his nose is getting. Like his nose is huge. He's getting that old man wine nose. So he's just got an old face. It just is what it is. Just embrace it. And also, it's a very Hollywood, LA, Brian Callen delusional thing to be comparing your physical looks to, one of the most good-looking men in the industry right now to you. It's not the best example, just he's legitimately like one of the most physically attractive men. And you're comparing, like, this guy must have looked incredible when he was young, by the way. He looks like this now. Imagine what he must have looked like when he was 21. Like, let me get that up. Let's see, James Marsden, 21. How did he look then? He must have looked like a fucking Adonis. Let's see. Is that him? Yeah, look at that. That's a good looking guy, man. That's a good looking dude. Actually, you know what? I think he looks better older. I'm not gonna lie. I'll take it back. That's him younger, right? That's him 21. I think he looks better older. I think he actually looks better in his older age. Weirdly enough. He actually looks much better older age. He kind of looks like a really good looking version of Crystalia, isn't it? Like, this is what Crystalia thinks he looks like. Yeah, I think he actually looks better older. I'm not going to lie. He looks way better older. Or even with this trim. Yeah, he looks really good there. But I think he definitely looks better older. I think this is him a little bit older, right? Yeah. I think he looks. Let's see. James Marsden. Let's do James Marsden's 30 years old. Okay, that's a TikTok of him from different years, right? Actually, let's see this. Let's see the TikTok of him throughout the years. Big up everybody tuning in. Smash. Oh, the video's not available. Cool. Maybe it's this one. Big up everybody tuning in. Smash a like if you're enjoying the video. Follow, subscribe, all that good shit. We're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month. Join. So let's take off the sound because it's gonna have copyright sound. That's him in. That's him 20. That's him on 20. Yeah, good. Yeah, I don't think. Look, let's be fair. I know Brian's probably feeling a little bit self-conscious, but I don't think there's ever a time in Brian's life where he looked like this, did he? Hold on. I don't know why it's doing this. Solve this fucking puzzle. No, go away. Okay, there you go. What's it doing that for? Cool. Oh. Why is it? Come on, man. Just let me fucking watch this fucking shit. Okay, there you go. Is that good? Are we done? Thank you. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think Brian has ever looked like that ever in his life, you know? Let's be fair. Has he ever looked like that ever? So I think it's unfair to compare yourself with someone like this. I just think physical, you know, genetics are what they are. This guy just got a younger looking face. The hair might help, but I think it's also the face. Brian's face just looks too old, unfortunately for him, which isn't an issue, but it is what it is. That's him at 22. Still looking like a dime piece. 25. Definitely gonna steal your mum, steal your girl. Everyone else included. Let's see again. 27. Yeah, he looks good. He looks good throughout, man. 29. He never had a bad year. 31. Still looks great. Actually, he would have done a good American Psycho remake, innit? Just looking at that old clip, he would have done a really good American Psycho remake. 34. 35 still looks great. I wonder if like him and Crystal, like sometimes with the Crystal thing with the hair, I wonder if there was a time in his life where he actually went to auditions and Crystal competed with him. That's a real sobering thing, isn't it? When you're sitting in the fucking waiting room and you see him competing with you for a role in a particular show because you have maybe the same physical attributes. Eesh. That's him at 40, 41, 42, 44, 46, 47, 50, 51. Yeah, aging that fine wine. Let's be real, man. Let's be real, man. That's a good looking man. That's a fucking good looking man. Holy shit. Yeah, Brian's doing himself a real disservice by comparing himself to that guy. That guy is really good looking. Oh yeah.
Great, you got my.
Yeah, exactly. Big up Z. Brian would be typecast as Irish Italian gang member 4. Exactly. Big up. He's like the American Carly. Who's that? He's like the American Carrie Elwes. Who's that? I don't know who's Carrie Elwes. Big up MK. Who's that? Carrie who? Carrie Elwes. Who's this? Oh, yeah, to be fair, what an amazing call. Big up MK. That's actually an amazing reference. Yes. Yeah, this guy, that's aged like fine wine, because this guy's, yeah, Brian's just unlucky, isn't it? He's just got bad genetics, because this guy's probably the same age as Brian, right? And he looks really good. How old is he? 62. Oh, yeah. He's 4 years younger than Brian. And he looks younger than Brian. Or same age, you know, kinda. Brian looks older than 58, to be completely honest, doesn't he? Like, let's be fair. Brian does look older than 68. That's his issue. No, sorry, he looks older than 58, sorry. Young Callan, please. Okay, cool. Let's do young Callan. Brian Callan, 21. 21 years old. Does that exist on the internet? Is it? Yeah. I don't know. You know? He's just got an older looking face, and it's not his fault, man. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. Let's do Brian Callan, 35 years old. Let's do that. Let's see what you got here. Okay, I guess that's there's some version of him being 30 in that movie he was in. Yeah, I don't know. Just embrace it, bro. It's not, don't compare yourself to all the good attractive men out there. Just embrace what you look like and it is what it is, isn't it? Oh, is that Michael Callan? Shit, I haven't seen. I don't think I've actually seen a picture of what his dad looked. That's his dad, isn't it? Right? It's Brian Callen's dad. Is that a new picture or old thing? That's old. Wow, that's what Brian Callen's dad looks like. My father, Big Mike, 83 years old, and my youngest son, 1.5. Power comes in small packages. Yeah, see, that's his dad. That's the genetics, isn't it? Unfortunately, there. He's that's an older looking man, which is not a bad thing at all. But yeah. Oh shit! Is that a Freemason's ring? Is that a Freemason's ring? That is, isn't it? Right? That's a Freemason's ring, isn't it? That is a Freemason's ring. I'll definitely recognize that there. I can't zoom in anymore. That's it. I can't zoom in anymore. Hold on. Oh, I can. More there. That's a Freemason's ring, isn't it? That is definitely a Freemason's ring. Come on. That is definitely a Freemason's ring. I don't. Let's see. Let's do Freemason ring. I'm sure I've seen it with that same design. Yeah, it's like blue. Yeah, there you go. I think I've seen it like that. It's like, it looks like that. I've seen it like that. I'm pretty sure that's a Freemason's ring. I'm pretty sure. Wow. Fair play. Fair play. Now we know why Brian's still out here, playing touch button shit out there. You get me? In Hollywood and shit, because Papa Callan is paid.
I hear you put it on his face. He's looking every bit of 51.
Yeah, every bit.
It's just that.
Big up KP. Brian dad looked younger than him is hilarious. Big up 20 FM Wagwanji.
That hair keeps you looking good, and when you have that genetics.
It's all about the hair.
Damn.
Yeah, I never thought about it, actually. Big up Mr. Studio Girl. His youngest kid being a baby is insane. That's so true. Look at the delusion. They're saying it's just about the hair. I think it's more than the hair. It's also the face, people.
Every bit.
It's just that hair keeps you looking good, and when you have that genetics.
It's all about the hair.
I don't think you get the cover of Noble Man by just having a lot of hair. You also have to have a face,
Hair.
Damn. I mean, that's a beautiful head of hair.
Oh, that's a beautiful man.
Yeah, but I wish I that's the one thing. It'd be nice.
How old's Dax Shepard? He looks good too.
Dax is probably in his 50s.
Yeah, he's on TRT, but he looks a lot
50 years
better.
old, yeah. Dax a big boy. I think he had his substance abuse for a long time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So
he's a big car guy.
That's a weird cope, man, mentioning that he was an addict. Jesus Christ, what a cope. I think he was a crackhead or something, so yeah, that's a good thing though, no? He looks the way he does and he abused drugs hard and he still looks better than you.
Yeah.
Good pod.
Big up younger vibes, appreciate you. Okay. Well, hey, sometimes to get to the truth, you have to get to the nuts of the story. Get it?
But he looks good for his age. He looks great.
Sure.
He has some cool cars.
I never met
He likes
Dax.
stuff different than I do, but he has some cool stuff.
Yeah.
He likes the station wagons and Grand Nationals and
That's
shit.
dope right there.
67 Lincoln Continental. That's dope.
Yeah, I never.
This is interesting.
Yeah, he loves station wagons.
You ever met Dax? I never have.
I never have. Fan of him though.
Yeah, good guy.
Oh wow. First time he admitted that. Wow, that's a new thing. Usually when somebody mentions a celebrity like that's name, especially Brian when he asks him, he usually is like, yeah, that's my boy. Because he's always been a big fan of Dax. To be fair, he's been a big fan of Dax Shepard's podcast. I forgot what it's called again, with the Asian lady that he does it with. I used to listen to it in the past, but I kind of fell off listening to it. But yeah, it's the first time that I've heard him say, no, I don't know that person. He always lies. His instant reply is always like, yeah, I do. That's my boy. Shit, okay. Big up your Texans don't lie. Yeah, howdy partner. Salt of the earth, innit? Salt of the earth. Oh yeah.
The other guy I noticed, and this is again kind of a weird world, was Jacoby Shaddix. He's the lead singer of Papa Roach. He has not aged a day.
Really?
Powerful bunch. He's 48.
Yo, big up NJ
What's
Ranger.
the lore on these two MFs wearing beaters now? My culture is not your costume, you two humps. Especially Rinks. Looks like a camp survivor.
Yes. He actually does. Especially the grey colour. Especially the grey colour. He looks like he looks like an extra on fucking Schindler's List, innit? He definitely does. Now, according to the Fire and the Kids subreddit, they are saying that they were allegedly people are saying that they were too lazy to bring, or they forgot to bring a t-shirt because they were banking episodes. So they recorded this on the Wednesday, sorry. That's what you usually record. They record the Monday show. They record the Tuesday show on a Monday and the Thursday show on a Wednesday. So they didn't bring a change of clothes, so they just took off their shirts and then had their wife beaters on, essentially, to do the other episode. That's basically why they did it. So this is another day. It's the same day, kind of thing. If that makes any sense.
Here's what he's on tour right now.
Brendan took off his fucking cowboy hat already. All this cowboy law, but he took it off already, right? Yeah, Austin Law's gone. He's already getting uncomfortable. It's making him sweat.
Actually, with Under Oath, and Carrie Underwood came out on stage and sang with him.
He's got youthful hair. He's got great hair.
Yeah, don't spike your hair like that though. But yeah, he looks great.
You remember Papa Roach
But
songs.
don't spike your hair like that. But he looks fucking awesome. And I'm a fan. His music, don't spike your hair like that. But his music's fantastic.
Really?
And he's talented as fuck. Okay. Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, no, we're not.
But he might just be, he just posts what he's grateful for. That's dope. That's a cool way to use social media.
Yeah, it is.
That's too much writing, but and his hair's too much, but I like the message he's sending.
Yeah. That's for
I've
him.
heard from people on tour with him that he is the nicest guy, that the first day of this tour they're doing, he literally spent 3 hours just going to every bus and talking to everybody and getting
I'm a
to know
fan.
him.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
I'm sure he's an awesome
And
guy.
Carrie Underwood sang with him on stage the other
I
night.
love me some Carrie
I know
Underwood.
you do.
Oh, by the way, not that it matters in general, but just to talk about bands, I did check out a little bit of Green Day's performance at Coachella, and it's so refreshing, man. Green Day, not the most amazing band in the world, it's not like I'm listening to Green Day every day now, but how refreshing is it to see like a proper pros on the stage performing big hits, great performance, great fucking production, everyone singing along to the tunes. It was so refreshing from seeing like shitty rap performances that I usually watch on Coachella. It was quite nice to see a professional, proper band go on there and just like handle business. Like Green Day killed it, by the way. Check them out, Coachella. I think the performances of Coachella are replaying and shit, so check those out because I think they'll be gone during the week. But yeah, Coachella was actually pretty decent.
What's his band?
The live stream. I didn't go there. The live stream.
Roach. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
Ugh. Chin joining in as well. You hear Chin joining in? Listen to Chin.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. He hit that song. I have a friend who is a dark story. I played football with him. Then he went to CSU. I went to CU. He played lacrosse too. His older brother was team captain. He was a stud player, but he was always a little off. Got this girlfriend. They went to college together at CSU. She broke up with him. They're on winter break. He found out she was on a date with another dude. He walked in there and shot her and then went to the car and shot himself.
Yeah, that's sad.
But he used to listen to that Papa Roach song before. Sorry, it got dark. But he used to listen to that Papa Roach song before every football game. So when I think of Papa Roach, I think of that.
Yeah,
and it ruined the band for me.
He needed
Press X to doubt.
a friend like you to be like, dude, what are you doing?
No, he was always crazy. Like always a little off.
Yeah.
Like when he went make the play, like, okay, it's just one play. What's wrong with you? Like you could tell, like, oh wow,
Yo, big up Uche in the stream chat. Wild one, Uche.
something's going on there.
Yeah.
We didn't know that was the darkness was going on, but yeah.
That's a guy who catastrophizes and it's like the end of the world.
Stud player too. Stud.
Really?
Stud.
Fuck.
Stud. Shot his girlfriend and then blew his head off. Dark story. But yeah, so I want to think of Papa Roach something else.
Can you make it funny? Maybe dark story, but can we maybe add some comic relief so we don't bring down the fucking, mood of the fucking room? Fucking hell. You just did a bit of good nostalgia there, singing on their old fucking hits, and then you just brought the mood down with just another dreary story. No jokes.
Also, I love their music, so maybe I should hang out with them.
We can make that happen.
Yeah, big up Victor. No jokes. I know a guy from work who actually redacted and always brings up these dark topics like it's unprompted, weird. Yeah, I think some people just do it for the attention, to be fair. Do it all for attention or just to appear edgy. But most of the time they're all made up from my limited experience of those type of people.
And Donnie's sad now. Sorry for that.
Another video to recommend. I watched this whole thing in full the other day when it dropped. Please check this out, by the way. I'm sure actually we might do Golden Hour too. Check this out, please. Trap Law Ross, the downfall of Big U, LA's most dangerous crip. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Trap Law Ross outdid himself. This is such a good documentary. Check it out if you want to get familiar with the No Jumper Rico, aka the Rolling 60s Rico. It's a really good breakdown of what basically transpired. At the heart of it is obviously Big U, this 60-plus-year-old fucking gangster guy that just doesn't want to let go of the streets. And yeah, you come away from it kind of feeling a bit bummed out, I'm not going to lie. Because, you know, at the heart of the story, some young kid ends up fucking dying for some dumb reason, allegedly caused by Big U as well. But it's a really good documentary. Really fucking well done. I was really impressed by it. I've not watched a lot of Trap Law Ross documentaries in full. I think the last one I watched was maybe the King Von one, but I thought that was a little bit too long. But I thought this was the perfect length and it broke it down really well. And I love the narrative, I love how it was broken down, right? Or the narration, how it was broken down in terms of the ramp up of like giving you an overview of who Big U was all the way until like current day issues and what essentially happened. And a lot of like incriminating evidence. Loads of it is just stuff that they've said on podcasts. It's like, oh yeah, these guys just talk way too much. And yeah, it's really good. Check it out. Trap Law is sick.
Direwolf on Time Magazine. They brought back the direwolf.
Oh man,
what is a direwolf?
it's from Lord of the Rings.
What?
I don't know what the
Tips the scales at 80 pounds, could grow 6 feet long.
150 pounds. A 6 foot, 150 pound. That's a big animal.
Dude, that's the one in your backyard.
Yes, it is.
That might be
Yes,
direwolf in your
dude.
backyard.
Yes, it is. Yep.
He said wolf, right? He didn't say wolf. He said wolf. Dire wolf.
Whoa.
Isn't direwolf? That's what's in
No, actually, not wolf. He says dire wolf. Wolf. Wolf.
Throne?
Dude, they brought it back. Yeah,
yes, Game of Thrones. But isn't that in Twilight?
Maybe
Yes.
Twilight.
They brought it back.
Yeah. Hey, when you think of Twilight,
they?
no one has
Scientists.
no one has a problem with a vampire that's 300 years old dating a 16-year-old. We're just gonna gloss by that.
I do. And also, why is he in high school?
Yeah, I'm gonna protest it.
Gloss by or gloss over? Gloss by or is it gloss over?
We're just gonna gloss by that.
I do.
Gloss by. He always fucks up easy sayings, isn't it? Gloss by. I think it's gloss over, my friend.
And also, why is he in high school?
Yeah, I'm gonna protest it.
Creepy. But he's a vampire. So he eats people and sucks their blood and kills them. So anything goes with a vampire. It's not like vampires are not going to drink a 16-year-old girl's blood.
It's real to me.
Especially when they look like they're 16.
Never read any of those books or seen the movies, so I don't know.
I lived them.
Of course you did. I'm surprised. I'm not going to lie. Given what Sanaz looks like, I'm legitimately surprised that she hasn't watched any of those movies I mentioned.
Lived them? Well, now you have to get into it.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I've not read.
Yeah, please don't get into this, brother. You got enough of the allegations. You're trying to come back. You're trying to fight against cancel culture. Like, you don't need to bring up this story. You don't need to fucking talk about how you lived the life of a vampire. PDF, like, you don't need this.
Those books. I saw the first movie. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a romance thing. Kristen Stewart.
Vampires are always like sexy, right? Like you
Yeah.
turn.
Oh, by the way, big up the stream chat. Have you guys heard of the controversy going? That sounded mad African there. Have you guys heard of the fucking situation happening with some of your college girls out there in the States? I think one of the names is Nikki Papuccio or something, and the other girl. 2 girls who got caught slamming randoms on the street. Yo, the whores in America are another level, innit? And everyone's actually saying, I think the debate is like having a gay son or whore daughter. And I think there's one girl that went viral recently who had a threesome. Did you guys see that? The threesome one. So there's that Nikki Papucci girl who was slamming some black guy on the street in Miami somewhere, like in view of everybody on the sidewalk. And there's another girl that's a brunette who was having a threesome with these dudes in like a hot tub or something. And on the same day she was with her dad. Her dad kind of like, you know, came to visit her at college or something. And then in the night she was getting threesomed. So I don't know. Haven't you guys seen this? It's all over. It's all over Barstool Sports Twitter type of thing. It's a college thing. It's a college affair. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna continue on because you guys are looking at me weird.
Yeah, I love it all. We have some fan questions, dudes.
We do have some fan questions. Let's just get straight into it.
We should have a summer fan questions, fan questions.
Fan questions, fan questions.
Here's one from Jose Hernandez. What do you recommend for a 320-pound dad that let himself go after high school but is trying to get back into lifting? I used to power lift and now I'm...
Please, Brendan, be honest and tell him Ozempic. Please say peptides over Ozempic because that's what changed Brendan's life, by the way. He was struggling to lose weight for a long time, struggling to keep on a diet, and then Ozempic came on the market and suddenly he looks the way he looks now. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. Hopefully Brendan is honest and says Ozempic.
trying to be a model for my 2 boys.
Oof.
Brendan, take it away.
Number 1 would be diet. So he's 320 pounds, not because he stopped working out, probably because of his diet. And if your kid's eating junk food, they're going to eat the junk food. So then it's a terrible cycle.
So you stop your kids eating junk food, that's how you're going to lose weight? Or do you just have meal plans and stick to your diet? What does your kids' food have to do with, like, honestly, what a weird suggestion. What does your kids eating have to do with how you eat? Surely that's a part of having discipline. Yes, it's going to be hard to resist the chicken nuggets or the turkey dinosaurs, but that's a part of, you know, the sacrifice that you do if you want to lose the weight and get healthy. That's a weird thing. You're going to make your kids eat white rice, broccoli, and chicken? What?
So I'd clean up the diet so your kids
Diet for sure.
Yeah, so your kids eating good food. Take the kiddos on walks or doing something active, getting your 10,000 steps in.
Start slow, right?
Yeah, start slow with walks with the kiddos. And then just get your ass in the gym.
Even 20 minutes in the gym, if you do it right. Even like just going in there and doing just something for 20 minutes.
20 minutes almost waste your time.
I totally disagree. What do you mean it's a waste of your time? If you do it right, 20 minutes is...
This guy ain't going in there doing the workouts you do at On It, buddy. He's going to his local gym, and he's not going to put together a whole circuit. He's going to start slow.
Right.
And he's a power lifter. His background is
he's
power lifter.
Okay.
You want to calm down now?
Okay. Well, you still can get your shit.
No, you're not going to plan your whole
20.
morning for 20 minutes.
But get a 30-minute thing in then with,
You could knock
with somebody
out
who can
maybe
teach you how to
30.
do some circuit training. Start out. I just think an hour is a lot.
I just think asking these 2 guys, one of which is like, one guy, I think...
Powerful bunch.
Yeah, big up Son Aziz, appreciate you.
I get all my diet advice from someone that drinks 15 Diet
Exactly.
Cokes a
I was
day,
gonna say that.
takes 6 nicotine pouches at a time, and refuses to drink water.
Exactly. I was just about to say something along those same lines, like emailing into this type of show and asking them for diet advice is, you're already lost. I mean, you've already started off on the nail. You know, there's no hope for you if you need these guys to give you pointers. These are not the guys to go to. One guy is just like, he's looked that same size his entire life in Brian Callen. And Brendan has only lost weight because this magic drug come on the market, but he refuses to acknowledge that he took it. And he's also got a bunch of shit in him. He's got fucking steroids, TRT, loads of other shit inside of him that may have helped the weight loss fucking process. And he's also was once a professional athlete, so it's not really the best person to go to for, I don't know, regular guy advice on how to lose weight. But this is just probably a troll anyway.
You're going to find ways to avoid it. You're not going to find ways to avoid 20 minutes. Like, if you just get it in, even if you're lifting, like, you know, just if you're doing something physical.
But once you're in there, you'll be good. He just needs the hard
Right,
part's just
but if
going
you-
in.
yeah.
But just start, dude.
Start.
Okay.
Starts with diet, though.
Okay. Mickey York wants to know who can do more push-ups, Callen or Schaub?
That would be worth trying right now.
Of course. the fans know the show well because they knew exactly this is gonna. Because these guys, with their view on masculinity and all this sort of shit, you knew they were gonna do this straight away. You knew they were gonna do this straight away. This is fucking hilarious. Fucking brilliant. I love this. Good question.
Let's do it. You got tank tops on.
And I will do 30 push-ups right now without warming up. And I would imagine you can do more than that.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's do 20 just for shits and giggles and see how we do.
I mean,
25?
whatever you want.
You want to do it outside or in here?
In here.
I think in here.
Where though?
Right there.
Son, there's 2 spots.
I mean, again, I got to be careful, but let me try it.
Just so you know, this question was asked 5 times.
Take a little break. I want to just talk about what.
Oh, really? Is that true? Big up Asad Aziz. AZ doesn't understand the desperation of America's healthcare. Bape is someone's go-to nutritionist. We're so fucked. Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, that probably explains why Rogan is also a lot of people's go-to nutritionist, because you save a lot of money if you just tune into Rogan. He can give you the advice, which may also explain why what's it called Andrew Huberman and those type of people are really, really popular too. Fucking hell. At least with Huberman, you're gonna get some helpful advice. I think he's helped a lot of people. Advice with having like weight protocol, healthy life protocols, and I think he's actually helped a lot of people abstain from alcohol. I think he's had some really good episodes on his pod where he speaks about drugs and alcohol and shit and how dangerous and how harmful they can be to your life, and he's really helped people get over the line in terms of quitting those type of things.
What does a mechanic, auto shop owner in Georgia, a taco restaurant operator in Arizona, and a life-saving medical innovator in Tennessee have in common? Do you know what they have?
Dude, it sounds like they're all small businesses, and you know what? I bet they're all thriving on TikTok.
That's right.
Sorry, what am I doing? Apologies. Let me skip over this fucking ad.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.com. See terms at Pick 6.
Password.
15.
I don't care about these push-ups. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't give a fuck. Let me skip past this whole thing. I really don't care. I don't care how many they can do, how many they can't do. This is just stupid. I don't fucking care. I really don't. Let's see. Let's see the half reps of the push-ups. Does they do half reps? Half reps the same way as the bench press, at least. Let's see that.
50 is the number to beat.
Yeah, we know. What's he gonna do?
9, 10.
Yep, nice half reps there, but still better extension than the other things. But nice, decent half reppies there.
36, 37. That's amazing. 40. 61 legged push-ups, guys.
That's
Well, just for the record, I was.
Look at Sanaa. Look how happy she is. Look how happy she is. My man, my man, my man, my man, my man. Look at that. Look how proud Sanaz is. Proud. She's cheesing, bro. Whole front teeth. 2 rows on display. Oh, God.
Push-ups with one leg.
That's impressive. That's a lot of push-ups.
I only do push-ups with one leg. As a kid, I learned to cross my legs.
You want to try it?
No, thank you.
Okay. That's a lot.
This will give us a little energy.
How much push-ups? How many push-ups can you do?
100.
Right?
Yeah.
Jeez, you do that routinely?
All the time.
I don't do push-ups. That's a lot. That was easy.
I'm gonna let you boys
Yo, Brendan's breathing super heavy into the microphone, isn't it?
catch your breath. This next question's
I
for
don't need my
Chin.
breath catch.
Me.
How have you ever had to cut something out of the podcast you thought would be hilarious, but would worry it would cause some?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
Every
God.
day.
How many times?
Every day.
How many times
day.
I'm like, oh my God, I
Brendan
wish
will
we could keep this
Brendan
in.
will just say something outrageous
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, only now recently to be fucking edgy, but look at him acting as if like this is the most controversial podcast in the world. Oh my God. So it's like, relax.
Shits and
Yeah.
giggles to
Because
fuck.
I
But it's
know
so
it'll fuck
funny.
with Chin.
Yeah.
It's so not those ones. I don't like. It's like the really funny stuff that it's just
By the way,
too over the top.
I give all credit to Magic Mind for those push-ups.
When we leave, though, we'll get in a group chat. And Brian be like, oh, we got to take this out. I'm like, oh, it's so funny, though. But it gets dicey.
I just don't want you to get in trouble.
This current,
Dumb shit.
Big up. Look at the people. Big up J. A. What's that? J. AGRDV. Thank you for being honest, my friend, because everyone was looking at me like I was a fucking psycho. But let me show you while I go on, because I think I might have it saved on one of my bookmarks here, but I'll tell you what to type. I'm not going to get up on the screen, car. I may not want my stream to go down, but y'all people need to see what I'm talking about, because this whole fucking thing has been kind of funny to watch. Let me just quickly check. Apologies for the radio silence. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, all that good shit. But I saw it the other day. I was like, Jesus, man! Like the whores in America are really in 4K, innit? Out here smashing guys in the street and shit. Like, god damn it. Let me see here. Boom, 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 boom. Not Douglas Murray v Dave Smith. There you go. I got it. Brothers, hashtag Scuba Girl. That's the one that got caught recently. Hashtag Scuba Girl. Type that into your Twitter. Hashtag Scuba Girl. SCUBAGRIL. Scuba Girl. Hashtag that. Then thank me later. And the other girl is Nikki Capucci. Nikki spelled Nikki, Capucci spelled CAPOCCI. So hashtag Scuba Girl, hashtag Nikki Capucci, NIKKICAOPOCCI. Nikki Capucci. Hashtag Nikki Capucci, hashtag Scuba Girl. Thank me later. And thoughts and prayers with their fathers.
Landscape we're in with YouTube.
People are idiots, I know.
Okay. All right.
I felt good.
Here's a question we're all getting a lot.
Jesus Christ, the breathing. God damn.
And I get it too. Guys, what's happening with the entire crew when you move to Austin?
A lot of them come with us.
The fact that they haven't answered this question already, or just cleared it up, or just had a segment on the show, it's kind of wild, isn't it? They all, it just shows, it also goes to show how maybe the lack of organization, or people just not giving a fuck. The fact they just haven't got a section on this show or a clip on their channel. Hey guys, move into Austin, whatever. Just quickly breaking it down. Fucking hell.
Not really. So it's a good thing you asked. So in this room, Brian already has a house. I have a house there. Chin's looking. So it'll be me, Brian, Chin. Casey will start here working remote, and then we'll make his way over to Austin. And that's about it.
Yeah, Mark and I will be staying. But I've already talked to Brian. He says there's a room for me. So when I come by, I'm going to do.
Are you sure about that? There's a room for me. He gonna fuck you. He gonna fuck you. Sonaz, he gonna fuck you. This whole like uncle, papa, daddy thing going on. He gonna fuck you. He gonna fuck you.
Do pop-ins and visit
That's
you guys.
Do some pop-ins.
So you haven't gotten rid of me yet, you tell.
Dude,
Yeah, be Uche, did Scuba Girl get in trouble? Yeah, Scuba Girl, no, Scuba don't get in trouble. I think the Scuba Girl thing is more so to do with her. Oh no, sorry, this is the whole meme. I think the whole meme is to do with those two girls. Obviously, people calling them whores, but I think it's more to do with the meme that exists online about would you rather have a gay son or a whore daughter type of thing, right? It's that kind of Chad meme. But I think the other funny thing about it is that I think both girls had, I think, their birthdays on the same weekend or something to do with some sort of something to do with college or whatever. So their families were in town visiting them. So I think both of those girls had their families visiting them for their birthdays. And then later on that same day, one of them was fucking some guy in the street and the other one was having a threesome in a hot tub somewhere in a hotel. So I think that what people are laughing at is like, look at the contrast, you know, one day with your family blowing out candles and getting treated out to a meal with your aunties and shit. And the next minute you're getting all your doors blown out in some fucking. And I think the Scuba Girl, wasn't she in like a blow up? I think the video I saw, she was in like a blow up she's in like a blow up pool, like an inflatable one. Like they took that to the hotel and filled that with water, and she was in there smashing these guys on camera, and they were filming themselves and shit. Like, yeah. But white lads love a good threesome, innit? They love a good recording session. I don't think you get that a lot in the black communities, but they love they love a tag team.
There's some pop-ins.
Yeah.
We'd love it.
Okay. Next one.
And I think the Nikki Capucci girl, I think that one, the funny thing about that was that, I'm not sure if it's true though, the funny thing about that one, the one I was fucking the guy on the street, I think the funny thing about that, somebody showed a screenshot that they had hollered at her on Bumble or something, and she was on some timing, but they didn't follow up. And then I think the funny thing about that was that somebody took a picture of what was allegedly her and her mum at her campus moving her things. So I think the video went viral, and then I think someone took a picture of her mum and the girl at the campus taking her things out of the room and shit, which, you know, must have been a crazy, because I can't imagine what that's like. If that kind of if that video kind of goes viral when you're in college and everyone sees you doing those type of things, like, Jesus, it's one thing if you're an adult, but in that type of environment, it's going to probably attract the wrong type of attention. So she's probably moving out of that campus and going somewhere else.
This is from Steve Allen for you, Brian.
Yeah, big up Aziz.
When Oz comes to America, I'ma take him to an In-N-Out and then we going on a 2-man. A real American experience.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Asad Aziz. Don't tempt me with a good time, okay? Please don't tempt me with a good time, because I'll follow up.
Brian, which hairstyle that Brendan has
Burgers and Bustin', huh? B&B, Burgers and Bustin'.
had over the last decade was the best and worst. Example, trucker Brendan, platinum silver Brendan, neat comb over.
Yeah, big up Victor E, that's true. Brian, for all his faults, looks like he has a decent cardiovascular system, whereas Brapper stuffs his endocrine system with so much, I'm surprised he hasn't popped it. That's a good point. Brendan's breathing. I know he did 61 compared to I think Callan's 30 or something, but he's breathing super hard, isn't it? Like super fucking hard.
Brendan, shaved head Brendan.
Ooh, very good question.
Can I guess before you answer?
Yeah.
Your favorite was shaved head Brendan. Your least favorite was platinum hair Brendan.
I'm a fan of shaved head Brendan, but I like, actually my favorite is when your hair is long, uniformly long.
What do you mean?
It's just
Like hanging in
fucking
the back?
just long like this.
I know,
Yeah.
it's just annoying.
It's just a great head of hair.
all right, I'll take
and it's
it.
And it's a little like whatever. What are
Wow.
you doing? What are you rocking right now?
It's still long,
Yeah,
just
tight,
not,
just high and tight.
but it's long. It's
Yeah.
on top.
Yeah. I don't mind that either.
I'm like the basis for fucking Papa Roach.
Yeah, but I like when it's just it's a special forces look. You've been in the field a little too long.
you'd like
Yeah,
it.
a little feel.
Just when it gets too, I when it gets too long, it's just when it's like blowing my face.
Yeah, a little bit much.
I feel gay.
Yeah, but you should have gay hair because
You're right.
you're thicker than I've seen.
You big up IDZ.
Gay.
Yeah, this is such a cringe segment, honestly. Like, name or the best favorite part of your whatever. Whatever.
But your least favorite was blonde. Was the platinum? I
Yeah.
assume. Yeah.
I think you're bigger, more muscular than I've ever, even when you fought. I
Yeah,
think you're
probably.
bigger. You're stronger than when you fought.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
At least bench rise.
Yeah.
Okay, Chin, I just emailed you a photo we got from a fan, if you could pull that up. And the question was, when looking at this, who would win in a fight?
Oh,
It's nice.
It's really nicely done.
What's that? Brian Callen, Mandrag, and Crystalia, Tired Eagle. Tired Eagle. It's hilarious. Did they put any of the... Okay, there's no dicey stuff on there. It doesn't matter. I thought they were going to put dicey stuff like allegations and shit. Weakness, hairline, weakness, iced Americanas is fucking hilarious. D size, dick size. Like, who makes these, man? Who made these? Who makes these? What? Bobby Lee would hear that though, innit? Pros, anger issues. I think that's a con. He'll meet you halfway. Wrestled in high school. Purple belt. Trained every day for 5 years. Okay.
That's very well done.
Well done. Weakness, hairline.
Whoever wins gets unlimited 16-year-olds.
Weakness.
Allegedly.
Iced Americano.
Weakness hairline, weakness iced Americano.
Years of training,
Belt
unknown.
purple, yeah.
Years of training, 5.
It's true, unknown.
Pros,
Still training
every day
though,
for
still
5
training.
years. Pros, he'll meet you halfway. Anger
It's just- it's
issues.
great. I love this motherfucker. Who
Competitive.
did this? Who sent this?
I have
We
to go
love
back
you
and look
so
at the
much.
video.
Hey, cons for Brian. Trains a few times a year. And then A.
He's so right.
For Delia, cons hasn't trained for over 10 years.
Yeah.
Won't take it serious enough.
Yeah.
Dude, this is spot on.
It's so spot on. This guy is
Post
so
this
awesome.
to Firing the Kid.
Dick size, 9.5 inches. Yep. Bell color. So here's the thing.
That's hilarious.
Put all your money on me. And I mean all your money on me.
Yeah, because Chris doesn't fight.
He's
He's
just-
just
he
not
doesn't
a
have
fighter.
that.
Yeah, be like Ruben Rivera, Wagwan Gigi.
He doesn't
a
have
fighter,
that. He
yeah.
doesn't have it.
Nor would he do it.
No.
He doesn't.
No, he'd be like, oh, dude.
Cons are so fucking funny.
That is
Trains
so
a few times a
funny.
year. Age. Hasn't trained for 10 years. Also won't take it serious.
What a great, look at my AI face too. Oh, that's so good.
Chris's is almost better.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, way better. I mean, that guy's got that's a Matt Hughes jawline and
Yeah,
a
you
Brian
look like
Callen
somebody.
head.
That's hilarious. Look at your kimono.
Why does yours have like
Flowers. on
flowers?
it.
Because I'm in touch with my feminine side.
That's so funny.
Chris is that is
God,
so
it's so
fucking good, dude. Mandragon,
Brendan really likes AI art, innit? He's really like, it impresses him a lot. Like, it's not that, like, it really fucking gags him. Look, he's super, like, he loves AI art. He fucking, oh my god, it's so cool. It's like, it's alright. Like, like, relax. He really likes AI art. He really fucking loves it. He probably got a bunch of artwork in his house from AI generated shit, for sure. He really likes it.
Tired Eagle. That is so good. Tired Eagle and
I
Mandragon.
love it. Yeah, we'll both pick Brian here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it.
Just because Chris isn't a fighter and he would never take it
It
serious.
is what it is.
Chris doesn't have a mean bone in his body.
Right.
Like when me and Chris went to Phil's
Tell the girls that.
with Eric and some guy was like freaking out. Chris like, oh my God, then it hit me. Oh, I have Brendan. I've like, God, I've never thought to myself of another grown man handling a situation
Yeah.
for me, ever.
Yeah. Either have I as much of a pussy
Never.
as I am. I'm just ready to go.
Yeah, Chris is great.
Okay, cool, man.
Powerful bunch.
Yeah, Martinez.
Good matchup, Rogan versus Rinks. Same age size.
That's a good point. It just says, yeah. Rinks is already shrinking anyway. Look, that's why his nose is getting bigger. That's what happens when you get older, right? Your rest of your body just shrinks, so that's why your nose gets bigger. That's what I read anyway. I'm not sure if that's true.
Great though.
Okay, dead air.
Question is for everyone in the room.
Graphics great.
Which guests have surprised you in the most positive way? For this person, it was TJ Miller and Jay Moore.
I mean,
Jay
they're both
Moore's a
great.
great guest, but he didn't surprise me because I've seen him do other stuff.
They're both hilarious.
TJ Miller's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm such a fan of his. We're both Denver boys.
Yeah.
Oh, mine would be Silent J. From remember
Oh, 100%. Not Silent
Kevin
J.
Smith.
Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith.
Jay and Silent Bob.
He just
Yes.
hung with
Silent
us.
Bob, yeah.
He hung all
He
the
was
way.
Silent J and Silent Bob.
awesome.
Awesome. Kevin Smith is awesome.
Connor
Gene
was
Simmons.
great
so
too.
smart. Connor was great.
Disappointment, 50 Cent. Remember?
I literally didn't understand what he was saying. I think he just felt so uncomfortable with us, and he didn't know
They
us.
kind of rushed him into it. and
Yeah,
he was
and-
trying to relate to me with fighting. He tried saying he fought. It was weird.
Yeah, and I didn't.
It
I
wasn't
don't
his
know what was
fault.
going
They were
on.
kind of like, hey, you're doing Fighting the Kid. We're at the Fox. And they
Yeah.
push him in the room. He's kind of like, oh, what up?
Yeah.
He's like, you're the fighter, right? I'm like, yeah, what's up, man? He's like, oh, I fought. I'm like, oh, God.
If we could have had dinner with him alone, just to hung and gotten to know him, and he had trusted us, I think it would have been a very different thing. But he was
I
thrown
don't think
into
it's
the.
ever gonna work though, isn't it? 50 Cent and Firing the Kid. Can you think maybe back then as well? I think 50's way more. He's way more like attuned to doing like white media. I think back in the day he was always doing like black podcasts and radio interviews and shit. But still, they're not a good fit for someone like 50 Cent. You know, they won't get the jokes, they won't get the humor. He's probably funnier than both of them put together anyway, so that's probably not going to help. But yeah, like I remember that episode. I remember it wasn't great.
This thing, I don't think he felt comfortable.
I'll tell you who's surprising with Kato Kalin. Because a lot of those people that, like, you know, obviously he's balls deep with
great.
OJ stuff. A lot of them don't want to talk about their shit. He was completely open.
Yeah, he's great.
We even ask him. He's just
such a
talking about
sweetheart.
it. He's awesome.
He's a man of a certain age too. It's like, all right, you know.
Yeah, there's no ego. He's great.
Who else was
Gene Simmons. I was surprised
he was
by him.
great. Gene Simmons,
But
is a
like
great,
with all the languages.
yeah, he's a great
instantly knew,
communicator.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant guy.
Yep.
But there are some sleepers, people that just like shock the shit out of you. You're like, whoa, you know. But a lot of guys who people had never even heard of, Theo Vaughn. You know, I mean, all these guys that came on. You know. Yeah.
What else you got?
What else we got? Let's go with this one. This is from Kyle Gleason. Need baby name help. We need some help naming our second boy.
Oh, okay. I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling someone was told to screen these questions and get some good ones. This is not as spicy as the first one. I think someone was told, "Hey, let's lay off the fucking edgy questions and the controversial ones because this is what the first episode should have been like, you know." They sound a little bit more, you know, a little bit less combative, right?
We all start with the letter K and would like to keep it that way. We have a few in mind, but my wife threw out Callan with a K the other night, and I had to get your guys' opinion.
I love
what do you
Callan
think,
with
Rings?
a K.
Callan with a K is good.
Did they give it the last name?
No.
I also kind of like
Gleason,
Cato.
Gleason.
I kind of like Cato.
Callan Gleason?
I don't like Kaka. Callan. Yeah, all right, that's nice if you want.
Like, our last name's Kendrick. His middle name's going to be Kevin. Start with a K. KKK. Just something you got to be wary of when you're,
Gotta be wary of that.
Yeah, you don't want that on your
You don't want those
on your
initials.
jacket.
Yeah.
Callan with a K is kind of dope because you don't hear a lot of Callans.
Callan with a K.
Callan's cool. It's different.
I've known some first name Callan.
I don't know any. There's that artist Callan Schaub.
That guy.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, and it's
Is he? That's his real
his
name.
real name's Callan Schaub.
Wow.
You think we would be related because he's a Schaub?
Yeah. Let's take a little break, buddy. Let me tell you something about.
I'm surprised they haven't got him on the show, to be fair. I'm surprised they didn't get that guy on the show. That Callan Schaub artist guy. I'm surprised they didn't get him on the show once. That would have been actually a good guest to get, but maybe he refused to go on. He's an artist that does like spiral spray painting things, whatever. He's always posted on the Reddit from time to time. Surprised they didn't get him on.
That was.
He sold that paint for
that's the one.
$50,000. And he hangs upside
Wow.
Yeah,
down
that's the one.
Wow.
and then does work. Look at that. Boosh.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's sweet.
Okay.
His name's Callan Schaub.
All right.
1.2 million followers.
Wow.
He's crushing it.
I think it's a travesty we don't have a
Look
piece
at
of that art in
that.
here.
That's cool as shit. Look at
We should
that.
have this art in here.
It's too expensive, Sinaz.
I just don't.
His shit is not
Homeboy's
cheap.
expensive. Yep.
And nor should it be.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks
A
cool.
lot of colors.
I mean, that does look cool.
Name's
But would you
I don't know if I'd do
ruin-
that to a Rolex.
Yeah, you'd ruin the watch. It's just so.
But is it going to dry like that or?
I'm hoping there's a still. He just found a way to do this, and
Audio's definitely
somehow it
Crushing it.
picked up. So that's good.
nice
Look
bit
at
of nice bit of
It'd be
dead air
hard to kill
there.
time.
And plus, it just looks.
Look
remember
what time
talking
is it?
about
Be
this
like,
guy before.
man.
Oh, I don't know, but you can.
Oh, it's somewhere between 1 and 4.
Yeah.
Because I can't see the 1 or the 4.
It's just.
Unless it's 6:35, I don't know what time it is.
6:40.
Nice bit of dead air.
That's cool.
Nice bit of dead air.
Sean Meeks wants to know, how do you guys feel when fans come up and talk to you like they know you? Because in a weird way, they do kind of know you.
love it.
Also, I'm
Facts.
sure it's weird to talk to someone like that. But again, big fan, let me know.
I love it.
Yeah, I love
It's
it.
a privilege.
Yeah, it never bothers me.
Brendan doesn't like it. This is a lie, by the way. I have a feeling Brendan, like we've seen videos of him anyway, interacting with these fans at comedy store, comedy gigs and shit, and he always looks very awkward, very uncomfortable. It might have to do with his anxiety because he might have actual anxiety because of all the trolling he gets, and how people don't like him on the internet, he might legitimately think he's in danger every time he goes out in public with somebody wanting to shoot him because he doesn't pronounce words properly. It's not that deep, but I think he's got a little bit of that. But from the videos that I've seen of him doing meet and greets, I don't think he enjoys speaking to his fans, especially if they don't look cool. If his fans aren't like Navy SEALs, former fucking Rangers, former soldiers, former fighters, marathon runner types, he does have that face like, oh my god, another fucking Mexican, you know? Like he doesn't like it. Even though most of his fans look like that, he doesn't like it. He prefers it when his fans are like, you know, a little bit more Aryan and can maybe run a 5K under 30 minutes, you know?
Never.
I think it's like really cool that people. I was in, you know, when I was in Omaha or in Denver, and people come up and shake your hand. It's like it makes me feel good that I'm doing something they really appreciate.
Have you had any bad encounters? I haven't. Never. Not once.
Never. I mean, you know,
and most of them are cool. If I'm with my kids, I'm like, they'll wait till I'm like to the side. I'm like, I know your kids, man. Cool if I get a picture. Or they'll go up to T and be like, you know who your dad is, right? And T be like, yeah. And they'll be like, your dad and this, and this. And T's like, I know.
You know who your dad is, right? As in like what? Trolling? I don't like that, to be honest. You know who your dad is, right? That sounds like a diss to me.
I was at the UFC, and there was a guy in the stands who's like, Calvin. Like when I go, hey, and he goes like this. He goes, oh. I was like, oh.
By the way, you see a difference between like a real interaction and a fake interaction. A real interaction is actually kind of funny. What that guy did to Callan. That's actually a really funny thing, right? Getting his attention and then immediately just putting your thumbs down. That's a great reaction. Brendan's fucking interaction. Oh, do you know who your dad is, right? Some guy came up to Brendan and was glazing Brendan to his son. All right. You're so awesome. The guy was glazing you to be your son. All right, bro.
Holy fuck! He had long hair. He's just kind of big shitty guy. And he's like, "Hey, Callan."
I bet his buddies
like this, you know me. I'm like,
yeah.
"Hey," and he goes.
No, I'm not that big. Big up Victor E. I'm not that guy, man. Get so good to head. I'm not that guy. Big up Bo Jackson. I asked AZ for a pic and he blew me off. Nah, man. I'm the opposite. I get too familiar. I've been out and about. People that have watched Taz and have been out and shit and seen me, you know what I'm going. I've been out for a long time. Many hours with people that I bumped into clubs that watch my videos and shit, you know? Like I'm very friendly. Sometimes too friendly.
It was so awesome.
Suck,
I forgot about that.
That's funny.
It was so good though. And I was like, "What?" I went like this. I go, "The fuck did I do?" You know, I just walked away. It was awesome. That's a great thing to do to a celebrity.
His buddies were like, "Yeah, get his ass."
He was with a girl, but it's such a great thing sometimes
like,
to
You're
do.
not getting your dick sucked tonight.
Oh man.
Callan.
Hey, Callan. I remember when,
and I know you were like, "Hey, what the
yeah,
you're the perfect guy
I was
for
all
it.
excited.
You're the perfect guy for it."
And I was like,
"What I do?"
And it's like, Jesus, I walked backwards. I was like, "Fuck did I do?" You know, it was like such a shock. It was so funny. I remember Billy Baldwin. He did Sliver with Sharon Stone back in the day, and he was a movie star. And he was at a hockey game or football game, and this giant like fireman from Long Island. You know, he's like, "Hey, Baldwin, I saw Sliver. I want my money back, you fucking F guy." And Baldwin was like, "Yeah, well, I'm gonna go have sex with a 10. Fuck you."
Yeah.
It's great.
Fucking boring, bro. What the fuck?
Okay.
Yeah, she's definitely filtering them. You could tell. I think she was told to not do many controversial questions now. I think the first episode was the one. This is definitely a lot more kind, because these questions are boring.
Let's just go with this one. If you boys had to pick the biggest UFC card right now, what 3 fights would it be, and where would it take place?
John Jones,
Tom,
for sure.
Well, Patty Pimlet, Connor, Topuria,
Patty Pimlet, Connor.
Yeah.
If Connor was training and took it really seriously.
Yep.
Why that?
Huge fight.
Just
Patty's massive and
just
massive.
The whole
massive,
thing that would cause.
Massive.
I'm thinking like just to pit skill with skill. Kamzat. I want to see
We
Kamzat.
don't care about their matchmaking. Yo, big up MK. We need a TMZ type video for AZ. Is hilarious. AZ does those Chris Brown style picks. I love that. Big up Younger Vibe. Still waiting for AZ to come to Houston. Yeah, I'm coming, bro. I'm coming. Stateside soon come. I'm coming. Trust me. I am cooming. Cooming and gooning. Big up the gooning crew. Still waiting for AZ to come to Miami. Yeah, we're gonna be out there, bro. We're gonna be out there. We're gonna blow our brain cells, but we're gonna be fucking out there. You know me, you get me.
And
DDP?
yeah, that's what I want.
That fight's happening. No, that's not like
Yeah.
a dream fight. That's happening.
Yeah.
And it's also not going to sell paper.
What about historically? Like
I hate when people do that. I don't.
GSP. Who would you like to see GSP fight?
None of that. I don't do any of the old shit.
No.
Like the current
Why, 'cause
ones.
It's a different game now.
It's just
I don't do any of the old shit. Aren't you the GFL correspondent? I don't do any of the old shit. Hilarious.
stupid. It's never going to happen. Like Tom and John's going to happen.
Yeah.
DVP Hamzat's going to happen. People, how would Bruce Lee stop? I don't. You know, like the current shit. Like Topuria, Dustin Poirier's a fun fight.
Oh yeah.
Islam Makhachev versus Shavkat's a fun fight, or Islam versus Bilal Muhammad, or Islam versus JDM. Like real shit I'm into. This whole make believe, you don't need to do it. There's so many fights we want to see.
Would GSP be a champ today? That's the question. Or is it a different game?
It's tough.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no way we'd ever find out.
But Topuria looked like he was giving Marab some fits in the gym. That was wild.
Staying with UFC, Giovanni Torres wants to ask both of you, do you guys still actually think Conor's ever going to come back? He's been blue-balling us for years. I'm not even a fan of him anymore unless he steps back in the cage.
I know.
I don't care anymore, and I think it's over.
I think he fights one more time. I think odds are he won't win the president of Ireland, and then once that malarkey's done,
he won't win. Oh, now he's saying he won't win after that video trolling him on fucking on BC with the fucking what's his name, the other guy, Luke Thomas. Now he says he won't win. Didn't he say he's gonna win?
He'll come back to the UFC for one more, and I think it's Paddy Pimblett.
God damn, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Paddy or Nate Diaz.
Damn. Patty is the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. How old is Conor now? 37?
I think so.
I don't know. It's a tough, yeah.
36.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
He started very young too.
Oh yeah.
And just skyrocketed within a few years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fastest ever. Yeah. No one will ever do it the same.
Nope. Phenomenal.
This question's for Brian. What's one of your biggest creative regrets? Something you might have passed on or didn't do that still bugs you till this day?
I was, from what I understood, I was in the running for Talk Soup when it was really popular, and I was late to the audition.
Oh, wow.
I missed the audition.
And then,
what the fuck is Talk Soup? Standard brand, by the way. Being late for auditions, not surprised. What the fuck was Talk Soup? Talk Soup, chat show, 6 seasons. Emmy-winning show, of course. An Emmy-winning show. Of course Brian was late to that. An Emmy award-winning show about show that serves up wickedly funny, fast-paced smorgasbord of most titillating, tasteless segments of talk show. The show was features original comedy. So I guess like an SNL type stuff, or maybe like a what's that thing called? Whatever that show he was on. Who hosted Talk? Who hosted it? Joe McHale. Joe McHale hosted it originally. No, the original host was Greg Kinnear, and then it was followed by John Henson, Hal Sparks, and Aisha Taylor. Who's this Greg Kinnear guy? Who's Greg Kinnear or Kinnear? Greg Kinnear. Who's this? Oh, I know this guy. What have I seen him in? He's been in a bunch of stuff, innit? Yeah, he looks familiar. I've seen him in some things. Come on, Brand. He kind of looks at like I could imagine him and Brian go up to the same roles, but you're not gonna get the role over this guy. This guy is like a good actor, you know. sometimes agents put you in fucking terrible positions, isn't it? They make you go blow for blow with these people like this. It's like, look, you're not gonna outdo this guy in an audition. You know you're not gonna outdo him in an audition. You know you're not. Like, what are his credits? That Joe Kinnear, that Greg, what's his name? Greg Kinnear. What are his credits? I bet he's got crazy fucking credits, isn't it? Greg Kinnear. What is he? What has he been in? Fucking hell, actor. You gotta let's look. He's up and coming. Fuck, he's booked and busy, innit? Off the Grid, Firebug, Margot's Got Money Trouble, Shiver, The Saviors. He was in You Gotta Believe It, The Shining Veil, You, Blackbird, Crisis, The Stand, Good People, Twilight Zone, Frankie, Strange But True, He was in House of Cards. Come on, man, you're not gonna beat this person. BoJack Horseman, he played a character in that. Fucking hell. Honestly, Brian's agent did him so fucking dirty. What's this? Flash of Genius, Ghost Town, Robots, The Matador, Stuck on You, The Gift, The Larry Sanders Show, As Good as It Gets. We said that already. Bunch of shit. Too much shit. Yeah, Brian Callen's agent did him dirty, man.
Joel McHale, got it?
Well, Joel's better, but I missed the audition. It was before Joel. It was before Joel.
Oh, before, yeah, I remember.
And I was in the running, and I was good, and I was.
Oh, he was about to do the reboot before. Oh, okay. He just said it there. He clarified it. So Brian was about to do the reboot before Joel McHale. So let's see who was the person before Joel McHale. So Joe McHale did the reboot in 2004. It was relaunched as Soup with 2004 with this guy. So he was meant to do this. I guess he means Aisha Taylor. She did it for 1 year, and someone called Hal Sparks. So it could be one of these two people. Who's Aisha Taylor? Who's Aisha Taylor? Aisha Taylor. Who's this person? Actress. Let's see her credits. Aisha Taylor. What's she been up to? Or what did she do in the past? 76. She was on Criminal Minds. Aisha Taylor. Archer. God damn, The Boys. Sorry, Brian, you're not getting in the head of this lady. The Boys. What's this? What was it? Fear of the Walking Dead. Speech Debate. No, Fear the Walking Dead, not Fear of the Walking Dead. Speech and Debate. Robot Chicken. She played a person in Robot Chicken for one episode. Diet Future President. Bad Therapy. Friendsgiving. That was a big show. I remember at one point. 2020. Big black people movie thing. She was on Conan for one episode. BoJack Horseman. Yo, she was in Madam Secretary. Modern Family. She was in Glee. Come on, honestly, Brian, man, I love the fucking. You gotta back yourself, but you're not getting ahead of her. And let's see who's Hal Sparks. What type of credits did Hal Sparks have? Joe McHale, Brian's obviously not getting ahead of him. Oh, Hal Sparks looks like a Sunday school version of Robin Black, innit? Yeah, that's what he looks like. He looks like Sunday school version of Robin Black. What's Hal Sparks' credits? American actor and director from Cincinnati, Ohio. Hal Sparks. 45 credits. Ton of credits here. Grey's Anatomy. Gen Z. Fuller House. Things I recognize here. Breaking Fat. I don't know what that is, actually. I'll take that back. I don't know what Breaking Fat is. The A-list. So this guy is maybe on the level of Brian, but still some good shit here. Tak and Power Juju, some animation show. Tak and the Power of Juju. SpongeBob SquarePants. Nicktoons. He was in Twilight Zone. Dead Space Downfall. Robot Chicken for one episode. Queer as Folk for 83 episodes. Yeah, Brian, man. You were never going to get that show. I think Brian's agents gassed him up.
I was young and I would have crushed it.
Yep.
And it was Brian Callen sabotaging himself. Mm-hmm. That might have been my biggest creative regret. I don't have a lot of creative regrets. I've tried hard at things. I might not have spent as much time writing scripts. I should have learned writing. I should have gone to school for writing. It's very different. You can't learn things just by reading books. You need tutelage from really good teachers to teach you your mistakes. Mm-hmm. And I made that mistake. That was very dumb. So I would have gone back to school. But my biggest creative regret is not going to a formal writing college. That's
definitely rich kid shit. You went to go writing college. Why don't you just write? What shouldn't your regret just be? I just didn't write enough. Writing college, what a waste of money. That's like BGO going to stand up school. Where did you no? Didn't BGO go to like study stand up in San Francisco or something?
Not studying literature in college, not studying creative writing in college with the best.
Which you majored in history though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not gonna help
fucking
out.
stupid. I should have immersed myself in the best that's been written and read, so I could have learned the craft of writing, which is a very difficult thing.
Do you ever hear when
He doesn't even answer it. I don't even know. Is Brenda gonna answer it? Creative regrets. Does he answer it or no?
what's his name? What's his fucking name from Good Will Hunting? Not
Matt
Ben
Damon?
Matt Damon. He turned down Avatar, and they gave him the offer. So he turned it down. Cameron came back, goes, all right, we'll pay you this much money, but we'll give you a percentage of pay-per-view points. And he's like, nah, it's just, I don't think it's going to do very well. I'll pass. And he said he ran the numbers today, and it's like $900 million, something like that. He's like, that's my biggest regret.
Yeah, we all have them. I don't think you can be in the
Okay, Brendan, please? Can you answer the same question?
game without having regrets.
Yeah, everyone's going to have regrets.
I mean, it's impossible not to. The whole point is that you will stumble through life. You will make one continuous mistake after another.
You'll hit
learn.
some. Yeah, it's all good.
You'll hit some.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily mean
Brendan's not going to answer the question, is he?
your life would have been better. That's
No.
My friend who's made a lot of money and spiritual guy said something I thought was fucking great. He said, you can hit every goal you've set for yourself and ruin your kids' lives. And what he means by that is that sometimes you can make enough money so that your kids grow up with zero struggle. And because you're so busy,
You're never around.
and your children will pay that price and they will pay that piper. Mando is basically to smell.
I wonder if they do you think these comedians believe that cope, by the way? This cope of like, oh, I had to grind and not be there for my kids to make them have a life. It's like most of them, from what I've heard and from what I've kind of read between the lines, most of these comedians, it sounds like they enjoy not being at home, you know? They would rather do anything but be at home with their kids anyway. So I always find it a strange cope. I was like, oh yeah, I did this thing to provide for my kids. No, you didn't. You did it because you don't really like being at home and it's way more fun on the road, probably. You know, you get to indulge all your vices, get to hang out with all your friends, But this idea that they would rather have been at home with their kids is a lie, because they only do that when their career goes down. None of these guys at the peak of their career say, yeah, I'm going to take time out to hang out with my family. It's always when their career's on a downward slope, suddenly, Mr. Family Man, Mr. Regret, all this stuff. It's like, no, I didn't hear Brian have all these regrets when he was, flying high, being on, Cameo in fucking Joker and shit. I didn't hear that. I find that interesting.
The Italian bergamot and that Palo Santo.
Well, dude, those 3-in-1 shampoo.
Okay, let me fast forward. We don't care. We don't care.
They have in the back.
We don't care. Let's fast forward.
Your time spent with your child.
Hold on.
Let's see.
Let's see Brendan telling people how to raise their kids.
It's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. You spend 75% of the total time you spend with your son between the ages of 0 and 12.
Yes.
Then after that, they get friends, they get involved in sports, they're out of the house, they go to college. 75% of your time spent with your child in your life is from the age of 0 to 12.
And that's when you bond.
Again, I don't know if that statistic is true. It sounds fucking made up. And also it's like, I don't know, just try and spend time in your kids' lives throughout their life. It doesn't have to be just hyper focused time. You know what I mean? Like, let's take advantage of all the time available to us, especially however little time we have on this fucking planet.
On too.
But I could be wrong.
I savor every minute I can with my boys. Every minute.
But you just mentioned Matt Damon. Matt Damon was on Hot Ones recently, and he got asked this question that I think we all wonder, like, why don't they make movies like they used to anymore? Like your.
Oh no, I don't wonder about that. Did he talk about Avatar or no?
So I think he sort of went over, but
let me see what he says here about that. That's interesting.
This is such an old clip, isn't it? I remember this is an old clip. Fucking hell, bro. Interesting.
So I think a scenario lots of viewers can relate to is sitting on the couch on a Friday night, going through the streaming services, cycling through the movies and thinking to themselves, they're not making movies for me anymore.
The DVD was a huge part of our business, of our revenue stream. And technology has just made that obsolete.
Oh, that was interesting.
I did too. I didn't think of that. I didn't know that. So DVDs, you can't make your money on
Any other
DVDs, so you
opinion,
got to make
please?
all your money up front.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Any other insight, please? Nothing? No? Okay, cool. Yeah.
DVD used to be what, like $20?
Oh, at
you
least.
can rent them. You can buy the movie online for 10.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
So
Yeah, I never,
We knew this guy was coming.
I never
remember
go to the
talking about
theaters anymore.
No.
Never. Powerful bunch.
Yeah, yo, big up, big up, big up, big up.
Hey, how many chicks you fug? Zairo.
Zaire. Sounds like Zaire. Big up my Congolese man, them. Sounds like the country Zaire, also known as Democratic Republic of Congo. Big up my Zaire Zero, man, them. Big up, oh, you got the vibes. Zero.
Yes.
okay. Jay Kelly wants to know, gents, who do you think will replace Dana White when it's time to hang it up, and when is that time?
I don't think Dana White will ever hang it up. I think Dana White will be doing this when he's 90 years old.
Look at Brenda's face when Dana White's name came up. Ooh, you couldn't. The hate is just bubbling.
I don't think Dana White will.
Jay Kelly wants to know, gents, who do you think will replace Dana White when it's time to hang it up, and when is that time?
The aggressive blinking. You can't convince me he likes him.
I don't think Dana White will ever hang it up. I think Dana White will be doing this when he's 90 years old.
I don't know if he'll do it when he's 90, but eventually he'll have no choice.
Maybe his son, you know?
No, his son's not into it. I could see, but DC's older too. I could see DC taking over.
Okay.
Must be a hot second.
Baylor wants to know.
He's not retiring anytime soon.
Oh, no. Sorry, guys. Baylor wants to know, I just became a dad. So as dads, what's the nastiest thing your kids have ever done that you've had to deal with?
Oh, you'll deal with a lot of shit. They'll just take shits on their own, and they'll miss the toilet, and they'll try to wipe it themselves.
See, I haven't had any of that.
My 3-year-old.
Perfect kids, of course. Brendan's perfectly behaved children. I love it. It doesn't relate to regular parent struggles. Doesn't relate. My kids are perfect. He even lies for his kids and not even there. I fucking lie. Or he doesn't see it because he doesn't have to deal with it, you know? Because Joanna's probably spending most of the time with the kids.
Girl to do a number on a bathroom.
Man, nothing too crazy. I mean, yeah, Bossy shit on the floor, but it was a turd. It was a turd, and Joanna stepped in it. It was like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You see? Look at that. You see what happened? See how quickly that happened? Brian said the truth and said, yes, loads of weird shit happens. Brendan immediately, his reflex reaction was to say no and be perfect and lie. But then he realized he wasn't getting the response he liked. So in order to be relatable, oh yeah, my kid did shit on the floor. I thought you said nothing like that happens. So now all of a sudden you're inventing a story about a kid shit on the floor. He just lies, isn't it? Like anytime he opens his mouth, it's just a lie. Being a pathological liar must be kind of fun, you know. I'm not gonna lie. Because you don't really live in reality. You just, you know, whatever you say goes, and what goes, you say.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
But it wasn't messy. It was just a hot turd.
Yeah.
Why did he go on the floor?
He had to poop so bad, and he was like running to the bathroom, and then a turd came out. And then he's crying, and then we come, Joanna and I come running in, and she goes, "Oh!" She stepped right on it.
Yeah, my little baby was crawling. I
Protects
got
it
out
out.
of the shower, and he's just naked. Just turned my back for a second. He left a pile of shit the size of him. I was like, man, that came out fast. Just boom, you know.
Yeah, nothing too nasty. Yeah, shit's the worst thing you're gonna deal with.
You won't worry about it. You'll change diapers. Fucking.
Yeah, it's not a big
Did
deal.
you guys ever use that tool? It's like Swedish tool to like suck boogers out of your
Yeah, oh, you know what? That makes me
Yes.
gag.
Yes.
When
Yeah,
they're,
right?
When they're infants.
Can we pull that? It's awful.
yes.
So you can
suck-
also shoot distilled water. Don't do tap water because you can get an infection, but distilled water or saline, you know, whatever, through the nose and, you know, push it through. That's also helps.
You're not sucking it out?
No, it doesn't work as good. The suck out gets it out right away, but Joanna has to do it. I'll try because I have a hard suck. So sometimes I have to do it.
But you'll gag.
Dude, I'm like, I can't get through without gagging.
Yeah.
It's so nasty.
It works.
You know, Asian parents just do it directly with their mouth.
No, they don't.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
You're gonna make me throw up, Chin?
Yeah, chin. Chin definitely lets his mum do it to him, innit? You know Chin for sure at 50, but you know Chin definitely still lets his mum do that. Chin for sure lets his mum do that. You know it.
Telling you, that's what they did.
I don't want to talk about
What
it.
kind of age?
A lot of cultures do.
Yeah, they just
Like put my face over his nose?
yes, your mouth. Your mouth. I'm not kidding.
Next
I've
question
seen
I'm
it
going to throw up.
happen.
Next question.
Okay. Grayson says, I'm looking into joining a class to learn some self-defense tactics. What would be the best for beginners?
Karate.
Jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai.
Look at these questions, man. Look at these questions. It's such a different. No wonder there wasn't a lot of clips of these on the Fire and the King. I was thinking, where are the clips from the second Q&A? No wonder. She definitely was either told off or she maybe felt bad and decided to, filter the questions, because I sent a question too. I think I sent a spicy question, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. I think I must have sent one.
Boxing or Taekwondo?
But they didn't read mine.
Karate.
What was the options?
Jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, boxing, or Taekwondo?
It's going to be wrestling, boxing, jiu-jitsu. Muay Thai is great.
Wrestling's not something you really just do.
Yeah,
like it's a lifestyle commitment.
You can't do that.
If you want to take like some classes, jiu-jitsu would be good.
Muay Thai, right? Or boxing? What's better?
Right, boxing, you have more fun.
What's better though?
They're about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big up Abe Martinez. Appreciate you.
Boxing be fun though for him.
Andrea wants to know, what do you guys think of Paul Hughes and Brendan? Do you think he ruined his chances on the UFC by turning down their offer when he was a free agent?
No, I don't think they're gonna hold it against him. He'll be in the UFC one way or another soon. The PFL is going under. Bellator's already gone under. He's by far their biggest star. Even though he lost, he really didn't. He's such a stud.
Can I see Paul Hughes? I don't know.
So fucking good.
Really?
Oh my God. Stud.
Oh, he's that little Irish guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stud.
Oh, is he? He's that good?
Superstar.
Really?
Yes.
He's like the mini Connor.
Everyone says that because Connor's from there, but not really. I mean, yes, they're both
He's a
good
talker
fighters.
though and all that.
No, he's respectful.
No.
So he actually went up to
not.
Khabib saying like, I'm not that kind of Irish person.
Oh, I
or
got
something
you.
like that.
Yeah, he doesn't like the stuff. But everyone does that. Oh, he's a similar Connor.
What weight?
Well, they're both from Ireland's massive.
Is he 155? I forgot. Let me see.
He's a stud, man.
Yeah.
Superstar. I think he's by far the biggest star they have over there.
Isn't he Northern Irish? Though? He's
155.
He's not from the same place as Conor, no? Isn't this guy Northern Irish?
Wow.
I'd love to see him in the UFC. He'll get over there one way or the other eventually. I mean, PFL.
Confusing him with Conor's like don't people from Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland get really offended if you mix it up?
It's going under. Yeah, he's the real deal. He'd fit.
Why
great
is
in the
PFL
UFC.
going under? It's just the same reason all the other fighters
GFL.
do.
Yeah. Don Davis, their owner, every time he speaks, it devalues the company.
Talk about
Doesn't give us the fights you want to see.
Talk about GFL,
They have
bro.
like 8 fighters anybody actually wants to see. They never match them up. They keep emphasizing the stupid smart cage
Why? Why do they do that?
because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. He's not they're not fight fans. They're businessmen trying to create revenue, but they don't have any stars.
Right.
I think Brendan will be forced to talk about GFL on the Tuesday show. I think this was banked, so this probably happened before. What's his name? Eric Hawani's tweet. He'll probably be forced to talk about GFL on the Tuesday show.
They don't know how to make stars. They don't have any depth. Horrible production. Don't give us the correct matchups. Like it's a fucking disaster.
I think the only other promoter other than Dana White that was actually legit was Scott Coker.
Yeah,
like he
Scott-
was like respectable.
Scott was
yeah,
great.
he knew all like the best
Scott was
fighters and
great.
everything. Yeah,
Scott was great.
What's he up to? Where is
I don't know. He sold whatever his shares
He's
were.
up
I'm
to
guessing.
whatever he wants to be.
Longtime fan Jennifer Abbott wants to know, guys, if you could have anyone as a guest on Fighter and the Kid, who would it be?
Good question. Maybe Elon Musk.
Not really a good question, really.
Maybe Donald
Not
Trump.
Really a good question at all.
I'd like to ask him about these tariffs.
What? Donald Trump tariffs question? Like, no wonder he didn't go on fighting the kids. Like, what? Policies and tariff questions on the fighting the kid. No one's coming in for that, mate. You better just ask him about comedy or something. Like, Jesus Christ.
But
Nah, those would be boring. I'd go with Theo or Bobby Lee
Bobby Lee'd be great.
Or I think something fun, dude.
Yeah,
Let's
Bobby
with
Lee.
Trump or Elon.
Yeah,
That's not what we do.
Bobby Lee would be great.
Trump or Elon, the people.
Our
go,
most
God,
viral
God
clip
damn
is
it."
Bobby Lee.
Yeah, all the old school people.
Yeah, the
would
old
be
school
awesome.
guys.
Yeah,
Theo.
yeah. Will again.
All the people that don't go on the show anymore, basically. That's hilarious.
Yep, Sasso.
Oh God, Will's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rogan.
Yep.
I'd rather have my friends than some random people.
Is that, okay, yeah, I guess.
Friends, quote unquote.
Jonathan Cole wants to know, Brian, do you think you'll ever end up on Kill Tony? Would love to see you on there. No ego, just being sincere.
I don't know. I mean, I see Tony all the time now. So
I didn't notice that. That's actually a good question. He's never been on Kill Tony, has he? Look at Brian Brennan making a face. So Tony Hinchcliffe is a bit of a clout demon. He had Brendan on Kill Tony before Brian Cannon. I don't know. I'll be offended. I'm not gonna lie. Brian's a 20-year, 30-year maybe comic, pastor of the Comedy Store, and he's not been on Kill Tony, but Brendan has. Actually, is Brian even pastor of the Comedy Store? I don't know if he is, but still, he's a veteran. You know, been in the game for a long time. But he got Brendan on Kill Tony before he did he got Brian on. Yeesh, that's gotta hurt.
we'll see. I'm gonna recommend to Tony this kid I saw last night. I did a show. My daughter came to see me. It was so great. She's 17, and
Where at?
I did an hour at the end. I crushed that room. It was so fun to have my daughter
Where
watch. It's down in South Bay called The End. It's a great sort of venue, and they have shows every weekend. But
You saw a kid?
sorry,
You saw a kid?
this kid was 17 years old, and I was like, oh shit, he's gonna get up there. Bubba, when I tell you
He's good.
he's a genius. His name is Aiden Block, and I was laughing so hard. I'm like, how the fuck? I literally looked at. He wrote this. He was like, yeah, he wrote it.
17.
Oh my God, is he good? Damn, he was so good. I couldn't believe it.
I'm in school.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. That's him.
I don't like teachers. They tell us all their problems. Like, is your divorce gonna be on the test?
He's so funny. That's surprising. Dude, that's what he was doing the whole time. That's the end right there.
Oh,
I think.
yeah, that's the end.
Dude, that's fire all.
Okay, brilliant, I guess.
That's what he just fires off. He's just unbelievable. And I think he'd be a great guest on Kill Tony. He's just so special.
I don't know if you're a roaster, Bri.
No.
No. You're like,
What? Big up Humdrum. They were both on Kill Tony 7 years ago. Really? I think the question was more so him going by himself, because I think Brendan went on by himself, but Brian has never been on by himself.
nice.
But I could be a judge or something, right?
Yeah.
But I can roast if I have to.
It's not really your thing, though.
You're so nice.
If they went at Brian, I know Brian could retaliate very
Yeah.
well. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Chin, relax.
Retaliate.
Brendan, this one's for you. When can we expect new Thick Boy merch? Asked a ton of times.
Not
I
happening.
know.
Be honest. Is he gonna be honest now? Is he gonna be honest and say they had to shut it down because it wasn't selling, or is he just gonna lie because the site just disappeared? Let's go.
You find kid merch, thick.
It's not gonna happen.
By the way, he never spoke about it. I don't think on the show, did he? About the sale to get rid of all the stock, and they sold all the stuff for $20. So he never mentioned that L. By the way, he never mentioned stopping doing Tiger Thick. He never mentioned shutting down. He never mentioned shutting down Tiger Thick. He never mentioned shutting down Thick Boy. He just acted like it didn't exist. He stopped talking about it. I find that hilarious.
Jeez.
Maybe when we go to Austin, we'll do an Austin edition.
I just got to pick my bandwidth,
Go to Austin and do something.
What kind of answer is that? What? Just say no, not at the current moment, I've got other things going on, but if you want some merch, buy some merch at fucking Dry Fast or Gas. But he can't admit an L. The fucking fragile ego, so thin skin, he can't just say, hey, it didn't work out for now. No merch. Like, special edition stuff here and there, but there's going to be no Thick Boy. Thick Boy is done. Because Thick Boy basically is done.
We'll see. Yeah, it's a lot because I have to do it all. Let's be honest, it's all on me.
Big up Jordan Ray. When AZ gonna wear his golden hour jacket tomorrow, my friend. It's gonna be on all week. I literally forgot to take it out. I'll just have it hanged up on my thing because it's not near me. It's on my wardrobe. But it'll be on tomorrow. Big up Endus.
It's a lot.
No, I can help.
Yeah.
The
I'll
Abbott
design
Kinney
some
thing, though,
stuff.
honestly, if you just did one launch for merch, just the Abbott Kinney shirt is the one that I get the most.
Yeah,
people
there's
hit
a
me
lot
up
about
about.
that.
Yeah.
Would we
miss
launch
that,
Abbott
too.
Kinney shirt though, even though we're in Texas? It's a little weird.
Not really. Just do a
No,
farewell.
people want to. Yeah,
The
people want
final
it. So.
Abbott Kinney launch. I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
You know.
Look at Brian. Why is Brendan concerned about locations? Don't you wear fucking jerseys of teams you don't support? Like, why would you? What would it matter where location it was? The Abbott Kinney is tied to Tfatk history. Do you know what I mean? Like, just make that shirt that's just available to buy, like a logo T-shirt, a logo hat, you know. But I'm assuming that stuff is probably a lot to manage, and I think there is some truth in what he said. If Brendan is the only person doing it, and Brian is like not really connected to making merch, he just essentially Brian just pops in to collect a check. Doesn't really like Brendan doesn't do that much either work, but I think Brian does like nothing. He just turns up on the day, doesn't do any other work, doesn't add anything to fly designs, set up the website, zero. So I can understand Brendan be like, oh, if I'm the only one doing it, it's a bit, it's a bit much. But yeah, that Abbott Kinney Fight Club T-shirt would probably be a good idea to have all year round.
I want some of those shirts actually.
Yeah, they were
I wear it
great
all the time.
Yeah, they were great.
Do we still have the template?
Yeah,
You could get it.
pretty easy to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a sophisticated.
Let's do it,
design.
man. Let's do it. It'd be great. Abbott Kinney Fight Club. I love that.
Let's take a little break here.
Okay, cool. Let's actually switch over. Actually, we'll probably finish. We'll stop part 1 here, 48 minutes, and we'll do part 2 tomorrow. And then I think on Tuesday there'll be an episode of Tfatk. But let's switch over and let's do the second part of the show, which is gonna be the Bert Kreischer fucking beige frequency video. Yeah. So actually what I'm gonna do quickly, I want to make a little tea because man's a little bit cold still. So in the meantime, let me make a little tea. What should we do? Let's see if I can get something on here to play. In the meantime of making a little tea. Maybe let's see it. Watch the first 10 minutes of fucking Rogan with Dave Smith and Douglas Murray while I make a tea. 1 second.
No headphones?
Oh.
Keep the dew?
I'll do that. Not quite.
Allegedly, the first 10 minutes of this were really brutal. Oh no, the first 40 minutes. Douglas Murray kind of put it to fucking Dave Smith. Allegedly.
Sure what they add, but yeah. Okay.
There we go. All right. The goal of this is
supposedly, according to some experts,
is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events, it's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. We brought it.
Yeah.
We were just talking about
You
that.
did it early.
The word retarded is back. And it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcasts. But these things are always like Pierce Morgan-y, which is fine, where everyone's screaming over each other and, there's 5 different people talking over each other. There's never just rational conversations where you discuss things. And I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant. And I bet you agree on a lot of things, and I bet you disagree on a lot of things. And it'd be fascinating to see your perspectives on these things. So that's why you're here together.
Okay.
And
Well,
Douglas,
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began, and since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war?
that's a crazy thing to say, isn't it? Like, people that support the war. In terms of an argument, I'd want to see that, but God Almighty, Douglas Murray is a wild boy. We need more Zionists on Rogan's podcast. What? We need more pro-Putin people on the podcast. Excuse me?
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics of Israel.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe God Sad is on the side of Israel.
For sure.
Jordan is on the side of Israel.
You had Mike Baker, Coleman Hughes.
Yeah.
Coleman did it for like 20 minutes, so it wasn't why he was here.
No. I mean, none of them. And none of them is why they're here. It's a good question.
Going a bit defensive, but it does make a point, though, isn't it? Like, I think in general, Rogan's show suffers from that lack of balance. I think in the past, when he was way more curious, he actually would have a crazy, like, who's that woman, that Israeli woman? I think she's like like an attractive actor type woman, and she's incredibly pro-Israel. Like people like that kind of. No, she wasn't on that show. I think she might have been on Tim Dillon's show. I take it back. She might have been on Tim Dillon's show. But I think Joe's show would be improved greatly if he had some of those people on to balance things out a little bit on either side. I don't like the fact that he doesn't have a lot of Trump critics on. You know, he doesn't have a lot of like proper lefties on his show anymore. He seems to have a lot of people who kind of love Trump or former Democrats who have now turned Republican, but he doesn't have a lot of actual critics of Trump on there. Like, get Kyle Kalinske back on, especially now he's been fucking dunking on Rogan. That'll be a good show, you know? That'll be a good show because I think Kyle Kalinske is he's gonna be over the top on some videos, but I'd love to see Kyle Kalinske, Dave Pacman back on the show again. Like, that'd be fucking sick, but he avoids having these people on the show. I don't know why. Like, the show's boring when it's just the same people kind of, you know, repeating some of your talking points or agreeing with everything that you say.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
Me personally?
No, just with the guests you've had.
The guests? Yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
Mm-hmm. But why do you think that is? Just out of interest. I'm just interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's #1 podcast. So
yeah, it's not. I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just?
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
it's your show, but
sure.
If you're going to interview historians of the conflict or historians in general, why would you get somebody like Ian Carroll or?
Yeah, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies.
Sure.
You know?
But do you have any, there's been a tilt in the conversation, in both conversations in the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts who are not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't think he appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude who thinks he's an expert on Churchill?
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
In fact, I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm just a history
Have
nerd.
you ever absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
I tried.
Yeah?
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk.
He's such a snobby. He's the perfect representation of us, isn't it? Us Brits. He's so fucking snobby. He's so up his own ass, isn't it? He's such a pretentious cunt. I love it.
Or I don't know about this, or I'm not capable of debating this historian, but I'm going to just tell you what I think.
Is that the guy that said the worst thing about World War II was Churchill? Is that him, in it, right? Is that what? Churchill was the worst person.
Yeah, but that's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl is saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain his position.
If you throw a lot of shit out there, there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Exactly.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl?
That's a good point. I think that raising question thing has been a bit has been done to death. I think even Rogan's thing of like, I don't think of my show as it is the biggest show. You are mainstream media now. Like, you have to be a bit more responsible with the people that you bring on. You have to maybe grill people a little bit more. It's just the nature of becoming super big. Things just change, you know? You start off wanting just to be a show where you talk to your friends, but now it's a show where essentially, you know, you are helping potential fucking prime minister, you know, people become fucking presidents of countries and shit. That shit is serious. But hey, what do I know?
Else doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that. I think Dave is doing that. Very obviously. Dave's a comedian.
Dave was trying to talk to him like they were friends.
I think Dave is doing that. Very obviously. Dave's a...
What you say fuck me for? They thought they were boys. No. I'm not your friend, man. I'm not your fucking friend.
Comedian. but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
No.
That's a good point. Why is this comedian talking about Israel Palestine? And why should I listen to them? Yo, yo, Douglas Murray came on smoke, bro. He came on smoke. Like, why are these comedians talking about Israel? It's such a good question.
I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's
but
all I see you
I have
on the internet
opinions.
doing.
Yeah, but that's you.
Well, that
just,
might be what you've seen.
It's
But
just
I don't
you
think that's.
consuming
But
clips.
that is also your shtick now, isn't it?
Well, what do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
Oh, he's mad. He's mad. He's mad. He's so mad. Oh my God. You know what's funny about this, right? Like, this is also proof that they don't really get challenged on their ideas, isn't it? Because he's getting visibly angry, like, quickly. Like, you can tell they don't really get challenged. They don't really get any pushback. They've got a whole gaggle of sycophants around them. That's a real shame, to be fair, because that actually strengthens your arguments. But the first time somebody's actually disagreed with him in public in a setting like this, he's like, you know, let's see. Come on, Dave Smith, fight back, bro. Fight back, Dave Smith.
I'm saying you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to become somebody who talks about Israel.
This
and
is
the
not,
conflict.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think it's a decision.
No. Let Dave Smith answer. Come on, Daddy. Come on, Papa. Let Dave Smith fight his own battles, please, Papa. Let Dave Smith fight his own battles.
I just think you have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about
Yo,
this.
big up 84 Matt now. What's Murray an expert in? Exactly. That's what Dave Smith should be saying. But he's so angry, like his feelings have been hurt, basically. From what the guy's been saying to him, calling him just a comedian. He's probably got offended by it's probably just that's still replaying in his head. He doesn't know what to say yet. I think when he calms down and he stops getting like, you know, offended and starts to address the actual points and the arguments, because, you know, Douglas Murray, if I'm not mistaken, he's gay as well, right? So he's including a little bit of sass and bitchiness in the things that he's saying, the critiques. He's being a little bit mean unnecessarily. But if Dave Smith can put the meanness and the jibes and the, you know, little, you know, bullets to one side, he could definitely crush him in this debate, because, you know, what's Douglas Murray a fucking expert in, you know? Talking slowly, you know? Using big words. Like, come on, bro. Like, you could easily get him back. He just needs to focus in. Focus.
It's a very polarizing issue publicly. That's
but you do get attention from that. If you'd spent the
Sure.
last year speaking about Myanmar, you would not be on my lips.
Yeah, but
or a
he...
lot-
Oh! Oh my God! If you didn't speak about Israel and Palestine, I wouldn't know who you are. I wouldn't know who you are if you didn't speak about Israel and Palestine. Holy shit. Douglas Murray.
He does talk about Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
Well, I tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, you have to be an expert, or
no, I think
what exactly
authority
makes
matters.
you
I
an
think
expert?
authority matters, and I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out there and then say I'm not interested in the alternative views on this, and particularly when it's a counter narrative that is wildly off. And when you get people, look, I just feel we should get it out straight away. I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who.
Douglas Murray. I don't agree with his Zionist point of view. I don't agree with his pro-Putin angle. But him putting it to Rogan like this is so necessary. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I've never seen this on Rogan in such a long time. You especially. You are to blame for the misinformation. Holy shit.
You've now got a big platform who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
You mean Daryl? Are you talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl has.
Derek.
I don't think there's anything
Derek,
dangerous about
what's the
what
other guy? Derek.
It is kind of dangerous to suggest that Churchill was a bigger problem than fucking Adolf Hitler, brother. You know? Look at Rogan. He's just talking, man. He's just wacky guy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't believe words of violence, but you know, letting somebody say that. It's fucking insane, especially when it's just not historically correct. It's not even a point of opinion or conjecture. It's just not historically correct or accurate. You know, it's just like, huh? What? Churchill? Churchill did some bad things, but I don't think he's worse than Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say.
His name Cooper, is it? Which one is it?
No, that's Daryl Cooper.
Daryl Cooper. And who's the other one? There was one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper, and then Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. Look, these guys are not historians. They're not knowledgeable about anything.
No one's calling Ian Carroll.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Daryl is incredibly knowledgeable.
He's not.
It's just
he's not.
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
Is.
He's
Why do you say
wildly. Several reasons. One is when he was offered to debate the current greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't, because he knows much more than me, and I admire his work and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. That's Andrew Roberts.
Right, but you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No,
on
you
things.
don't have to debate people.
If
But
it's not your thing.
But if you, for instance, but if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy in
It's not
World
what he
War
said.
II.
It's not what he said. It's not what he said.
Neither Carroll nor Cooper have said that?
Well, listen, I don't know what Carroll said, but Daryl Cooper has not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko, who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with him. You know, I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is by Churchill's actions the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions.
I don't think he said that.
No, but
He's got a
the
point of
claim
view.
isn't that he's just asking questions. Yeah,
I heard the clip in context. It didn't sound like a joke to me, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't listen to the full episode, but I don't know. I think Joe Rogan is being a little bit clever with the wording as well. I don't think he said it that way.
the point of view.
You can explain this better. He literally says
yes, he
he's
said
joking.
in the comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaimed, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part. But in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But
what's
Douglas,
the point of that?
Well, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
He's
interviewed?
certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and get leveled?
About 20 years ago.
I'm just
He
curious. I
debated
haven't seen
against
this.
Andrew Roberts and several other historians at Intelligence Squared in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear.
An actual, say what you want about Douglas Murray, but an actual person that wants to be an intellectual and people pretending to. This is an interesting battle. I'm not gonna lie, because it could be argued you shouldn't be listening to anyone in that room. It could be argued that none of these people talking right now are experts about anything. And you say everything they say with a pinch of salt, but I love how they're having this battle. Oh, this is brilliant. He's taking 2-on-1. Big up Douglas Murray. It's 2-on-1, Oh no, yeah. It's him, but him against two, not 2-on-1. 1 against 2. He's actually doing well.
Yeah, but if you only get the contrary view, which is, isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century? At some point, you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view.
Exactly.
And that's horseshit.
Big up Humdrum. It's the end times when Joe Rogan is the top political voice in the world. You know what's funny about this, though? I think Rogan being the top political voice in the world would have been good when it was Rogan that we all knew and loved prior to the Rogan that we don't all know and love now. I think that was okay, but this Rogan has changed and isn't the same guy, and it's just, it's a shame, really. It's a crying shame when you think about what Rogan was and how many people he got introduced to certain things, even when it comes to like alternative history relating to the ancient Egyptians and shit, right? Think about that Rogan. Think about the Rogan that used to talk about UBI. Think about the Rogan that used to talk about, you know, legalizing weed. Think of that Rogan, right? And then think of how useful it would have been to have that person in this political climate now, bringing on different people, debating. It would have been fucking sick. But unfortunately, you know, he's now decided to be firmly on one side, and he doesn't want to hear the other side, really.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Asad Aziz.
Hey Douglas, have you heard of DMT gay therapy? Maybe some stem cells in your ear? I got this place Ways to Wellness. No? Would you like a cigar? Put your headphones on so we all don't talk at once.
Why does that sound like something he would say? That's, you know, you watch too much Rogan, you can predict what he's saying. That's fucking brilliant. Oh my god, bro. Imagine gay conversion therapy. Gay conversion therapy that includes stem shots to your fucking rectum. Oh my god. Big up Asad Aziz. That is fucking brilliant.
Most profound kind.
I don't think that's what he's trying to do.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform has come about because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions, and you are interested. But there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided, I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions. And then if you say that's wrong, they say, I'm a comedian.
But wait a minute.
I loved it. Yes, bring up that point. That's so true. That's a point that I've always fucking despised with most of these comedians in Rogan's verse anyway. That is so true. That is so fucking true. The moment you like, even to be fair, as much as I like Bill Burr, even Bill Burr, he's my guy. I love Bill Burr, but that red carpet crash out with the fucking journalists, looking back at it, he didn't really crush them the way people think he did. He spoke quite positively and quite, you know, passionately and whatever regarding, you know, what's his name? The United Healthcare assassin guy, about politics in general, about the government. And in the moment the journalists ask him to expound on those questions, he then clams up, I'm just a journalist, ask other people. It's like, no, bro, you're speaking about politics. You're getting yourself involved in these conversations. You're sharing your opinion, which you're allowed to do. But when somebody wants to follow up and ask you a question, they're not trying to do a fucking gotcha. They're just following up on the things that you spoke about yourself on your own platform and shit. So looking back, that Bill Burr clip was a little bit, you know, it was a little bit cheeky, to be fair. You spoke about it yourself and then they tried to follow up on that and he's got all fucking defensive and shit.
And how can you tell me I'm just a comedian?
Well,
I'm just throwing stuff out
What
there.
horrific opinions that's wrong are you talking about specifically?
Once guys like this get into very obvious stuff, which is
guys like Daryl,
the ones I'm describing.
You
very
need to
clear.
listen to Daryl to really understand what he's saying. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in history.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No,
just
you're
not
wrong.
true.
You're wrong. He doesn't. What did he call him? How did he describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed out psychopath who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the way
He also
put it.
said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
No, again, this is
No.
Isn't this on your show?
No, he said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win over. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany.
Yeah.
It was his argument.
There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism, like...
Daryl is Marty Mead, but by the way, 88 format. I think Daryl was Marty Mead. Marty Mead, that podcast guy. Marty Mead podcast, right? I think he was the one that's talking about Churchill. I think that's what he's talking about. Is that him? Marty Mead? Is that him? Is it Marta or Marta Mead? There we go. Yeah, Marta Mead. This guy. I think that's his name, right? I think that's the guy that was on Rogan. Yeah, Marta Mead. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's the guy. I'm pretty sure that's the dude. Or is that somebody else? Or you talking about Daryl? Who's Daryl Cooper? Is it somebody else? Is Daryl Cooper somebody else? Or is that the same person?
Powerful bunch.
Who's Daryl Cooper?
When people get mad at Kramer, I
him,
tell them,
guy.
guys, he's just a comedian. It was a bad set. So what he kept yelling at? He was trying new material.
Exactly.
These pedestrians just don't understand.
Exactly. Oh, there's actually a fucking an article about him in the New York Times. Let's just quickly check this. Actually, I got so much to do. Oh, we got to do the fucking, because it's not gonna let me. Is it gonna let me read the article, or is it gonna block it? Oh yeah, it's free to read. Okay, cool. Hold on. Oh no, it's not free to read. Of course, it's not free to read. It's the fucking New York Times. Hold on. Let's see. Rah, boy, he's got a big spread in the New York Times. They're really trying to get him the fuck out of here. Hold on, let's see. The podcasts are asking you to side with history's villains. All of a sudden, everyone was coming for Daryl Cooper. There were the newspaper columnists, the historians, the Jewish groups, the repugnant, quote unquote, said that the chairman of Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Museum, in a statement. Or even the Biden White House released a statement calling him a Holocaust denier who spreads Nazi propaganda. So it was time for Mr. Cooper, one of the most popular podcasters in the country, to do what he does best: hit record. In a special episode of his history program called Marta Made, Mr. Cooper addressed the controversy which exploded out of his 2nd of September appearance on the Tucker Carlson show. The podcast. Oh, by the way, I think this guy's blocked me on Twitter. I don't know why, by the way. I don't think I've ever interacted with his account, but I think I noticed it when I was trying to at something and I couldn't bring it. I was like, oh shit, okay, fair play. I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't like the color of my skin. A gifted historical storyteller, but not a trained historian. He defended the claims that he made on Mr. Carlson's show, one that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of the war. Not by implication, let me go that again. He said on the Carlson show that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of the war, not by implication Adolf Hitler. And 2, that millions had died in Nazi-controlled Eastern European because the Nazis had not adequately planned to feed them. So so he's saying they didn't die in concentration camps, they just died of hunger. Okay. Okay, cool. But then he pivoted. He admitted that he had been hyperbolic about the Churchill and said that he had not meant to imply the Holocaust was the result of logistical problems. Honestly, this article is hilarious. Then he read harrowing testimony of a survivor for the infamous 1940 massacre of the Ukrainian Jews at Babi Yar, at one point becoming so overwhelmed that he had to collect himself. This emotional ventriloquism is a big part of Mr. Cooper's approach and appeal. Emotional ventriloquism. Jesus Christ, they don't believe him, do they? What a fucking phrase, emotional ventriloquism. On TikTok, a fan praised him as one of the best historians of our time because he tries to go out of his way to understand the perspective of everyone involved in the situation. That sounds like being an apologist to me, but hey. Or as Joe Rogan put it when he had Cooper on his show in March, Mr. Cooper's work inhabits extreme positions in which, in an attempt to understand the psychology behind them, the critics who Mr. Rogan suggested were paranoid Jews were overreacting, missing the point. But that's the point, though. Rogan in the past would have had somebody on had the opposite opinion who's just as wacky. I don't mind it, man, but everyone's annoying. Anyway, these critics have probably helped Mr. Cooper become bigger than ever. He has the most subscribed to history newsletter on Substack. Oh, really? Interesting. One spot ahead of the eminent economic historian Adam Tozy. In the wake of the Rogan interview, Marta Made was the 7th most popular podcast on Spotify, just after Mr. Carlson's, though it has since fallen. Mr. Cooper's followers on X include Vice President J.D. Vance, David Sachs, the President Trump's artificial intelligence and crypto czar. This year, a guest on the New York Times Opinion, Ezra Klein Show, a fairly reliable barometer of the elite liberal mood, recommended Marta Made as a good window into the right-wing thinking. There he is there, Daryl Cooper. All of which makes Mr. Cooper a man of his second Trumpian moment, an idiocentric autodidact who, with no formal affiliations, who has built a huge audience by promising his listeners ostensibly forbidden histories and self-fashioned quote-unquote brave truth teller, willing to challenge the elite consensus, said Nicole Hemmer, a historian at the Vanderbilt University who has written about the history of the right-wing media. His project syncs up with the radical skepticism a sense of the American right, which is currently appending decades of institutional wisdom around the public health, education, and international trade. And his outlook, if not his politics, is skepticism rhymes with woke, left's promising deeper realities concealed by the dying power structure. To his detractors, Mr. Cooper is a fascist, soppily peddling old debunked arguments. To his supporters, he is a pure of heart, merely asking uncomfortable questions about our national's mythology. The quote, the Western order is coming apart, Mr. Carson said in an interview. Quote, this whole post-war structure is going away and we need to rethink it. Daryl is a threat to that. The question is, what kind of threat? Establishing his style. As it befits a self-taught outsider, Mr. Cooper, 43. Oof, it's a rough 43, bro. That is a rough 43. He looks way older than that. God damn. Is far more tweedy professor holed up in an archive of a university. He has said that he lives in northern Idaho, where public records indicate that he and his wife own a log set home more than 30 acres. Hey, yeah. New York Times, man. Chill out. Did you have to go through his public records to see what property he lives on and detail that in an article? What? Where public records indicate that he and his wife own a log home set on more than 30 acres. They're trying to make him seem like what? Because he's got money, you shouldn't be listening to him or something. I think we should maybe attack the validity of his ideas as opposed to his bank account. It doesn't really matter if you've got money or not money. If you're trying shit, you should be called out for it. But what do I know? On X, Mr. Cooper has posted about hobbies that include mixed martial arts and tabletop strategy board games about World War II. In broadcast, he gives an impression of a sturdy, slightly nerdy ex-military man, which it turns out is what he is. For this story, Mr. Cooper agreed to answer questions only by email because he wrote he had gotten himself into trouble with poorly worded and incomplete verbal interview answers lately, a reference to his appearance on Tucker Carlson's show. He published his answers on Substack on March 23rd, writing that he had been a victim of press smears in the past. To be fair, that's actually a smart strategy. Answering journalist questions only via email is actually a smart strategy because they can't take anything out of context, you know? They can, but it's just, you got the record of it there. Born in California and raised by a single mother, Mr. Cooper had a paritetic childhood, attending 30 to 40 schools in K-12. He said in an email interview, much of the time that he had his nose in the book, his way of maintaining some consistency as he moved from place to place. He read his way through a 10-year career in the Navy after attending only 3 semesters of college. When he finished his service, he said that he went to work for the Department of Defense as a consultant of foreign buyers for the Navy Aegis weapons system. He took a job around the world. In 2014, a war in Gaza broke out. Mr. Cooper found himself curious about it, but realized he did not know much about the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict beyond what he called the American pop culture version of the events. So he went on a reading binge. As he went through stacks of books about early Zionism and Mandate Palestine, a friend recommended that Mr. Cooper started a history podcast like Hardcore History, Dan Carlin's epic dramatic post podcast about wars and ancient modern. Mr. Cooper was a fan, and Mr. Carlin gave him another model too. Like many online personalities, he was not trained expert in the field he was expanding on, but an extremely well-read enthusiast. So I guess the New York Times are more fans of hardcore history than they are of Daryl Cooper, it seems like. But I don't know. I never really thought of Dan Carlin hardcore history as having an obvious political lean. I don't know. Maybe it might lean more left, but I never really thought of it being like that, to be fair. But hey, let's continue. The next year, Mr. Cooper released his first episode of a 30-hour show called Fear and Loathing in New Jerusalem, which established a Marty-made template. 30-hour podcast. Wow. I like that. One episode. Jesus Christ. The show begins with a visceral description of what he thought it would be like to be a European Jew living for a pogrom intended to make the audience, regardless of their political leanings, understand the conditions of which Zionism was born. Over the next 6 episodes, Mr. Cooper ping-pongs between Zionist and Palestinian perspectives, condensing reams of academic history into a sweeping story about a tragic cycle of revenge, reading first-person accounts along the way. Sometimes he does voices. Yeah, that sounds like a good podcast. I get why he's got popular. The show is critical of Zionism, and Mr. Cooper has been outspoken on X about his disgust with the Israel government's conduct in its current war in Gaza. Okay, this is why Daryl Cooper doesn't like him then. Because Daryl Cooper, you know, is a big fan of the old Izzies. It's a current war in Gaza, and the stance has won him some fans on the left. Mr. Cooper has said that he is proud to receive a correspondence from both Israel and Palestine, who he say they are more sympathetic for other sides after listening to his program. Over the next few years, shows about Jonestown, the American labor wars, Jeffrey Epstein followed. The plain-spoken Mr. Cooper refined his approach, weaving anecdotes, digressions, testimony, and historical analysis into hours-long narratives. The nearly 8-hour final episode of the Jonestown series is, among other things, a panoptic account of the urban disorder and the left-wing policies of the 1970s, and features a dizzying array of references, including anti-colonial psychiatrist Frantz Fanon and filmmaker Terrence Malick. In an era which most political content preaches to the choir and comes in rabid bite-sized chunks, a long-form history podcast may seem like an absurdly cumbersome way to push a message, but Mr. Cooper has done just that. According to Substack's public leaderboard, Mr. Cooper's newsletter has tens of thousands of subscribers who each pay $5 a month. This means at the very least he's making approximately $50,000 a month, minus the platform's 10% cut. But to be fair, it sounds like he puts in a lot of work, bro. There's a lot of research, a lot of reading, voice acting, weaving all the stories together. It sounds like he puts a lot of work into his show. So I'm sure people that are into history, alternative history, news, whatever, would love that sort of shit. So that makes complete sense. You probably should get a lot more, to be honest. You probably should get double. The quote: "If he weren't good at it, I'd be less worried," says Patrick Wyman, a trained historian and host of a podcast, Tides of History. Caught in controversy. Mr. Cooper's first real brush with national attention came in 2021, when he posted a widely shared Twitter thread about the psychology behind right-wing election denialism. In it, Mr. Cooper attributed Trump supporters' skepticism to mainstream media to their feeling of being misled by national press over sensational and never substantiated accounts of President Trump's alleged collusion with the Russian government. The series of posts demonstrate Mr. Cooper's gift for asking one side to inhabit a seemingly incomprehensible mindset of the other. It also, critics said, was tendentious and sloppy. Okay, I guess. What Mr. Cooper did portray accurately was a kind of nihilism, taking root in American life and the loss of even the idea of the shared truth. In this contested space, conditions were ripe to make people believe new, once fringe ideas. Why are people so scared of like this stuff? Like, honestly, what is the deal with words these days? Why are people so scared of words? Like, crazy people say crazy shit, you listen to it, you just keep it moving. What is this idea that someone says crazy shit and it's going to lead to like a revolution, an overthrow in a government? Like, people are lazy. Motherfuckers just want to go on holiday. They want to take their wives and husbands and girlfriends and day-dems to restaurants to eat and shit. They want to look after their kids, their pets and stuff. People aren't doing anything. If there was a fucking draft, no one would fucking sign up. If it was fucking mandatory, people would be running. Like, these ideas aren't going to do anything, you know? Like, I don't know. Anyway, on his podcast, Mr. Cooper moved methodically, pointing to sources and research. On social media, he played the role of a provocateur. Aware of his own reputation as a right-winger, Mr. Cooper sometimes trolls his critics who have pored over his accounts for signs of flirtations with extremism. To be fair, they have not had to look very far. New York Times absolutely scumming this guy. Mr. Cooper was left a long trail of posts criticizing democracy. The quote: "Democracy is a disease, tyranny is the cure." That's a fucking bar. It's fucking crazy, but Jesus Christ, Putin was right. 99. What's that? What does Putin win his elections about? Is it like 99%? Every fucking Every election, Putin wins by like 99%. And he has presented fascism as an understandable response to the excess of the left. Huh? Fascism is merely, quote, fascism is merely what happens when normal people realize that the left will never stop until they're forced to. So you respond with fascism. Cool. Anyway, last year, Mr. Cooper posted on X 2 images side by side. The first was a historical image of a Nazi leader in Paris. The second was a photograph of the controversial Last Supper-themed tableau at the 2024 Paris Olympics opening ceremony, which featured the drag queens. Mr. Cooper wrote that the former image was, in quote, infinitely preferable in virtually every way. Oh yeah, I remember this meme. A bunch of drag queens at the Paris Olympics opening ceremony were less desirable than Nazi leaders in Paris. This guy's a fucking psycho. He later deleted the post for being quote-unquote in bad taste, but defended the sentiment behind it in an email interview. The quote, "It is hard to imagine that any historical catastrophe could have led to the worst present result than a country like France. For thousands of years, a jewel of the Christendom, concluding that the best use of their limited time in the front of global audience was a blasphemous mockery of the Last Supper." Mr. Cooper is a Christian and sometimes writes about theology, although he did not confirm via email which denomination he belonged to. I find it interesting. A lot of these right-wing Christian guys are incredibly hateful, innit? I find that very interesting. A lot of these right-wing Christian guys are incredibly hateful. Only being mean. They only know one gear, mean. Only know one thing, to offend, but they're supposedly Christians. And they're very against gay people too, by the way. That's interesting too, right? They hate the poor, they hate homeless people, they hate gay people. Interesting. That's very Christ-like. But hey, what do I know? This is a pattern for Mr. Cooper to say something shocking and then backtrack slightly. It's a strategy, his critics say, to slowly shift the boundaries of mainstream discourse. Yeah, it's just a troll, isn't it, I guess? The quote here, "From my perspective, he's very clearly laundering ideas, talking points that have been very common among white nationalists for on the far right for decades," says Mr. Wyman. He understands the rules of the game and what you can and can't say. Asked by email to describe politics, Mr. Cooper avoided labels but blamed liberalism for describe your politics. Liberalism is at fault. What? Could you? I love it. The quote here, "Local institutions that embody the ancient human way of being together." Okay. He suggested that most Americans felt unrepresented by their government, but added that any attempt to change our current system of mass democracy would lead to disorder and unpredictable consequences. I agree with that. Be careful of the law of unintended consequences. Sometimes things are, a disorderly, a disordered mess or an ordered mess. That's what it means. Yeah, an ordered mess. So you take one thing out. I think you see that with the USA shit, innit? He said that the anarchy is worse than tyranny for regular people, and confirmed his admiration for Francisco. What? The amount of people that he killed, excuse me? And confirmed his admiration
Powerful
for Francisco
bunch.
Franco.
I prefer an animated African Christian preacher over a right-wing Christian. Your pussy is of the devil.
Okay, man. Okay. Some of these sentiments have made him a divisive figure of the right. He likes Francisco Franco. Yeah, exactly. I just heard what I saw as he said. Okay. You think you're funny. I prefer my preacher on this shake. I prefer my Christianity involving shaking. Some of these sentiments have made him a divisive figure. In a column last year from the Free Press, a conservative writer, Sohrab Ahmari, coined the term, quote, "the barbarian right," to refer to Mr. Cooper. Jesus Christ, the far right and the barbarian right. Others calling him a cohort of writers and pseudo-scholars and shitposters dedicated to reviving some of the darkest tendencies of history of thought. I wonder if these guys are just like an extension or the evolution of the dark web, of the what's that thing called? Intentional dark web. Maybe this is what it is. The next frontier. By attacking, quote, what they see as founding mythology of the post-World War, the Nazis were actually, evil. The conservative military historian Victor Davis Hanson, who is part of the 1776 Commission, the Trump administration rebuttal to the Times 1619 project, has criticized Mr. Cooper, saying that he was not quote-unquote aware of the facts of World War II. Yet there's little to dispute that Mr. Cooper's way of doing things, in effect, as well as in his politics, has become more popular on the right. The new Trump administration has been more aggressive than ever in targeting what it sees as anti-American history, representation and diversity, and regarding international agreements and human rights as weak and suspicious. In this environment, figures like Mr. Cooper have come to the fore, advancing the notion that the left is a powerful force for social disorder, the main villain of global politics. So yeah, there he is. The author David Irving, who was found in British court to have distorted the facts in his book Hitler's War. He's quoting him in there. What's the last paragraph here? The last paragraph. Pointing out many errors of Mr. Cooper's interpretations and the one-sidedness of his framing, Mr. von Sternberg bemoaned the lack of rigor in Mr. Cooper's approach to sourcing. He also asks why this second-rate argument was being put forward in an attempt to understand the Nazis. He quotes, "If the empathy we feel is merely to serve the contrarian impulses so many of us possess, then what kind of empathy is that?" Mr. von Sternberg wrote, voicing his questions central to the project of making a podcast for a large audience in 2025 that seeks to humanize our Nazis. The New York Times is doing him so dirty. They're trying to describe this guy. Well, he's making a podcast to humanize Nazis. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, but that's hilarious. A quote, "It certainly does not appear to foster a greater, more complex understanding of the human condition. In fact, it simply sounds like a typical way to shift loyalties from one narrative over to another." Okay, cool. Whatever. What can you do? Anyway, let's move on. Let's do Beige Frequency, Bert Kreischer. Bring out everybody tuning in. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. Join the channel if you can.
Bert Kreischer. He is possibly the most polarizing figure in stand-up comedy today. He's also someone that I haven't talked about much, despite making videos about several other figures in the stand-up comedy world. For a long time, that was because my general impression of Bert...
By the way, this guy's ability to draw these comedians and capture their essence, if not, maybe they're not direct, no, I guess all of them are really good, but in terms of realism, they're there. But I love how he's able to capture the essence of the comedian. Like you can tell, that's Bert. He's so good.
It was that he wasn't very interesting, despite his best efforts to make himself appear that way. I wasn't really interested in more Bert Kreischer, but it's been a while since I really watched any of Bert's comedy, and he had a new special out, so I thought, what the hell? Why not give it a shot? Unfortunately, Lucky was almost exactly what I would have expected from a Bert Kreischer special before going into this. Just to put things into perspective, the first thing Bert does in this special is theatrically take his shirt off and throw it up into the air onto the mic stand to roaring applause from the crowd. If you thought you were going to get anything different from this special, this moment lets you know that you aren't. So, rather than go through this special bit by bit, I thought I would do something similar to what I did with my Joe Rogan video, and go over what I feel are some of the major overarching problems with Lucky, and why it left me disappointed. Issue number 1, lack of material and humor.
Jesus Christ, bro. Isn't that the main point of a stand-up special? The number one issue is a lack of material and humor. That's the whole point, isn't it? Not enough material or humor is fucking wild.
I'm going to start off with an issue that is a bit broad, because I think it affects the entire special. That is, it feels like Bert is running out of material. Some of you might say that he's never had much material to begin with, and fair enough. That said, I feel like he was really spreading the material thin with this special.
I wonder, I've not watched this yet, by the way, and I've not watched Bert's special, but I wonder if he's now starting to feel the consequences of his daughters telling him that he can't use them for material. Because a lot of his content, a lot of his material back in the day was about him being a dad of 2 daughters. But the older they got, the more aware they got of his comedy and what he said about them on stage, the more they started to not like it. And I think it actually caused a proper rift in their family. So I think they came to a point where I think Bert was just not allowed to say the things that go on at home on stage. So that might have hurt the comedy because he doesn't really have much else to talk about. Oof, brutal.
A couple of stories are straight up recycled from other podcasts or interviews that he's done, such as getting advice from Snoop Dogg when he found out his daughter was smoking weed.
I don't like it. Georgia got caught smoking weed.
This is at least a 5-year-old story because Bert says his eldest daughter was 15 at the time, and from what I can tell, she is now at least 20. And Bert's introduction to this story is that his daughters are growing up.
My kids are growing up.
So it's also kind of confusing and easy to lose track of when this is supposed to be happening and why. This entire bit was workshopped basically word for word when Bert was on the We Might Be Drunk podcast a year ago. Bert even included the aspect of this interaction with Snoop Dogg where he misunderstood Snoop saying he wanted to take a shot with Bert as wanting to take a shower with him.
I said, you invited me over here to take a shower with you. I said, you said we was going to take a shower. And he looks at me dead sober and he goes, I invited you here to take a shot with me. He's like, bitch, I said we was going to take a shot.
It wasn't a particularly funny story on the podcast, and Bert didn't really punch it up during the special either. It's just a kind of amusing, you had to be there story that eats up about 5 minutes. Now, some people may counter that it's not a big deal to reuse material from podcasts, but I think it speaks to the point I raised at the beginning of this segment. I think Bert is running out of new material, so he is having to dip back into the well of things he has already said a number of times, much like he did with the machine story. I'm sure there are more examples of Bert repurposing stories from podcasts that I'm not familiar with because I don't fucking watch any of them. This is just one that
Unfortunately, I do. Tears in the chat for me. Tears in the chat for me.
I happened to see at some point and remembered. So, if any of these bits or stories have been told on podcasts before, please mention them in the comments. The bigger problem here is that even with the bits that Bert isn't double dipping on, as far as I'm aware, most of them are not interesting or funny. The middle of this special is mostly Bert trying to amp up relatively mundane, if not boring stories. For example, there is a stretch where he is talking about how he is lucky and finds things.
I'm the luckiest person you'll ever meet. I'm so lucky that if you lose something, I'll be the person that finds it.
One of those stories involves Bert finding a lost kid during a parade.
I found a child one time.
This is one of those stories that has a lot of filler, and Bert trying to amp things up by making it sound like a quest of some kind, when in reality the kid had just gotten away from a nearby party. The joke, and I am putting that in quotations, is that the kid can't remember his mom's name, but he's heard people call his dad by 2 names, David and Michael.
David? Baby Michael?
And even me just saying that should probably tip you off to the big reveal that the kid has.
Thank you, man. Thank you for watching this, Beige Frequency. I couldn't do this. What?
His 2 dads.
God damn it, Michael, have you been drinking? He goes, I had 1 drink, David. He goes, you were supposed to be watching Nathan.
This isn't comedy. And I'm not being woke or whatever and complaining about Bert making a joke about a gay couple. It's just that the story isn't funny.
Exactly.
It really doesn't have any comedic payoff, so Bert just tacks on a couple of jokes about...
So what? Hold on. So that type of a joke, if you heard him say that on a podcast, you may laugh. So what is it about a pod that makes these type of jokes funny? Is it just the setting? Because I'm sure if he said this specific joke on Rogan or something, they would have laughed. But he does it on stage, it just sounds like how it sounds. Like, what? What's the joke in this? I wonder what podcasts do to jokes. So maybe it's just the way we absorb or take in that information or that content. I don't know, man, but Jesus Christ, this is brutal already.
About telling the story to Joey Diaz and his wife. Joey, the human Sharpay Diaz, just screams about the kid's parents being gay.
Loud as fuck, he goes, they're fucking gay!
And Bert's wife says...
Oh no, they all do that, innit? They all do that. They all name drop. Bert's name dropping Joey Diaz, they all name drop. It's so funny how they do that. Every single one of those guys from the GRE verse loves to name drop each other in fucking sets. That is so hacky. That is so fucking hacky. It's actually quite funny. Oh, you may know my friend Theo. You may know my friend Shane. It's like, come on, bro.
Something about them being sugarfoots or whatever. So not only is it a you had to be there story, it's you had to be there squared. There is another story Bert tells during this mid-special goulash of boring bits that starts with him talking about how his daughter has impulse control problems.
Isla's got wild impulse control problems.
During the pandemic, Bert would get blackout drunk and
so he is allowed to talk about his daughter. Maybe not embarrassing stories, but he's allowed to include them.
his daughter would sit next to him and order things off Amazon. I want to quickly mention that this is a fairly similar premise to a much better joke told by Doug Stanhope on his 2013 special, Beer Hall Push. Bert goes on to describe the worst example of this drunk Amazon purchasing, which arose from trying to buy traffic.
Also, the premise of like drunkenly ordering something, that joke has been done, isn't it, already? I feel like people in offices say that, like in your workplace. That's like a workplace joke. That premise has been beaten to fucking death. Surely. Like, drunk buying things on Amazon. It's like when people used to say the joke about drunk buying things on fucking eBay and shit. That is dead.
Cone so his daughters could learn to skateboard. Essentially, the only joke that arises from this bit is Bert imitating his wife, saying, "You can't buy them big boy traffic cones."
Them baby boy traffic cones. Them big boy traffic cones. Look at all them traffic cones.
To prove her wrong, Bert has his daughter buy 8 of the largest traffic cones, size 8, available on Amazon. The payoff to this bit is that his daughter actually bought 64 of them big boy traffic cones, which cost $2,400.
How many traffic cones did you get? $2,400 worth.
The only reason his wife and eldest daughter didn't tell him was because they wanted to see the look on his face. Bert ekes out one good punchline about duct tape and oven mitts, which is a callback to a mediocre joke from earlier, but that's about it. I could go on about this issue for the rest of the video because ultimately it's a problem that undermines most of the special. Nevertheless, there are other issues with this special, and as I discuss them, it will only reinforce my initial point that Bert is running out of material and Lucky lacks humor. Issue number 2, blue humor and vulgarity. I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone that blue humor and vulgarity are a part of Bert Kreischer's act. He's not quite as bad as Joe Rogan, who thinks that screaming dick or cum counts as a punchline.
How do you touch?
What is blue humor? I know vulgarity. What the fuck does blue humor mean? Blue humor, what's that? Blue humor is a comedy entertainment that ranges on the bordering of indelicacies or indecencies. Isn't that the same as vulgarity, though? Isn't being indecent the same as being vulgar? Or no, I guess indecent is an action and vulgar is a word, right? Is that probably what it means, the difference? Blue comedy is referred to as baldiness, being bawdy. Okay, I thought they both sound like the same thing, but I guess they're in the same sort of company, isn't it, maybe? Or maybe I'm just redacted and don't get it. Let's go back.
Dicks and not be gay.
But he's not tremendously better either. I don't inherently have a problem with comedy.
Big up Victor E. Blue humor comes from scorpion milk.
That is vulgar or blue or gross or even shocking. One of my favorite comedians ever is Doug Stanhope, and you could use all of those words to describe his act accurately. He has told some of the most heinous boundary-pushing jokes of all time, but it takes a deft hand to pull it off, because the other end of the spectrum is something like Amy Schumer's jokes on The Leather Special, lowbrow jokes about poop, farts, and queefs that fail to push any boundary beyond that of common sense. Bert airs more on the Amy Schumer side of things. He has one joke that I think at least utilizes blue or gross out humor in an effective way, though, so I will kind of give him his due. It comes as a result of Bert's daughters allegedly asking him to tell one feminist joke.
They said to me, they go, "Dad, for this special, can you write one feminist joke?"
Bert says that women across the board are better than men. His explanation is that women will occasionally tell a man that it's not a good idea to go down on them because they're not so fresh, whereas a man has never warned a woman not to go down on him. For that reason, Bert wholeheartedly believes that no man should ever legislate what a woman does with her body, because every man at some point in his life has thought he knew better about a woman's body than she did,
and we went down there anyway.
The sentiment is slightly undercut by Bert doing some physical comedy where he pretends to dry heave.
Oh my God.
And Also makes some timely references to Jackass.
My name is Johnny Knoxville, and this is a Stinky Pussy Challenge!
But all things considered, it's fairly well conceived, and for the most part, it does make good use of blue humor. You can't say the same for a lot of jokes from the special. Roughly the first 10 minutes is spent talking about how old and gross his wife is, but also how much he likes banging her.
53! I'll tell ya, baby.
He talks about both in pretty excessive detail, like comparing his wife's vagina to an old broken-in baseball glove.
Smells good, your fingers fit in it just right.
Or going on about how sweaty and smelly her boobs are.
Her tits stink.
I know a lot of this is probably just Bert increasingly leaning more into comedy for middle-aged people about middle-aged shit, but if he wasn't pandering to a specific demographic, it would just be that Amy Schumer humor I was talking about earlier. Later on in the special, he is talking about dogs and makes a number of jokes about his penis, like saying he got hard while cuddling with his female bull mastiff.
Oh, come on, man. 50 years old saying these type of jokes, by the way. 50. You want to fuck your dog jokes? Cool, man. Cool.
Mastiff on edibles.
You cuddle with your dog and your dick gets hard?
Or talking about how his new dog is always obsessed with his dick.
And he loves my dick. I mean, this dog...
I think they're supposed to be a little edgy and graphic, but they're so poorly executed that they come across as the CTE-riddled attempts at humor of a man like Brendan Schaub.
If he sees my dick, he's like, oh, that's mine. I'm eating that today.
This is just a sampling of a few notable examples, because about half of Bert's punchlines are just some kind of joke about dicks or bodily functions. Bert's overuse of vulgarity and blue humor may not be the biggest problem with the special. But again, it speaks to a broader problem. The stories he is telling are usually not particularly interesting or funny, so he tries to pepper them up with frat boy-style humor. With that in mind, there is another way in which he enhances his material. Issue number 3. Embellishing, exaggerating, and bragging.
That's entire personality. That's his entire personality, bro. Oof, this is going to be a tough one.
If there was one aspect of this special that I would expect to raise the ire of comedy fans, it would be Bert's tendency to embellish, exaggerate, and brag. I hesitate to say lie because even though Bert is viewed as a liar in the bigger picture, we're only talking about the comedy special here. It's not quite like Brendan Schaub lying about established facts that were very often documented on video and contradicting a story he told on multiple podcasts for like a year. With Bert, it's more so this persistent cloud of doubt that hovers over everything he says. In some ways, it's hard to describe because his self-obsession and need to brag are woven into every story at such a fundamental level that it's difficult to cite examples without it seeming like you're cherry-picking. But in a more general sense, if you listen to almost any...
Look how puffy his eyes are looking in the fucking illustration. So good. The little slits. When these eyes are so puffy, the redness. Oh, yeah, so on point.
Any one of Bert's jokes, you will probably be hit with at least one line where your gut reaction is just incredulity. Did that really happen, Bert? Did they really say that? Did you really do that? Yes. Comedians bend the truth, but Bert does it so constantly that it breaks the pact between the performer and the audience that allows comedians to get away with bending the truth for the sake of a joke. One that stuck out to me in particular was during Bert's closing bit about putting his dog down. Sorry, spoilers. Long story short, the vet tells Bert and his wife that they'll need to put their dog down. So to deal with the situation, Bert starts making jokes, like sarcastically asking if the vet wants Bert to throw her in the pool or something. That isn't really the improbable part of the story to me. Where I got taken out of it was when Bert just had to let everyone know that the vet was crying laughing at his jokes.
He is crying laughing.
Oh, come on. Exactly. Jeez, of course. Every interaction with a human turns into an opportunity to do stand-up. These people must be exhausting to hang around with, isn't it? Every human interaction is a chance to fucking practice material. Run lines, like allow it.
Now he's crying laughing and he's like, hold on, stop, no.
I think it's an interesting window into Bert's thought process. In Bert's mind, nobody but one of the dark and twisted 250 would ever think of making a joke at such an inappropriate time. So much so that the vet was taken aback. Maybe even more importantly, though, is Bert felt the need to remind the audience that not only does he crush on stage, he also crushes in his personal life.
And he goes, fuck, that is good.
It doesn't add anything to the story. It's an irrelevant detail that only serves as a way for Bert to brag. As I said years ago with Brendan Schaub, the issue is not simply lying. It's okay to some degree if it makes the joke funnier. Most comedians...
That's such a good point, isn't it? Like, the lie is never self-deprecating, right? It's never like a lie in order to make the joke funny. So, like, you say something bad about yourself, or even if that was true, right? Imagine if that interaction was true and the doctor was actually crying, laughing. The funnier thing would be to say the doctor didn't even crack a smile. Every time I said I tried to take a joke, he just responded in the most deadpan way possible. At some points, I kind of felt like I was in a fucking police interrogation. I don't know, whatever you say, some sort of fucking joke, right? But you're literally you're lying for the sake of the joke, even though the actual interaction went the opposite way. Whereas these guys are always trying to make themselves sound like the hero, you know? Maybe what they've done is that they've all taken that Joe Rogan mantra of like, be the hero of your own story. And they've decided that every joke, they must be the hero of every interaction. That's what they've done. They've taken that fucking saying too literally or too literal and then to heart, and essentially have refused any opportunity to ever be self-deprecating or be the butt of the joke, you know?
Fudge the truth a bit.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Bob. Main character syndrome for sure. Big up Eden. Just because I'm not a comedian doesn't mean I can't make jokes at a funeral. Good point.
Problems start when you're making shit up to enhance your mythos. When Bert embellishes, it mostly just serves to make him seem cooler or more badass. There are a few bits from the special where Bert does this, and it destroys suspension of disbelief completely. The absolute worst example of this comes at the beginning of Bert's bit where he talks about being lucky and finding things.
I stand up, I said, my name's Bert Kreischer. I find lost things.
He starts the story off by saying that 13 years ago, he took his girls to the beach. His family was sitting between a motocross couple and a black couple. Bert claims the black guy lost his wedding ring while shaking out a beach blanket, even though that makes no sense.
Wedding ring flies off his finger into the sand. He goes, oh shit, I just lost my wedding ring.
But have no fear, Bert is here. Because he knows his superpower, Bert claims he stood up and said, my name is Bert Kreischer, I find lost things.
But to be fair, that sounds like something Bert would actually do. I'm not going to lie. It sounds fucking redacted and unbelievable and dumb, but it does sound like a very Bert Kreischer thing to say. Like, I've arrived, you know, like he actually does that. I wouldn't surprise if he actually does that. Part of the beef he had with Joe List, remember the whole Joe List drama? Part of the beef he had with Joe List is because Joe List wasn't happy that he was buying pizzas for everybody. Joe List didn't want a pizza. And that completely fucked with Bert's head. That one guy wasn't like, I don't know, on his hands and knees thanking Bert for sorting out the takeaways. It's like, I don't want this. Just leave me out of this, and Bert couldn't handle it.
Follows is Bert claiming that everyone involved searched the beach until they all gave up, except for...
Big up Humdrum. AZ, when's your next DJ gig? If, what's that? Chippy Nonstop can make it, so can you. Yeah, inshallah, man, inshallah. Hopefully soon. If she can make it, anyone can. But right now, nothing's on the horizon. But big up Chippy Nonstop. She's out here crushing the game. Crushing it.
For Bert. Even the guy who lost his wedding ring gave up.
Then he gives up. He says, we're not going to find it. I said, you are not going to find it.
But Bert persisted and kept sifting through the sand until, and I quote, the ring slid onto my finger as if the Lord himself placed it.
Yeah, big up Andrew W. I feel like I remember him talking about this story on the Bertcast way back. Yeah, probably. No one watches it, so no one's ever going to know. But yeah, it probably wouldn't surprise me. I used to listen to Bertcast, you know. I used to actually listen to that shit. Fucking hell.
There and said, don't let them forget who you are and what you do. Bert then proceeds to berate the people and makes them Google who he is, to which they say that he is Bert Kreischer and he finds lost things.
Google the name Bert Kreischer, see what it says he does. Motocross guy goes, it says he finds lost things.
There are
I'm sorry, but this whole mouth segment is so good, man. You just notice Bert straight away. This whole section here, you can hear the sound. You can hear the sound of the illustration, you know?
few problems with this story. The biggest would be that Bert actually did find a wedding ring in a SeaWorld parking lot back in 2010.
Oh, look at this.
Which would be roughly 13 to 14 years before this special was recorded. But it was a woman's ring, and he actually ended up returning it to the descendant of the previous owner in 2020. On that detail alone, we can rule out that Bert is just retelling that story. So we are expected to believe that within the same time frame as he serendipitously found a wedding ring in a parking lot, Bert also found another person's wedding ring on a beach, and it literally slipped onto his finger.
This wedding ring slides onto my finger.
Something so ridiculous that even fairy tale writers from the Middle Ages would consider it a bit too much.
Exactly.
And then there is the aspect of Bert constantly demanding throughout the story that people Google his name and then making them say that he's Bert Kreischer and he finds lost things.
I said, make him say it. He goes, your name's Bert Kreischer, you find lost things. I said, look up and tell the Lord.
Does any of this seem remotely plausible to you? If it were true, wouldn't the bit be, I found 2 fucking wedding rings within a year? Isn't that insane?
Exactly.
Even if you want to just turn off your brain and not care, it's too much. And Bert constantly giving himself kudos throughout the whole bit makes it even worse.
My name's Bert Kreischer. I find lost things, don't ever forget that.
And I want to make it explicitly clear that he frames this as the small story and a mere sample of how he's lucky and finds things.
That's the small story!
But as bad as this one single moment is, it's also a systemic issue. Even when Bert tries to write self-deprecating jokes about himself, he's still the center of attention, and they're still implausible. Such as when he was describing how stupid he is by saying that he thought Anne Frank and Helen Keller were the same person.
I found that out at the Anne Frank house.
And he was making jokes about this.
We go into her kitchen and I go, here's where she burned her fingers. She was trying to read the waffle iron.
Whoa, Nelly, everybody back up and get the caution tape out. We got an edgy comedian making jokes about the Holocaust. This guy's mind goes to places where angels fear to tread. The worst part about this bit is that it could actually be good if Bert wasn't making it so hacky and if he wasn't trying so hard. I could see a better comedian like Anthony Jeselnik making this premise work relatively easily because he would just be telling the joke and not trying to make you believe this was a real event that actually happened. This is why so many of Bert's stories fail to land for me. Bert is trying as hard as he can.
Yeah,
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up. Oh, big up Kimbe. Appreciate you, brother. 5-month membership. Who special would you rather see? Who special would you rather see? Bert, Tom, Rogan, or Rinks? I'm assuming C, you mean live, innit? Bert, Tom, Rogan, or Rinks? I've got Bert, Tom. I'm gonna go with Callan. No, actually, Tom Segura's not as good. No, I'm gonna go with Callan. I think I'd have a funner time, or I could maybe it'd just be a dumb. I could hear him say certain things he does in the pod. I'll see him do the whole man dragon thing. I think I'd maybe have a better time going to see Rinks. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, Tom's the best comedian of their stand up, but he's still not the best. Like Fat Tom doing stand up was amazing. He's not as funny now. I would probably like to see. I'd probably of those definitely Rinks. Hard choice though, brutal fucking choice, but definitely Rinks.
Can to make you think that these were really things that happened to him, which is just lame. He has had plenty of interesting experiences that actually happened. Why does he feel the need?
By the way, this point is This point is really well made. This might be the problem with all comedy in general, all stand up. There's a lot of ego attached to it. There's a lot of wanting to sound like the most interesting man in the world, right? That's what they all want. They all want to be Renaissance man. They all want to be, learned man, cultured men. So they want to center themselves in all the stories and all the jokes. They're not happy with just saying the joke. They have to make themselves a part of the joke, or make it a part of their lived experience, for lack of a better term. Maybe that's the reason why comedy is so shit. They don't ever want to step aside and allow the joke to just live as it is. It always has to include them and someone famous seeing them, something awesome that happened to them, little I and shit. Maybe, who knows?
Need to make stuff up and embellish existing stories. It comes across as extremely desperate and sad. But I digest. There is one more segment from the special that I think combines all of the problems we've discussed thus far, and they're distilled down into one story.
What's that?
The story about putting down his dog. Issue number 4. The dog story. Bert's closing segment is a story about putting his dog down.
We put our dog down.
As a personal aside, this was something I had to go through late last year under similar circumstances as Bert. I had to put down a dog that I had for nearly 10 years, very suddenly, and it's still something that I feel like I am dealing with emotionally. But Bert's story didn't resonate with me for many of the reasons I discussed throughout this video. For one thing, it's a fairly unremarkable story. Bert even repeatedly mentions during the story that this is something we've all been through, and that's why he feels comfortable talking about it.
I know you've been there. I'm cool sharing this because I know we've all been there.
If you're going to do a bit about something that is a fairly universal experience, I think you have to do something really unique with it. What Bert does is tell a story about putting his dog down that is really about Bert Kreischer. It's overly long, with Bert going on a number of digressions and telling some of those weird jokes about his dick that I mentioned.
So basically he does the same thing he does on podcasts, where he starts off telling one joke and then goes on this whole meandering fucking story about other things until he finally gets back to joke right at the end. Okay, cool. So similar sort of podcast style they does when he does stand up. Good to know.
Earlier, he lets you in on inside jokes and tries to contextualize the importance of this dog to his family. But again, it's all centered around him.
Girls go to bed, Leanne goes to bed. I stay up drinking whiskey with this dog, and I'm drunk talking to her, you know?
How he had this secret drunken late night conversation with a puppy where he laid out how good her life would be and all she had to do in return was protect his family.
I said, baby girl, you are about to have the best life. You have nothing to be nervous about. All I need is when I'm gone, I need you to be my terrorist.
When he's telling the story of hearing the diagnosis from the vet, it's actually about how much Bert made the vet laugh with his dark sense of humor.
Now he's crying, laughing, and he's like, hold on, stop, no.
When he's talking about the dog...
That's hilarious, isn't it? He puts down his dog. The joke is about putting down his dog, but the joke is entirely about him. It never is about the dog. That's so funny. That's such an accurate representation of what Bert's about. Even when it comes to talking about his dog, he still finds a way to talk about himself. Love it.
Being put down. It's about how Bert didn't get to say goodbye, even though he's happy that his daughters did. And
yeah, big up Humdrum. Comedians in the 90s and 2000s were genuine degenerates. These guys, rich kids cosplaying dysfunctional. It's not rebellion, it's aggression. That's like that. Yeah, that might be part of the problem, isn't it? That might be part of the problem. Like a lot of those comedians, you're right, in the 90s and 2000s were degenerates, but I don't know, they were real human beings as well, you know? They had experiences, they did things, they went out and shit. They had I feel like a varied group of friends. I don't feel like they all just hang around the comedians only. I feel like these guys have this elitism or whatever they have, where they think only podcasters or stand-up comedians are worthy of their time. They're also insanely rich, that kind of, you know, detaches them from reality. It's a strange... You know, it's a strange mix of things and interests and stuff that's led to it. But I think just by, you know, it just in general, you know, they're just not that funny. Simple as that. Maybe there's no amount of friends, no amount of punching up jokes, no amount of going to open mics ever going to change that. These guys are just not that funny. They're all a lot more famous than they are funny, really. For like, you know, maybe all of them, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3, but they mostly are way more famous than they are funny.
And how he refused to cry because his dad told him never to cry in front of his daughters.
Anytime I cried as a young man, he'd say, hey, don't be a bitch.
I didn't say goodbye to my dog, which is fine because in my book, I'm like, at least I didn't cry.
Very little of this is actually funny, and I don't think it was intended to be. I think it was supposed to have greater emotional significance, but it came across as the maudlin ramblings of a perpetual drunk who is just good enough at acting to repeatedly pretend he's about to cry at crucial moments in the story.
I said, baby girl, I really...
That's actually cool. He's very good at that, actually. That little voice, like, when it breaks, it's not really crying. It sounds like he's crying. Yeah, big up Sadastis. They're not real humans because they would be in a bend until they die. Big up Josie. And they don't even hang out with each other unless they're getting paid. Exactamente. Exacto.
Hold on. Everything that was ever asked of me with the best goddamn dog. I'm not going to cut your ears off.
In the closing lines of the special, Bert tries to combine this emotional sincerity with some zany dark humor at the expense of the possibly imaginary dog euthanizers who have been left aghast by the outrageous jokes from Bert and his family. But to me, he mixes them like oil and water.
This guy is fucking The last thing I say is I look at this dog, I go, baby girl, you still make my dick hard.
The story contains all of the issues I've mentioned thus far. It's too little material, drawn out too thin. He's trying to be edgy and vulgar, but it's not well executed. And it's a probably exaggerated story, focusing mainly on Bert. But there is another problem. Issue number 4.5. Parallel thinking.
Joke stealing, huh?
I'm not going to say Bert Kreischer stole any jokes from Doug Stanhope on this special, because I can't in good faith say that I believe he did. It's probably sheer coincidence that they both told jokes.
But let's be fair. You would understand why Bert will steal from Doug Stanhope, because Doug Stanhope is like he's the way better version of Bert in terms of like drunken adventure stories. Bert probably looks up to Doug Stanhope a lot as a comedian. So it's no surprise that he probably, has absorbed some of his comedic timing and jokes and shit. Because Doug is definitely on another level when it comes to Bert. But let's see her. Because didn't Bert get really upset that Jay Moore stole jokes from him and shit? So let's see.
About putting down pets in recent releases. In reality, the stories don't really even bear any
exactly the Maz 1967. Doug is the real Bert, exactly.
Similarities beyond the one. They say comparison is the thief of joy, but Doug's bit is better. I mean, that goes without saying, but it's better in a way that makes Bert's bit ring hollow. Because Doug is capable of blending sincerity with black humor and vulgarity. The bit about putting down his dog isn't even the best example of that. But there is something in the comparison between the two bits, and relevantly, Doug's story about assisting his mom's suicide that made me think. During that story, Doug talks about roasting his mom as she was essentially fading in and out of consciousness.
And then we just roasted her as she fell in and out.
It sort of stuck with me while watching this special because Bert makes a very similar comment about telling inside jokes and stories to his dog on Lucky.
I go, what do I throw her in the pool? I go, do I put a pillow over her snout and wait till her tail stops wagging? And I start running through all the nicknames and all the inside jokes I have with my dog. I said,
the reason it stuck with me being that Doug made the comment on Discount Meat that you can't really roast a dog like you would a person because they're not in on the joke.
The difference is with your pet doesn't understand the jokes that you're making at his expense about him while he's being killed, like my mother did.
I think that difference in thought process illustrates the difference in depth and intuition between comics like Doug Stanhope and Bert Kreischer, as well as the purpose of the stories themselves. Doug's story uses dark humor to effectively communicate the emotional experience of realizing that when you have a pet that is terminally ill, you have to decide how long it has left to live. Whereas Bert's story uses emotional pleas to disguise a story that is ultimately about Bert and what a dark sense of humor he has.
Exactly.
Which is emblematic of all of the problems with this special as a whole. Bert has no ability to tell a story without making it about himself.
That's what Ari said. Didn't Ari say the same thing? You will make everything about yourself. So that's why the fucking October thing didn't work. Oh my god, what a brilliant observation. That is a brilliant observation.
Final thoughts. I went into Lucky wondering if Bert's comedy deserved the hate it gets. And I'm still not entirely sure. I did not like Lucky, but I don't think he's the worst comedian out there. He's nowhere near as bad as Brennan Schaub is, despite the comparisons people want to make. But this special wasn't good either. There were a couple of bits that I found somewhat entertaining, but they're not really noteworthy enough to bring up. They would be filler jokes on a good special, but they're kind of the high points here. It's hard to look at this special, or any of Bert's specials for that matter, and argue that he deserves this level of fame and success.
I think that's the main thing. I don't think anyone with a serious bone in their body thinks that Brendan is a better stand-up comedian than Bert Kreischer. No one's saying that. What people don't understand, and what people don't get, is the level of celebrity and fame and following he has based on the quality or lack thereof of his stand-up. Like, he fills arenas and shit. He's doing fucking, during COVID, he was doing those big fucking drive-through, whatever fucking shows he was doing. Like, Bert sells tickets. Yes, a lot of them are sold on the back
Powerful
of
bunch.
Yeah, NJ Ranger.
Man, I love beige so goddamn much, bro.
Yeah,
Folded hands
he's the
emoji.
best.
Folded hands emoji. Folded hands emoji.
He's the best. He's the best. He's the best. He breaks this down so well in terms of like what's funny, what's not funny. I think it helps that he's also a fan of stand up. You know, I don't think he's just approaching this from like a I hate stand up comedians, like a podcast cringe or to try to start things. He actually enjoys watching stand up, so I think he's able to. Or stand-up specials, sorry. So he's able to be critical of the stand-up comedians if they tell bad jokes, but he's also able to approach it in a, you know, from a fan point of view. But yeah, I think that's what people say mostly about Bert. Like his fame doesn't really match his talent or lack thereof. I think no one's saying that he's actually not entirely not funny. It's just, you know, maybe not funny based on his viewership or fan base, but who knows.
I think that is why there is such a desire to disparage his comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, I think people also see Bert's comedy as a reflection of his personality and public persona, because they are intrinsically linked. Bert's self-obsession in his act is an aspect of his real-life personality. For that reason, Bert is a mirror into an aspect of ourselves that most people would rather not acknowledge.
Yep. Great observation.
We've all been Bert at one point or another. Most people have that one story that they've repeated so many times that it eventually lost its magic, like Bert's machine story. We've all wanted to be the center of attention, or even just that guy who gets recognized because he has a gimmick, like taking his shirt off. Most of us have done something that now makes us cringe whenever we think about it. In one regard, I think it explains some of Bert's success. A lot of people feel like they have common ground with Bert, but for a lot of people, Bert is a reminder of how cringe they once were.
Yeah, exactly. People get to live vicariously through Bert. Like Bert definitely does have a lot of people, I would imagine, IRL, who come up to him and say, "Oh my God, I wish I could drink and do what you do." I'm sure he does. A lot of people. Some of us on the stream here in past videos have said, "Oh, he drinks too much. He would hate to do that." But there's definitely a group of people, a segment of the population out there who definitely would love to live a life that Bert gets to live, where he takes showers in the pool, he drinks all day, podcast, they love that. So I think that is also maybe where a lot of the fan base and the attention and love comes from as well. And also maybe, you know, back in the day he did actually do good things. You know, the first time the machine story dropped, Bert cast Early Doors, that stuff was good. So that might be also the part of it. But I think nowadays the confusion is a lot based on like, hold on, he does what? He takes off his t-shirt and people go crazy. Like, what the fuck is that? So yeah, I think that makes sense because the comedy just doesn't match the fame, unfortunately for him.
Or could continue to be if they allow themselves. Bert is all of the undeserved arrogance, narcissism, self-obsession, and lack of self-awareness that you find in the average 20-something frat bro. But it's wrapped up in the body of a middle-aged comedian who looks like a 6-foot-tall Andre the Giant.
Exactly.
And it's impossible to divorce that from his act. Again, the first thing he did when he got out on stage was dramatically take his shirt off, because it's just part of his persona. It's what the people want. In a similar vein, I don't think there is a single story from this special that doesn't involve Bert drinking.
She makes me a fresh one, then she gives me 2 baby bottles of Jack. Drinking like I blacked out, passed out. I'm naked, drunk as shit, pass out. Like during the pandemic, if she saw me drinking, I stay up drinking whiskey with this dog. I sat in my recliner and I drank whiskey and I got angry.
Not that I don't believe him.
This is brilliant. That's an incredible collection of fucking alcohol references, isn't it? Like, come on, brother. You're 50 something, man. It shouldn't be that impressive that you're drinking fucking alcohol. You shouldn't want to share that with people every minute of every single day. Come on,
man. I think it goes without saying that he probably was drunk for all of those stories. That said, it's as if Bert just wants to remind the audience that he is still a big drinker and party animal, but in a way that isn't sad and self-destructive.
No shirt, backpack full of beer. I'm wasted. I'm a good dad. Now.
Sometimes he'll just say what he was drinking, like his version of Get Her Done.
Double Jack on the rocks, lots of rocks.
Rarely does it actually add anything to the story, though. The end result of this is that Lucky is on the low end of what you'd expect from a Bert Kreischer special, if you're even remotely familiar with him. With the exception of the story about putting his dog down, there is very little that will surprise you. It's frat bro humor from a guy in his 50s. Some of the jokes are halfway decent. I know I laughed occasionally, which is more than I can say for some comedians, but even after 2 watches, I can't remember what I laughed at.
I'd love it if an actual frat boy comedian type of person tried to tell some of Bert's jokes on stage and see how that would have landed. That'd actually be a pretty decent like social experiment to see if that comedy even works. Because I think he definitely looks back at that time with rose-tinted glasses. It's not as probably fruitful as good as he probably thought it was. But yeah, that picture is so fucking good. It captures his essence so well.
Very little stuck with me positively. If anything, I actually liked his previous special, Razzle Dazzle, more. It had most of the same problems, but I think some of the bits were better and it got more funny as the special progressed. Whereas Lucky seems to tread water for most of its duration, which you could argue is a good metaphor for Bert's act in general. I know I've been kind of gloomy in my prognostications about comedy lately, but this one hit me, especially on the second watch through. I can come up with excuses and justifications for why a shitty comic like Joe Rogan can be successful. I can understand why Jeff Foxworthy still has a following, or why Jeff Dunham has a niche. I can even comprehend why Amy Schumer still gets work to a certain degree. Bert's success makes more sense when you stop looking at him like a normal comic and start viewing him as a gimmick act like Larry the Cable Guy. Only Bert's gimmick is being the you had to be there guy and telling jokes while shirtless.
That's the thing. I think Bert thinks way more of himself than Larry the Cable Guy. I think he'd probably take offense if somebody referred to him as Larry the Cable Guy. That's the funny thing about it.
It's stupid, but somehow he's been able to spin it into one of the most successful comedy careers of all time. People cheer when he comes out on stage and throws his shirt off. It's ridiculous. The only explanation is that he appeals to the lowest common denominator. That or he really is just lucky. As always, I want to thank you for watching the video as well as liking, commenting, and subscribing.
That was fucking brilliant. Big up Beige Frequency. That was fucking brilliant. I'm glad I didn't watch that special now, to be honest, because that sounded absolutely fucking brutal. That honestly sounded so fucking brutal. I'm actually lucky and fortunate I didn't get to watch that shit. But big up Bert, big up Blood Club Bert, big up Beige Frequency. We love to fucking see it. Absolutely brutal settings. Quickly, okay, let's move on to a couple more things. I've got about 10 minutes left. But 10 minutes left. What should we do? Oh, let's do a bit of Wings of Redemption, and then we do the Yuri Riley stuff tomorrow. Let's do a bit of Wings of Redemption. I've got about 10 minutes left, and then we're gonna bounce and then continue on tomorrow. So let's do 10 minutes. Let's do this one. What's this? Yeah, this is no, let's do the newest one. No, let's do this one, then we'll do the newest one. Big up Breaking Banquet. Emotional abuse. Wings of Redemption shit. Let's go.
You always do this to me because you don't even try.
Why are you a little on edge?
This causes me anxiety.
I don't understand you.
You make me look so bad when we do these. Can you please try? How's this emotional abuse?
You make me look so bad. Exactly. That's definitely emotional abuse. That's definitely. Hold on.
Say my name.
Breaking Banquet.
You're goddamn right.
How did you almost kill?
By the way, in case you're wondering, Wings of Redemption is basically, I guess in a way, forced his wife to play Minecraft with him, even though she can't play the game. And then he starts to, instead of making it fun, because you can do that. If you're on stream with somebody, especially your wife, and they don't know how to play the video game, you could probably make it fun by letting them make loads of mistakes or telling them the wrong thing to do, right? Or just letting them play how they want to play. But Wings is, a control freak, a manipulator, and obviously incredibly toxic. So he makes this, what should be a fun Minecraft stream, turn into a bit of a nightmare for Kelly. But don't feel bad for Kelly, because she's also a willing participant and made excuses for him for beating her up on fucking stream during Local Live and all that shit, so whatever. But this is a funny little clip. Be up Breaking Banquet.
Bingo.
Bongo.
It's B-I-N-G-O.
Yeah, well, they spelled it wrong. This is dumb. Do I just walk around? I just made you clap. All right, what's the point of this?
You build stuff.
Dude, where do I go get I'm too dumb to play this game. I need y'all to know this. I mean, I'm learning to walk around in Minecraft.
Well, the thing with Kelly is, she's not used to it. See the stuff you're standing on right now, sand, it's water. You go into water, you might die.
You never adventure anything.
I don't know if you have an actual.
This is kind of loud. Hold on, let me lower the sound a bit. It's kind of loud. My bad. It's kind of fucking loud. Let me lower the volume slightly. Put it halfway.
Wrong. This is dumb. Do I just walk around? I just made you clap. In Minecraft.
Well, the thing with Kelly is like she's not used to like see the stuff you're standing on right now, sand. It's water. You go into water, you might die.
You never adventure anything.
I don't know if you have an actual system.
There's gonna be bickering for this entire stream. They're gonna be bickering for this entire stream. Yeah, exactly. Why didn't you try before the stream, Kelly? The music is a bit too loud. You're in survival mode. Yeah, the soundtrack is ours compared to audio low key ass pimp. Audio sounds so bad. Big ups.
I know.
I think the no creepers can kill you, but I don't know what.
Yeah, the sound of the game is so much higher than their microphone settings. I fucking love it.
I don't know either. I just feel like I'm falling. I think this is where I die. Is this where I die, guys? I don't know how to switch to survival mode. I'm so dumb. I don't even, like, is there a way to get out
Don't worry, Kelly. We know.
of this? Do I just keep... Do I keep...
If the music's copyrighted, it is what it is.
Actually, this is my own shirt. Thank you.
So you come up here and you collect trees.
Okay.
And we can use these to like build things. So you harvest the tree, harvest the leaves too if you want to.
Okay.
You harvest your trees, so like you might need a little stone.
Yeah, Wings is definitely the type of person who will tell you to come round to their house to play computer or video games, give you a controller, and then quickly take it back and start telling you what to do as they're playing it themselves, you know? He's definitely that person. Look at that grip. Look at that fucking grip he's got on the fucking controller. What's Kelly doing? Just watching him, you know? He's definitely that type of person. Fucking hell, man. You play all day, every day. This is your literal job. Let her play and fuck around. It doesn't really matter if she's doing it badly or whatever. Who gives a fuck? Like, this guy is a control freak.
See, this is stone. So let's go get some stone as well.
Oh my god, I just realized why they call it Minecraft. Forgive me. Y'all know what's funny? Like when we were talking about it, he's like, oh, don't worry. I won't take over because I don't even know how to play Minecraft.
You always do this to me, but it's because you don't even try in games.
Who cares if she doesn't try? Not every day is fucking esports day. Fuck, you don't even try. Like, what? Wings tries and he's still horrible. What's the point?
Here, let me change it back for you.
Of course. She can't change it back by herself, by the way.
Dude, I haven't played Minecraft in 14 years, and it's done all these changes. I don't even remember how to make a pickaxe. I thought I needed like a couple pieces of wood and then some stone, but I couldn't actually craft the stone. You can hold it. You don't gotta press it.
See, I learned something. Aren't you proud? All right, so we need to make a craft.
Look at that. Look at that handshake, bro. Look at the anxiety. Look at that handshake. That's either sugar or anxiety. I don't know what's going on there. Look at the
Aren't you
handshake.
proud? All right, so we need to make a crafting.
I think, no, that's his leg shaking. That's his leg shaking.
Aren't you proud? All right, so we need to make a crafting table. So where do we see what we can craft?
I have no clue.
Okay, chat, where do we see what we can craft? So I want to go back to opening McDonald's boxes. That was way more fun.
There's our crafting bench.
Animal Crossing.
Listen, WD-40 on that chair will do it wonders, isn't it? Some WD-40 will do that fucking chair wonders.
Is way much better. Yeah, I said way much better. Mm-hmm.
Made a crafting bench.
So instead of teaching me how to do it, you just did it.
Yep. Of course he did. Of course.
Fun idea. Glad to see you change it up. You say it's fun, but we've lost 150 viewers since we started playing.
Why are you a little on edge?
I'm not blaming anybody for losing. Like, this causes me anxiety because I know she's not even trying.
It causes me anxiety that my wife is not trying to the levels that I try in computer games. Anxiety, you know. What a fucking bitch.
Everybody's telling you to go get wood, you're walking towards the water.
Actually, everyone's saying go look at the tutorial.
Black Screen, very fun Minecraft stream tutorial world. Don't be anxious. I have anxiety if Les was thank you for playing this stuff.
Can I pick flowers? How you pick flowers?
Same way you do everything else.
All right, let's go mining for wood. What? What happened here? Oh, I'm trying. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. What am I doing wrong? Oh, R2. Is that R2? How do I invite people? I don't know anything.
You don't need to invite people just yet.
Okay.
Because if you invite people, they're just going to destroy your world right now. You need, like, your goal should be, let's mine the tree. So first thing you want to do,
Right.
is be in first person. Do not touch this over here. You got to use both sticks at the same time. Remember in Dark Souls, I was telling you, you got to use both sticks at the same time.
Why do I have a sword?
That's a stick. Like, our goal is to make a pickaxe. Just walk. Don't worry about the tree right now. Walk about a bit and make sure and try to use both sticks at the same time. Keep your character looking straight.
She can't play Minecraft. Let's mention Dark Souls, a game she probably doesn't remember how to play either.
Walk around the world a little bit and try to learn both sticks at the same time. R2 is always your mine. So you just hold R2 when you want to mine.
Which one's R2, left or right? Top or bottom?
If you got L2.
If you're still here and you're enjoying the show, make sure you smash that like button for me down below. We're on 52 likes. If we can get to 100, that would be greatly appreciated. So if you're not already liked the show, please like it down below. That would be greatly appreciated.
2 and R2. Which side do you think R2 is going to be?
Right. Bottom. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can hold it. You don't got to press it individually.
Why is it dark?
Because this has a day-night cycle.
Already night?
Well, at night is when the creepers come out.
Oh, I'm dying. The creepers are going to kill me tonight. Your microphone's in my way. What are the robots? Are those creepers?
Those are skeletons. They're going to hurt you.
Okay.
So you're supposed to use the daylight to build a house, and at night monsters come out. Like the green guy that you've seen in the McDonald's toys, like he's one of the bad guys.
Why is there so many of them? I died.
Of course.
Let's take you to the tutorial.
Why don't you put it on easy?
I can just put it on peaceful. So now monsters won't spawn at all. So our first goal should be to find wood again. Learn how to navigate the world. Like make sure you're using both sticks at the same time. Generally, when you hold your controller, you take both of these fingers.
Jesus Christ, man.
Here.
It doesn't really matter how she holds a controller, does it? Fucking hell, bro. What a relationship, innit? Micromanaging and nitpicking at how she holds a controller. Like, honestly, who gives a fuck? Fucking. And I think he thinks he looks cool at this, or this makes him look like an expert. He just looks like a dweeb. By the way, look at the angle of that head. Fucking hell. Looks like all locals have that like flat back, innit, of the head. Wonder if that's because they've been, you know, they were not picked up a lot when they were kids or something. A lot of locals have that shaped head.
Put that one there. Keep your thumbs on here.
Okay, now you made that pop up.
What popped up?
This.
Yeah, that's use your these are here called bumpers. These are called triggers. R1, R2, L1, L2. What did I just say?
These are bumpers and triggers.
Like teaching.
Honestly, you can only get away with this with some women, man. You can only get away with speaking to some women like this. He's lucky. He's lucky, man, because this patronizing, condescending tone that he has of her, where he's literally talking to her like she's a child. Oh, I wish I could get away with that sort of stuff. God almighty.
Teaching Kelly games is difficult.
Because you stress about them, and I don't see why you stress about games.
Exactly. Good. That's a real good point. That is a real good point, Kelly. Miss Kelly, that was a really good point. Why do you stress about games? It should be fun. Why do you stress about games? That's a very, very good point.
The whole idea of games is they're supposed to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're literally standing on a cactus right now. Can you just move off the cactus?
Oh, so funny.
Again, why do you stress about this? Like,
Exactly.
Because you almost died on peaceful.
So?
And if I die, oh well.
Exactly.
I just go play again.
Exactly. She must be really lonely though. She must be either really lonely or she actually really does enjoy spending time with Wings, that she'd put herself through this. Like, she's like, fuck it. I got nothing else to do, no one else to see. I love my husband. I like spending time with him. I don't care what the internet says. I'm going to do this because he sounds unbearable. Unfucking bearable to deal with.
Like, I don't understand you.
Because you make these like you make me look so bad when we do.
No, you make yourself look bad, sir. You make yourself look bad all the fucking time. You make me look so bad. It's fucking hilarious.
Do these.
Because I die in games?
Exactly.
Because I don't know how to teach you without talking to you like a kid. Because like everything.
Ouch. I don't know how to teach you about talking about the kid. And she's older than him, isn't it? Isn't Kelly like 40 something and Wings is only 30 something? Or maybe late 30s. I'm pretty sure Kelly's older than him as well.
You do is like, I don't know how to explain it.
It's probably best if you hush.
Can you please try?
I'm trying. I don't have the dexterity you do. I don't have the hand high.
He's actually getting mad. Look at him. He's actually getting mad. What a loser. He's actually getting... No wonder you beat her, Wingo. Oh my god. No wonder you bigger. Wingo's fist is tight. Back to crotch walking. What healthy relationship? She's definitely not trying. Place. Big Pimp, why your wife rage baiting you? She's putting that online anger management class to work. Yeah. I love the trolling on his chat. They're trying to make him crash out. Oh my god, bro.
Video games just aren't my thing. I'm sorry. You didn't marry a gamer girl.
Yeah, don't worry, he's never gonna get a gamer girl. It's what's that? It's Minecraft. It's Minecraft. It's a kids game, Kelly. Oh my god. Yeah, this just ain't her jam. You guys don't know a thing you're doing exactly. Look at his face. He's so angry, man. Look at him. What a loser,
I don't even think I'm getting anywhere, honestly.
Well, you see those trees over there? You need to go over there to the tree.
I'm trying to get there, baby.
Where you're crouched right now. And the reason you're crouched is because you just press buttons. See it? Now you're standing up. Like, look, Kelly. Just hold a good look. Watch my hands.
This could be because I'm hungry because I didn't get lunch.
See? I'm literally just holding forward. This is not difficult at all. This is why I say you're not trying. Like, I'm literally...
It's not difficult for you, but it is for someone who doesn't spend their whole life playing video games.
Like, look at my hands. Like, this is not difficult.
Wings, you can crash out if you want. It's valid, Big Pimp. Jordy's in agony right now. Wings, would you rather be playing Rainbow right now? Listen to Wings. He owns 25% of a modular mansion. You did not marry a gamer girl. Sorry, Kelly, do not be harsh on yourself. Yeah, Kelly's a real what's her name? A Pokemon. She's a real Amorath fan Pokemon, isn't it? Yeah. Pick up Kelly.
I could teach a 5-year-old to do this.
Fucking hell. How insulting is that? How insulting is that? So Kelly's dumber than a 5-year-old.
Like, look at my hands. Like, what about my hands is difficult right here?
I don't have that dexterity. Like, my hands aren't that free.
But here's what you're doing. You're
Dexterity with Minecraft is crazy though, I'm not gonna lie. Needing dexterity in your hands to play Minecraft is fucking insane. But hey, big up Kelly for using that word correctly.
going. This is what it looks like when you're playing.
Now he's just taking over.
And the reason you're doing that is because you're not.
This stream is a part of Geordie's anger management. Kelly needs to pay attention. He's literally just moving forward. Kelly, it's easy. Just rage betting poor wings. Now, Kelly, this is low key crazy. I picked up Minecraft at like age 4.
Actually thinking about what you're doing. You're just pressing buttons to press buttons.
She's getting mad now because I think she's reading the chat as well. She's getting mad. She's reading the chat. People insulting her. Wings won't let her play anymore.
Try it now. How's this emotional abuse? Like, I don't know how to explain it to her any better than that.
Now, Kelly's low key. This is why you should have stayed offline for 4 years, for a year. Emotional abuse, Wings. You have your mums try to play. Y'all have your mums try to play a game. It looks the same way. That's why mum only ever played Sims. But you know, Kelly's not that old though. This is not representing your. This is not representing your anger management takeaways, dude. Yo, big up Uche. I'm gonna tell my kids these are the Obamas. Yeah, fucking hell. What a couple, isn't it? What a fucking couple. Wings and Kelly.
Like, I'm trying to be nice as humanly possible.
I'm trying to be nice, you know. What a cunt. It's incredible he doesn't get slapped around the face for some of these things he says. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to not talk to you like you're a 5-year-old. It's like, huh? Jesus Christ, bro. I guess when you pay the bills, you can literally say what you want, innit? But she just sits there and just takes it all.
Look, she can do it. I knew she could.
Is this her playing, right? This is her playing, yeah. Oh.
Alright, so you fell into a hole. Now look around. Use your other stick. Try to gauge where you're at. You fell into a crevice. Alright, so look for something you can jump on.
She might as well die. She's not gonna get out of there. She just knows.
Look down. Bring your camera back down. You gotta use both sticks. See that little jump over here to your right? Take it slow. Do one turn at a time. There you go. Adjust your camera. See where you want to jump to next. Look around.
She's struggling.
There's nothing else to jump to, right? Maybe you can start clearing blocks with your fist. Look to your right on the gold block. Look up.
Oh, it's so funny, man.
Hold R2.
She's so pissed. Kelly's getting upset now.
Like, see how the block's breaking down?
Mm-hmm.
Now, eventually it's going to go away. Now you need to create yourself a little bit of stairs. Like, look up, see if there's a block above that. Take that block out.
Oh,
use your right stick. There you go. Your right stick does your looking and your turning. Your left stick's all for momentum. You're frustrated. It's fine.
She's so mad, man.
I completely killed the vibe.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I'll stop.
Exactly. You definitely killed the vibe, man. Jesus Christ.
We need to jump over here.
You guys quit with that. I don't hit anybody.
I'm never getting out of here.
You did hit her. Jesus Christ, what a boring stream, bro. Fucking brutal. Brutal stream. Reset the world. Why is Wings taking up most of the camera? We want to see Kelly. That's a good point, actually. Play games to win, pimp, not for fun. Kelly got to learn how to win this game. Oh shit, I didn't see that. I just said that now. Bojangles, I'll donate $50 if you push that idiot down again. Honestly, Wings has the best street. They're fucking so brutal. Excuse me? Nah, it's just quiet. Audio is king. Loves the dead air, by the way. I love the dead air. Love the dead air. Okay, cool. So I think that's it, innit? Because I gotta leave. It's getting late now. Let's see if there's anything on Reddit that I missed out on. Even Drake's girl seems to also. Oh, that's a new Bronco, right? Even the Drake's girl doesn't seem to think the Bronco turnstile doors are ridiculous. It seems to think.
Riding in the Bronco with no doors.
Okay, so I guess that's the brother-in-law's wife, I'm assuming. Fair. Okay. Papa's Quiet Collection. Cold World. Oh, that probably is okay. IG Badgie thing. Oh. What else happened here? Brendan late to the game as always.
Legalized comedy. Yeah. What kind of truck would Blade Runner drive? That was the design idea.
I mean, this is the problem with these people. What kind of truck would Blade Runner
Yo, big up Quinn in the chat. Wagwan G.
drive? I mean, we're just handing the whole entire world over to like fucking nerds and freaks. First of all, the Cybertruck's disgusting. We can all kind of admit that. It's a heinous looking car. They explode. They go into trees and they explode and stuff. They're not good. Look, they don't look dignified or classy on the road. I don't know who that appeals to. Now,
I wonder if we're ever going to get a Cybertruck sold in Europe. We probably won't because we got such strict laws around cars and what they look like and how they're shaped and shit. So they probably would never get approved for European roads. But it'd be good to see one here. I don't think I've seen one in the UK since they dropped. But I've heard of people importing them.
I understand this man.
So Tim and Joe have completely different opinions on Elon, and Tim might have been referring to Joe at the end there. But it's just hilarious because Joe spends so much time defending Elon and praising him as much as he possibly can to make him happy. So he keeps coming on the podcast and hanging out with him. But
I don't think that's true. I don't think Joe sucks off Elon so he can go on the pod. I think Joe sucks off Elon because he generally thinks he's incredibly smart. He generally thinks he's he's impressed with his accomplishments. He's impressed with the money that he makes, the company that he runs. Like, he believes the whole mythos about him. I don't think he's realized that it's all a big scam. But I think Joe's really impressed by Elon. He loves him, so I think that's the case. I don't think it's about him coming on the show.
But now Rogan's comedy friends might start to ruin that for him because they're kind of negating all the positive PR Joe does for him. And I'm sure Elon's pissed about it. And this is also kind of exposing how Joe will do anything to defend him. It doesn't matter how delusional it makes him look. I mean, like with the salute Elon did at Trump's inauguration, seeing how Rogan reacted to that compared to how all his comedy friends reacted, it shows how far gone he is.
You want one, so I'm conflicted. Like, my extreme hate for electric cars is kind of dulled down because these fucking woke liberals are going after people with electric cars now. I'm like, God damn it, now I want one.
Look at that. That's a beautiful car.
Yeah. You know me, I'm on that team. And when he did, I went, oh, buddy.
You know me, I'm on that team. What team? Being a Nazi. I'm on that team. Huh? Oh yeah, look at this. Papa's UFL curse. Oh yeah, UFL. Hilarious. So this is a post by the Global Fight League on their Reddit from the owner, right? Or the commissioner, someone called Darren Owen. What did they say here? Unfortunately, we've forced to postpone our May launch event. That was a launch event. They haven't even put on a fight yet. Holy shit. They cancelled their launch event. This is not looking good. The fucking Papa curse is real. Our primary investor was unable to meet their funding commitment. We are working tirelessly to secure necessary funding to support a successful launch. Although we anticipate this delay to be short-lived, any athlete may request immediate release. We are committed to our mission and we will continue to fight forward together. The support from our athletes, coaches and managers during this time has been truly inspiring. Darren Owen, commissioner. Wow, their launch event, they're cancelling. I thought they at least did one and got underneath their belt. I didn't know they didn't do one. Fucking hell, Brendan, that curse is real. I wonder if he's even been paid. Maybe Brendan hasn't been paid. That could be entirely possible. That is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. What's that? Big brown bets for UFC.
Yeah. What are your takes? I think you're saying Lopez, Pimblett.
I'm rooting
Silva.
for Volkanovski, but it's gonna be a tough one for him at his age. I think Patty gets it done.
So basically, he went for Lopez, which was wrong.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bryce wins, depending if he's getting
Bryce didn't win. He lost.
Really?
Yeah.
In that
grappling.
Grappling.
Yeah.
He got completely dominated in grappling. Got that completely wrong.
Yeah. Silva's been taking down fights before, and Bryce.
Silva absolutely mollywopped, like walked through fucking Bryce. I was actually shocked about how easy he made that look. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. It made it look so easy.
Bryce is say what you want about the kid and his beliefs, but he's a beast fighter.
He's been getting slept pretty. He's had some pretty brutal losses. Let's be fair. I think you're still out after the choke. I'm not gonna lie, from Silva.
Again, Bryce is a guy I think has simply just been exposed to the wrong ideas and is mistaken because he doesn't have the background or education.
Agreed.
So it doesn't mean I think he's a bad person. I think it's not like I'm rooting against.
It also has nothing to do with his fighting. Like,
we are rooting against him. Everyone is.
He can fucking fight.
Yes.
Whether he's pro Hitler or not,
Yeah.
motherfucker can fight.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone
Then
else?
Yair Rodriguez, Patricio. Yeah.
You got Rodriguez. You gotta go Yair.
For the most part, I have all the
You gotta go, yeah. What? Because he's Mexican. Nah, he doesn't want to be Mexican. He wants to be white.
favorites. I could see Bryce winning though.
Anything else?
I'm rooting for Volkanovski, but I'll if I had money, I'd take Diego. I'll take Pat.
So basically, he takes either. He's not making a decision.
Patty. I'll take Bryce and Yair.
Cool. Bryce and Yair. Cool. You got some. You got some
about
right.
Reyes?
Reyes. I'll take Reyes.
Yeah, Dominic Reyes won too. So he got some right. But the way he got there was really interesting. Anyway, people, we're going to leave it there for now. We'll be back again tomorrow. So thank you for tuning in. I appreciate all you motherfuckers. So make sure you smash the like button down below if you can. Smash the like button down below. Don't be stingy. Smash the like button down below. Subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? More Taz, more random show, all that good shit. And yeah, man, let's crank it. Let's keep it going. We need 500 members by the end of the month. It's possible. I'm doing the Brendan Punch thing. It's possible. Let's do it. Let's crank it on. Subscribe to the channel, all that good shit. Appreciate all of you. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Okay, cool. For now, take care. Be safe. Peace.